All righty, all right. Let's hope this is working. Where are we? There we go. There we go. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict. I'm also going to be down here, sort of hidden behind my banner, because I make that go away for some reason. But here we are. If there are any problems, let me know. We'll bail out on this and try it a different way. But welcome back for lunch. I'm echoing, and I'm a potato. Is that better? Sounds terrible. Let's change the settings. Audio. Oh, that sounds terrible.
Is that any better? Is that any better? Thumbs up. Does that sound a ton better? Sound bad and blurry. Bail, my feet is horrible. I got out of the well. Is that okay? Turn the music down here. I've got a thumbs up from Adam Internusky. I don't know how to say your name anymore. Okay, sound is better, but I'm still a potato. That's interesting. I mean, I don't want to be a potato. Let's see why I'm a potato. Let me shut this one down. We're going to bail on the seats. We're going to turn the seats off. Sorry. See if that helps a tiny bit. And there we go. Turn that off. Any better? Still a potato? This is StreamYard. This is StreamYard. Let me go full screen here for just a second and then run off screen because I have to run around there. And it's No Pants Friday. I can't do that. I can't do that on the air. Hang on just 1 second. I have ended the Daybell stream, or I'm about to. It's ended now. There we go. Thank you. Thanks for the call, Ashley, on that as well. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Did I come in hot? I'm coming in hot. Just 1 second. Let me check my cables. All right. Let's see. Is that any better on video? Hopefully. Let's see. All right, we're trying this. We're going to give it a try. We have had one question coming from the jury, but before we do that, see, yes, better. I went hardwired instead of Wi-Fi. I forgot it was on Wi-Fi on this computer. All right, we have a couple guests here who are going to join us. So far, we have Vicky and Brian. We're going to add them to the stage really quickly. Vicky, Brian, welcome.
Hey.
Hi. Sound terrible for you guys now?
You're all right on my side.
Sounds great here.
Good. You might recognize Vicky. Brian's a new member to the channel. So, Brian, welcome. Good to have you here. Thanks for stepping up and volunteering on just what, day three of following the channel. Let's see. I'm trying to pull up the questions we have. Laura just gave me an update as far as questions from the Arizona VLE track. Says just a question on limiting instructions for the evidence submitted for limited purpose.
Didn't they go over that instruction about 10 times?
I think they're still confused because they have a question on the instruction. So it was confusing when the judge read it. And he's gone over it. He's said it a few times in court. He said, "Now this is something that's just for limited purpose." And honestly, it's like I don't know what he's going to say. The lawyers are working on a response. Response right now. So,
well, I remember there was a lot of confusion, even by the judge, because he wasn't even sure how to phrase it because there were so many items where he gave that instruction during the trial.
Yeah, he even said, I don't know how I'm going to point to so many hours without running out of jury instruction pages or something like that?
Christy Robinson says
Yeah,
they
that's
need
a
the judge
complicated instruction.
to confuse them more. And to the judge's benefit, he doesn't have to fix this. Once he's deliberating, the lawyers come up with the answer. Just have to deliberate. So maybe the lawyers can clarify that a little bit, because clearly the judge didn't do a good enough job initially. But well, I've got both of you on the phone. Do you want to do quick introductions a little bit? Who you are, where you're from, background,
Yep.
hobbies, favorite food, all that.
Brian, you're new. You can go first.
I'm Brian. I live in Connecticut. I'm a respiratory care practitioner and a sleep medicine specialist for the last 40 years, entering the twilight of my career. And now I'm spending a lot of time on YouTube. And I came across this channel just about 3 days ago and became hooked immediately. And this is the first channel that I've actually become a member of. I've subscribed to a lot, but this is my first member channel.
That's awesome. That is really, really cool. Welcome, Brian. Good to have you.
Thank you.
Way brave. Is my audio choppy?
It did go choppy for just a second.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch the computers. So Vicky, if you want to explain your story and be verbose, give me a minute to switch the cables around.
Okay,
I'm going to come in
cool.
on the computer we do podcasting with.
I am Vicky. You guys know me because I'm spicy and I make inappropriate jokes. And I like to make sure that Greeners and Adam know their places. I am a journalist. I am in Cape Town, South Africa. I currently work for an American-based channel, though. And, well, there's 2 or 3 of them. And verbose. Let me tell you a funny story. So when I was talking about the journalist who got into the complex where they had the gate key and they had to find their way around, basically, I got myself on the map here by finding my way into a gated community right after a multiple murder, which you may have heard of. It was the De Zalza murders, Henry van Breda. So I snuck my way in there and then was the first on scene. And that's why I related so much to Las Vegas Live, because I've been there. We got kicked out before we got to the actual door of the crime scene, but we got far enough. Oh dear. We've lost Jorge.
I'm trying to switch. I'm actually switching.
I thought you were taking
on
over,
the
Vicky.
Oh man.
Yeah, this is mine now.
Yep.
Oh, and I'm
Where do we
I'm
go
a
from
I'm
here,
an
right?
addict in recovery, so I've got it.
Okay, here we go. Fingers crossed. Are we still live?
I think so.
Okay, we made the switch. Hopefully I'm not blurry now. We fixed. Yeah, fingers crossed. Anyway, so Vicky, South Africa, journalist experience.
Yeah.
And you said something about first on scene. I had my headphones off when I heard that. I'm like, what? What did you beat the police to a crime scene? What was that?
Yeah, so I was at a campus radio station and there was a newspaper that only printed like weekly or bi-weekly, and they phoned us and said, hey, if you have someone around, there is a potential entire family murdered, 1 person alive is a family member. Here's the address. We got the address wrong at first, then managed to make our way there. Security asked what we were there for. Thankfully, the person who was with me had been an au pair in that complex. So we just faked that we couldn't get hold of the person, but we had to get to the kids. Got in. We struggled to find the house. And
They call that
then
being resourceful.
Yeah. When you're a brand new journalist, you'll do whatever.
Yeah.
So when we got in, it was the same time as the coroner, and then security kind of realized that we had been driving around a bit and was like, hey, you guys got to go. There's an investigation here. So we got kicked out.
but you got the story.
Yeah, I got the story.
So-
I got the story, and then I got to work for the national media. So that was cool. That was the biggest I could get.
So let's start. I'm going to go back to Brian in a bit because he said something that interests me and involves sleep. But going back to what you said about your journalism, tell me, what is it? How is it different from what you observed journalism in South Africa compared to journalism here in the United States?
Yeah, so this is something I've been wanting to mention a few times. Like, I can't remember which person you were speaking to earlier, but they said that it depends on which media you read. So that's very, very different here, because there was a time, for example, I said she was at something and it implied that the person had died, and I got taken off air and we got fined, and it was a big deal. And during COVID, you could literally you could be arrested for spreading fake news. Like, it's taken so seriously here. And now I work for a US based company, and I have to go to like 5 or 6 different sources for ages, for names, for, the 5 whiskeys in the hotel. Like, I have to go all over to find
Talking about
that.
who, what, when,
Whereas
there,
here,
where,
it
why,
would be
how.
unheard of. Yeah.
So, I mean, here, if you get something wrong, you just print a retraction, right?
Yeah.
Is that all you need to do?
Sometimes.
It's all about alternate facts. It's fine. It's not wrong. It's just different.
Wow. That's really cool. What about in the courtroom specifically, as we love watching court? How is journalism and courts different or similar in South Africa?
I just quickly want to answer this question. 5 whiskeys in the hotel is who, where, why, what, and how. That's like the 5 things you always need to tell the story. If you can't answer all of them, you don't have the story. So our courtrooms don't have juries because they kind of decided post-apartheid. If you don't know about apartheid, I'm sorry, we don't have enough time to go over that. We're going to need to
That's a
Google.
different stream altogether.
Basically, yeah, apartheid means separation. That's what I'll leave it at. So post-apartheid, there were a lot of constitutional changes. And one of those was that a jury could be open to too much bias because the country had been in the state of, I'm sorry, one of our cats is digging their way to China while I'm talking. I hope the mic isn't picking it up. So because the country had been so divided for so long, the undertones would be so at the background, people wouldn't even know that they were unaware of it. If you think of like Nelson Mandela, he was known as a T word that YouTube would block, was in prison, bad man, bombs, etc., and then was the president and the whole world loved him. If you had imagined a jury during apartheid making a decision on him, he would be more guilty. If you put the same people post-apartheid, he would be not, or some. So that divide is kind of what made us go away from jury systems. And the second thing is that they decided that the laws are too difficult for the average person to understand.
Ooh, not a big fan of the last one, for sure. So how do you become a lawyer?
That's like a summary. That's not like, don't hold me to that.
become a how's the average person become a lawyer if you can't,
Well, you've got to remember that there was also poor or no education during apartheid. So one of our presidents, you probably would have heard him on TikTok a lot. They were grade 5, 5th grade, something like that. So they didn't finish school, pretty normal. And we also have 11 official languages. You can't just give one English piece of paper to 12 people and say, whatever you interpreted, that's cool. Like, that's fine.
Wow. So do you have a preference? I mean, obviously everyone loves home, right? But
yeah.
As far as the system goes, do you like one over the other?
I think there are places where it can work and there are places where it can't. We don't have a history that would make it work. It just wouldn't be a good idea. There's way too much divide. There's way too much bias. It's just not possible. But that doesn't mean that it can't work in other countries, and that I don't think it should happen in other countries.
So before we start asking about the case that we're currently on verdict watch for, Brian, you said something about sleep studies. How do I sign up? what is it you do?
For about the last 25 years, I've managed sleep centers across Connecticut. But the process is similar pretty much across the United States. You can just describe your symptoms to your primary care provider. A lot of times you may need to nudge them to say, I'd like to have a sleep study.
Can I just skip the study and get a CPAP? Is that, or do you have to have the sleep study first?
I bet you could find a doctor out there that would do that, but yeah. I wouldn't recommend it. There's several different types of sleep studies you can have. You can have one that's pretty basic at home. You just take the device at home. They can diagnose you, and then they can get you onto a CPAP. We save the in-laboratory studies, which are more complex, for more, different types of sleep studies.
Yeah.
A lot of times your primary care doctor, because the doctor who writes the prescription is the one that's going to be responsible for your follow-up care. And primary care doctors, while they certainly have the pen and the prescription paper, don't have the tools in their toolbox to actually follow you up long term. So they'll refer you to a sleep specialist.
Yeah.
But there's a whole host of, a lot of people think they have sleep apnea and need a CPAP. And once they come into our office and are evaluated by the sleep specialist, find out that you don't have sleep apnea, you have something else, which again, we can treat, but the treatment's completely different.
That's cool. So are you retired from that now, you said? Or
I'm semi-retired. I'm looking to cut back hours. I've stepped out of management. I'm looking for another position where I could just go in for a few hours and then go home and not have to worry about taking phone calls and those kinds of things. So
like
a couple of years of that, and then I'll be completely retired.
Sounds good. That's awesome. Going back to Arizona v. Kelly. Now, Brian, you've just found this case, right? You haven't followed.
No, I've actually I've followed it since the beginning.
Okay.
I was watching it originally on Law and Crime Talk, and then they stopped they said for lack of engagement, they stopped broadcasting it live. So I've been every day hunting channels or trying to find, the next day. So I've kind of, instead of watching it in real time, went to seeing what happened yesterday, today.
Yeah.
And then I came upon your channel, and that's where I've been for the last 3 days anyway, watching it. So I've watched it from the beginning.
That's awesome. Is as far as your take, I know I've shared mine. I'm not sure you probably know where I stand on it. Where do you stand on this as far as, where the jury is possibly, or where you are as a member of the jury on guilt and innocence?
If I was on the jury, I'm a not guilty.
Yeah.
I think you put it best, earlier, I think it was today, where I don't need to make these huge leaps of faith when I'm following the defense's theory of what happened. And the defense comes out frequently and says, maybe it wasn't this way. There could have been 10 different scenarios, but you can't say it was this one, where the prosecution comes up with a little piece, and then you've just got to sometimes suspend belief in physics to get to the next step.
Yeah.
And, they only have, it could have only happened this way. So that's why And again, I agree. Hey, anything's possible. It could have been Mr. Kelly's bullet, but there's a whole lot of other things that could have happened. So.
Vicky, how about you? I haven't followed closely
So-
enough.
With the guns, obviously, I always have a million questions because it's not a thing here as much. But if it entered from the bottom and he shot up, could it hit the ground and ricochet that way?
I would say, just from my experience, and I'm not a ballistics expert either, but I have fired a lot of guns, and I have even intentionally ricocheted bullets. And I would say it's not, first of all, don't try this at home. The second thing is that a lot of energy is lost on a ricochet. And the way you can know that basically is you can hear how fast a bullet flies, right? Because you can see it. You pull the trigger, you see you're 300 yards away from the target, and the hole is there. You blink and the bullet's there. Well, look, there's a thumbs up. If with the ricochet, when you ricochet something, you can now suddenly sort of trace the bullet in the air with your eyes with the sound, because it's now like boo, it makes a little whirring sound as it's tumbling in the air, and it's caught in the wind because it's spinning ridiculously fast. That little rifle in the barrel gives it a really, really quick spin, which helps stabilize the bullet. But once it's deformed, once it's hit something and changed trajectory, like it potentially would if Mr. Kelly had hit the ground and it bounced up to get that angle, because that's a possibility. I don't think you would see the level of penetration in the body that it had. To me, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't seem to be possible, to have a ricochet that then causes that.
I agree with that. I'm not an expert either, but the energy that would have been lost to the ricochet, they would have found the body or the bullet or some fragments at least in the body. It wouldn't have just gone straight through.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, because I don't understand how he would be hit at that angle at the bottom of his back from firing upwards. I mean, otherwise, like, Kelly would have to be on the floor.
The way the gun works, the power it puts out, that AK-47 at 115 yards, you can't have a bullet come down and do that damage. If he fired up in the air over their heads, the bullet doesn't get there. You can't connect those two dots. It's going too fast. It's 3,000 feet away before it's dropped 4 inches. Okay, it doesn't add up, and then the trajectory would be going downward instead. So it has to be that either he wasn't firing at that angle, like he was either firing a more direct line, or that the victim, whoever was shooting at him, was in a position that his body was changed. So if he was like doing a somersault or standing on his head, clearly that's it makes a lot of things possible from the shooter's point of view. But
and the other thing was that they said if he buried the body, it would be picked up on cameras. Then why wasn't the alleged murder picked up on cameras?
Or any of the people? Of the people picked up on the cameras. Yeah.
I think several people did make comments about that they couldn't see anything, and they testified their $1 million camera system did not pick up anything that was useful for this case. They certainly weren't going to see him burying a body. So that was another thing. And one thing that came up later this morning on one of the feeds you were playing, one of the sheriff deputies saying that we think he could have possibly been out there hunting because he had binoculars. So I think Daniel said there were no weapons at all. And if you were hunting, someone took your rifle and left your binoculars. The whole investigation by that sheriff's department is suspect.
With the cameras specifically, we heard from Jessica, who's run Border Patrol cameras. She's been a dispatcher, worked with those closely, and I've talked with her previously about this as well. I have some familiarity with some of these high-powered law enforcement cameras and what they're capable of. And it's not just that they have a good zoom or a sharp focus. You've got shortwave infrared that can see through fog. You've got thermal cameras that can detect heat even in complete darkness. You have night vision as well. You've got all these technologies, and typically they're mounted in a way that you can compare side by side these images. So you can get, I want to see the thermal, or I want to see the near, see the visual, and side by side you can see, and together they give you a better idea. And it is really hard to hide body heat. Okay, especially if you're on the move, right? It can't see through walls when it comes to that. But if you're close to a wall, I mean, even working with the fire departments that I have, if there's a fire on the other side of the wall, the heat will come through. And if there's a body up against the wall, you can even see that outline come through, say like drywall or something like that. It's hard to hide body heat like that. And for these cameras to not pick it up, I think they probably weren't looking that way. And I don't think they store all the data so they can go back, like with our cell phones. You can do a geo subpoena where they say, show me all the cell phones that were in this geographic area during this time period, 2 months ago, and Google says, sure, here they are, and they can go back and get that data. I don't think they have that with the cameras, and they probably have the capability to look at his ranch, but probably no need to do it at the time, so there was just no data for them to collect.
Don't you think with the border being, I don't want to get into politics, and there's no stake in the game in US politics for me anyway, but just logically thinking, a border would surely want to store all camera footage, etc., for a certain amount because of security risk.
I think just the sheer amount of data that you'd need computers to start analyzing it, first of all. And they have some of that. They have some automated sensors and things that will pick up activity, and then individuals can get involved and monitor to see if it needs further attention. But I don't think it's not like the airport where they're storing the last 2 weeks of video, and they can see where everyone put down their bags. It's huge. The distance we're talking about are massive. There's just so much, you're filming so much sagebrush and scrub and weeds and wind and dust. And I don't think it's practical to store everything, although they might, with NSA, they might do that. Let me say something really quickly. The Defense Rest was saying, I'm logged into StreamYard awaiting orders. Defense Rest, send me a text to the burner phone with your username. I'll respond with the link that you need to actually join us. Because there's a special link that will get you in the door. We'll see if we can bring you on as well. And with that, let me do some quick checks. Still nothing new yet to report from Arizona.
I can't remember what the amount was, but I think the US is something like 14 times the size of South Africa. So my brain can't even compute how much border there is in comparison.
There are a couple YouTubers who are doing some content down at the border, and I'm not going to support one or the other because they have their own motives for why they're doing it. But they go down there and they drive along the wall, and it's just like they'll drive and up, and it's amazing how rugged the terrain is. First of all, that you're going down 200 feet and then up 200 feet and then down. It's just like, it's very rugged. In some areas, the 40-foot border wall, you're peering over it. You could take off with a hang glider and fly over the wall as it dips down. It's the ways to get over the wall are myriad, but it just goes forever and forever and forever. And so there's a lot there, but it's huge. Okay. I don't see the text from the Defense Rests.
Detect Vid says this is a very slippery slope.
It is. We're right on the edge of politics.
We're on the border.
Let me tell you something completely unrelated. Got a package the other day. Has this in it. So what is it? It's a ratchet. Because I bought my first ever tool set, right? It's this one right here. It's actually a Craftsman ratchet. And the first one I ever got, it has a little button on the back to release the little socket. mine was stuck. I mean, I'm using all the force I can. I could not get a socket to slide on or off. And so I called the 1-800 number and they sent me a new one. And as soon as they got my address and confirmed the shipping while I'm playing with it, I freed it. And it's just like, and it's like, hey, it's working now. And they're like, well, we'll send you the new one anyway. So now I've got 2 ratchets and only 1 tool set. But I wanted to say, Craftsman, good job. They kept me happy. Anyway, that was neither here nor there, but it was a good break from politics. How long have they been deliberating? Deliberation is, let me go here. They're 4 hours and 33 minutes, 25 seconds. There's the burner phone. I'll watch for that. Sorry, I'm trying to do 6 things at once. Brian, Vicky, anything else you wanted to talk about while you're here? I don't want to hold you all day if you don't want to hang out, but we have very little else going on.
I saw a question, but I missed it.
Do you know just of what it was about?
I know that people were still talking about sleep a lot in the comments. So, Brian, I don't know if you want to skim.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I haven't been watching that.
Well, I got a question for you. Why does the sound of snoring reach a certain annoying point in a person's brain?
I'm so glad my wife is not here for this.
Actually, I have never been asked that question before, and I'm not sure. Snoring is just an annoying sound.
It is.
Like someone's voice or birds chirping constantly. I will say this about snoring. Snoring doesn't always mean that something bad is going on. There is a thing called benign snoring that does not bother the person who's snoring at all. It bothers everybody else. But sometimes we have patients that come in because their spouse has said, I can't sleep. And it's like, well, he's fine or she's fine. There are some surgeries that can be done. We don't recommend them, again, for something that's benign. But snoring, any noise at night is annoying, not just snoring.
So while we're getting free sleep advice, is it a bad thing that I can fall asleep within a minute? Just always. Is that
not necessarily? If you're behind the wheel, yes. But hypersomnolence, the ability to just drop off immediately, can be a symptom of sleep deprivation. So if you're falling asleep within a minute because you want to go to sleep, that's great. You're lucky. You're in a small percentage. But if you're falling asleep in a minute because the show you're watching got boring and you fell asleep, that could indicate sleep deprivation, and we wouldn't want to know why you're doing that.
So, yeah, I always thought it was just because good, clean living and no regrets was what I chalked it up to. But
again, it depends on whether, you want to go to sleep or whether you just fell asleep inappropriately.
I don't know, but it makes me so mad when people are like, oh, I have such a problem. I fall asleep so fast. I am sometimes awake for 2 or 3 hours and I take sleeping tablets and I will just not sleep. And I'm not anxious. I'm not needing to write in a journal. I just can't sleep.
Does it make you sleepy the next day?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you have some sort of insomnia. There's several dozen subsections of insomnia. So you would need to, again, see a sleep specialist so that we could tease out what type of insomnia, because the treatments can be vastly different.
Yeah, I was only diagnosed with ADHD when I was 30. So that was the first clue, was like, oh, apparently this is the thing with women with ADHD. We have this problem. And then it made sense, but it's not always that. And I have zero regrets and live a clean life too.
That's great. Sorry, I'm distracted a little bit. I think it's Jody in Australia who's trying to connect right now. And she has her own, I think she was logged into her own StreamYard. I just sent her the link to ours via email. So Jody, check that out and we'll see if that's. I think she's a YouTuber, or he. I don't know. Jody is a YouTuber, so that'll be cool. Yeah, I did not sleep through that. When I get accused of falling asleep on the live stream all the time, but it looks like this, right? So I'm like this, and I guess it looks like my eyes are closed, but I'm reading my phone. Honestly, I'm awake. I'm scrolling through. I might even be playing a game. Oh, shh, don't tell anyone. But yeah, it happens. Okay, watching for Defense Rest. I got 3 emails. I didn't get 3. I haven't got any texts from Defense Rest to the burner phone. So we might check the number and see if that's come through.
Red Pen said, when you fall asleep, do you stay asleep? I've lost that one. But sometimes I will fall asleep for like 20 minutes and I'll wake up and I will feel like I am absolutely finished sleeping. Done. Happy, can carry on. And then like an hour or 2 later, I will be so tired physically, but awake.
That's a pretty common complaint. But that indicates that something is interrupting your sleep. It could be, sleep apnea. It could be a limb movement disorder of some sort. Again, you would need to get that evaluated. I mean, if
my
you woke up
partner's in the kitchen
right,
pointing at himself because he snores. So he's like, it's me. I'm interrupting your sleep.
That could be it. It could be something else. And something that's interesting, which I'll bring up very quickly, is, and we see this so often. We'll be working with patients for weeks and weeks and weeks until we finally find out that their Labrador sleeps in bed with them, and it turns out that it's the dog that's disturbing the sleep. So you really major things with good sleep. Pets in another room, dark room, and no television. You have to turn the TV off. Because TV will wake you up even without sound, because the brightness of the television will change.
I fall asleep to Friends every single night, every night, just the sound. I press play and then I fall asleep. And there's no pets in the room, but I can't have the quiet because then I will hear the snoring and then I will contemplate whether I want to be on court TV or not, whether I want the burden of the thing I'm contemplating or not. And I don't have carpet shoes. I'm just not in a position to take that step. So these are the things I've had to figure out.
Well, get a TV with a timer, and that should help with the television part anyway.
Yeah.
I think we've got 2 more people joining us. Defense Rest, I see you, and Angela as well, both in the green room. If you guys are ready to join, give me a thumbs up. We'll see if that works. Angela says yes. We're going to join Angela. I might be able to join one more. Angela, I can't quite hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Defense Rest, if you want to join as well, give me a thumbs up and we'll bring you in at the same time. We're super international here. Where we've got everybody here.
Hi, everybody. Hello, chat. Hello, Scott.
Hello.
And
How are you doing?
Vicky and Brian. I'm doing good, actually.
So everybody else had to introduce themselves. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Defense Rest, are you ready to come on? I can't see. I just see the camera's not pointed there. Okay. Angela, everyone else introduced themselves and shared an embarrassing story. I'm not sure if you heard that part, but it's now your turn.
I was actually at the store when you were when you were sharing that. So I somehow always manage to be at the wrong place when the fun part is on YouTube. So my name is Angela. I am from Serbia, but I live in Sweden. I moved to Sweden when I was 14 years old. I am studying to be a teacher in high school, mathematics and physics. I currently work in a science center, actually more precise, synchrotron laboratory here in Lund, near where I live. Yeah, I love physics. I love to experiment, and I think this case is really in my alley on more than one way.
That is awesome. We've loved your comments in chat. It's been interesting. I have to ask, since you're a physics sort of person, sometimes when you hear some of the testimony that involves physics a little bit, like this one has some trajectories and things. Do you try to like recreate and say like, no, I'm not sure that's possible?
I was not able to do it yet, but we just got a new gadget at work. Not the one that I still have problem putting together, the one with magnets that I found that is harder than IKEA furniture to put together. This one is 3D printed, so I don't have to worry about putting it together. It was already put together. Which actually is the same principle as when you go down the slide, you know. So we use like small metal balls to put it to. I can actually share the link with you, Scott, in the chat, because it is CERN who made that experiment. So you put the ball down the slide, and then there's a sort of like a barrier, and then you see where the ball scatters in which direction. You know,
So it's like a
and
random effects, but you can measure the likelihood it goes a certain direction.
Yeah, and what happens with the ball if it's going to another ball that is already there? You know, it's 3 Newton's laws, so it's actually fun. But I am going to do it on Monday. Still have not done it. We have been busy this week.
Sounds cool. We have Defense Rests on as well. Defense Rests, I think you're from Australia. Is that right?
Hello. Good morning. I'm sorry, Scott. I'm on my iPhone. I had trouble connecting the link onto my StreamYard, so I just went with the iPhone. Sorry.
That works. It looks. We can hear you great. We can see you. Quick introduction and an embarrassing story, and we're ready to go.
An embarrassing story. Oh goodness, I don't even know where to start there. It's 4:45 in the morning here. I'm still half asleep, but I've been laying there watching you, and I've just gone, oh, I have to get on.
So let me just say, you're a YouTuber, right? You're another YouTuber?
Yes, I've got 2 channels. I was Disability Diva, which I've messaged you prior, and I've just started because I'm disabled, so I spend a lot of my day watching YouTube, basically you, Rob, Ian, and Brandy. And
that's a good mix.
It inspired me to I may as well start my own YouTube channel and cover some of the stuff that you guys do and add a little bit of spice to it. And so I've got a whole 5 subscribers. Yay! Go me! I've been going for like 4 weeks now, but yeah, no, I'm really, really enjoying it. So.
Well, I'd like to be your 6th subscriber. So is it the Defense Rest? Is that the name?
Yes.
Well, let me, if I can beat everyone else, I'll be your 5th subscriber or 6th in just a second. We'll see if we can get you a few more here.
Thank you. I'm so excited.
We've got actually Cruiser Chris World Network. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him. He's a friend of the channel here. That I think he does a lot of. He's done some disability related streams as well.
Okay, yeah, no, the other channel I've got is just a free resource channel for local resources and information for people with disabilities in the area, because I've had a lot of trouble accessing them. It's a difficult system in Australia to get into with funding. So I thought my 7-year battle and my knowledge could come in handy for other people, and hopefully they don't have to, go through the same ordeals that I've had to go through to get where I am, basically. So yeah, so I'm trying to run 2.
If you can't find the channel and you're in the US, you might be spelling defense the US way. It must be with a C.
Yes,
people who are searching.
I'm like, it's not there. I can't find it. There it is.
It needs to be with a C at the end.
It looks like I'm number 7. Vicky, you might have beat me to it.
Oh, yay! Welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
The defense rest, DEFENCE.
I actually was live streaming, and I've had you share. I was sharing the screen of you trying to find me.
That's awesome. Well, that is really cool. That is really, really neat. I love that. Curious though, in Australia, obviously the legal system is probably a little different. And Sweden, I guess we'll get to Angela as well. Legal system there. How is that as far as openness, transparency, court access? Is it there?
You have to jump through so many hoops to get onto the court system. They do have live streams in the Supreme Court and the County Court, but it's so difficult to get access. So I've been watching and just streaming through Fox 8 and Court TV and Law and Crime, basically. But yeah, I've been researching the Treehouse murder retrial stuff, because that's going to be coming up shortly, and the Chad Dolman trial on the 4th, is it 4th or 8th of July? So I've been doing a lot of background stuff for those. So hopefully they're going to be quite interesting. He's a bit of a character, Franklin Tucker.
He is. We've talked about his wife. His wife called in a couple times, and we're
okay.
To I think it's Lauren. And
I'd love to interview her.
Yeah, she's a neat lady, and it really the story behind the story. There's a lot more there than what the media has been releasing.
Absolutely,
and,
yes.
There's a certain way
that Facebook page and his YouTube channel, and there's a lot of information to go through.
It's a neat one.
It's
an
got
interesting
a bit of
trial.
everything. It's like a hamburger with a lot.
Yes. At the beginning, I was thinking, okay, here's another pro se defendant who's just crazy, and this is just going to be a circus. And afterwards, I'm like, he's smart.
I think his issue is
articulate.
He's trying to focus on proving his innocence when all he really needs to do is focus on providing reasonable doubt. That's it.
Yeah.
Except he is the most frustrating person, because
I know
he got off. Like, I was pro Tucker from the first day, and I fought for the man. He disappointed me repeatedly. He was late. He brought in coffee, really annoyed me. And I was still like, Tucker, I know the background. You are right. You should win this. So then he miraculously has the mistrial and still won't get a lawyer for the second one.
Yeah, I know. Against everyone's advice. And his lead witness, Paula, is now deceased.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think a new trial. Actually, I think that was one of the things that hurt him, was that interview with Paula live. That was, I don't think that helped at all.
He's getting the gentleman that got out of jail, one of the other witnesses, the judge wouldn't let come in. And wouldn't let transport to the trial last time. I think he's coming this time.
Yeah, he did. It was just a timing issue because he had to file that transfer order.
Yeah,
so, that's.
But they have a new judge. The judge, I think it's James Morgan, has agreed to take on the case now. So,
is this the third judge or the second?
Second one. The last judge recused himself.
I heard that the second judge there might be some efforts to remove him as well.
Yeah, he was making his decision. That was going to be advised on the status hearing on the 4th of April, but he announced it on the 16th, that hearing, that he is going to take on the case.
Okay.
But that wasn't coming from Tucker's side or the prosecution. It was that he had been at the same law firm that Travis Johnson was represented by.
Okay.
Hadn't been with Travis's case, but was just making sure that he wasn't going to...
a bit of a conflict there.
Yeah. So he wanted to make sure there was no bias or anything there.
Yeah. His military background, I think, as well.
Oh, I don't know that. I love the new judge.
Yes.
Brian. I don't know where Mike came from. Brian, how is it? You're among three women. Don't be shy. Just go ahead and wade in if you've got something.
I just noticed that.
We're outnumbered a bit here.
Well, I'm sad to say I don't really know anything about the case that you're talking about.
Yeah. It's an interesting one. It's a pro se defendant when they represent themselves, and it's one of the rights we have. It's like enshrined in the Constitution. You can represent yourself in court, and it's almost always not a good idea. But but of all the people who did it pretty well, I think Tucker, as far as arguments go, was one of the better ones. I still would say it would be even better. I mean, good, better, best. I'd say he was a good one. It would be better or best to get a lawyer, but it was fun to see one that actually sort of.
Does he even have backup? Does he have backup counsel, or I mean,
he has like a standby counsel? He's had lawyers in the past that are working with him, but they're not full time. They're not. I mean, they're sort of reactive. He calls with a question. They're like, "Here, we'll give you some advice." They're not sort of there coaching him, telling him what to say.
His attitude is that no one will defend him more than he will defend himself, basically. So he doesn't like to listen to anyone else.
He has some personality traits that are interesting.
You think?
But
One way,
but it doesn't mean he's guilty.
No, absolutely.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, and I didn't even stay at a Holiday Inn Express, but I will say my little piece of advice is nobody will believe in you as much as you, but there are a lot of people who will defend you better than you. So get a lawyer.
Yep.
Let's get that on a wall hanging and put that in the studio here. That's really cool. While we're waiting, we've got just under 5 hours of deliberation time. And from the questions we're getting, from the questions we've got, I think this jury is going to take the weekend as well. I'm thinking it's not going to be today.
Too.
And I
thought it was going to be pretty fast, but
Yeah.
When they came back with the questions that they came back with, I changed my mind. I think this could go several days.
Yeah, I think it'll be hung. I think if we've got somebody who is adamantly and vigorously showing her support with head nodding or head shaking, which we have in one of the jurors, I think that was 11 that we heard from Laura. That's going to be a hard position to move from, and that's going to be I would say that's a safe bet as a not guilty from her. And if there's other people that are they want to hear the medical examiner again, that's usually the medical examiner testimony is in favor of the state, and so if wanting to hear it again would be somebody who's leaning towards guilt, at least on some charge. So I
was surprised with her testimony, though. I mean, even as bad as the sheriff's department was, at least to me, it was pretty clear that the medical examiner had picked a side. She was testifying for a conviction.
What strikes me is
I just don't think that she was, here's the facts. This is what I found. It was like she always tried to slant things. She answered questions for the prosecution that the defense asked that she equivocated on.
She did.
But then the defense asks it on redirect, and bam, bam, bam. She's got
like the close. I didn't look at the close. And then the defense asked, the state asked about close, and she's, what do you want to know? I can tell you everything you need. What I don't get is why she was upset. I mean, if literally Laura, I can't remember her last name, the lawyer who's questioning her, says, we've never met, right? There's no reason you would be angry at me for some reason. I mean, she's giving remarks like, sure, instead of just curt, not even, no eye contact. It's like she was scared of the skeleton in the corner and didn't want to look at it. I mean, I can see if there was a clown, that would make sense, but a skeleton, I mean, she's an ME. I don't know why she would not want to look that direction, but the jurors had to pick up on that.
The other thing is with the sheriff, like if you want to play journalist, can you just do it right? First of all, a good journalist has at least 2 pens. They have a notebook. They will download their maps offline so that they can show it no matter what. They will never leave an interview not recorded. In fact, you start the recording and then you say, I need to record this interview. Is that okay? So that your butt is covered. So he is neither a good sheriff nor a journalist, in my opinion.
I would say he's not a good politician either, if we can add that to the list.
Agree.
Oh, it's frustrating when there's some people we expect to just come to court and present facts without opinion. And I realize the expert witnesses, they're paid to say, here are the select set of facts, and this is how you should view them. right? And that's going to be slanted every time, and they get paid thousands of dollars to do that. But the individuals who it's their job to do a certain thing and a very narrow thing, the ME is, of all of them, the one that should be the most unbiased and the most just matter of fact, because they don't even have, they don't care. They don't go to the crime scene. They're not there to figure out how it happened. They're just there to document what they observe on the table in front of them as they do an autopsy. And this lady was, yeah, sorry, say that again.
The evidence is on the table in front of them.
Yeah. Wild.
I actually have more issue with another witness than ME. The expert from Washington, I think, or Seattle, that did the bullet trajectory, and he's in one of the first days.
That was a long time ago, and I've slept since then.
The one that testified about the bullet hitting the branch.
Yeah, that one. That even went a little deeper, deeper than he should, because it's not his area of expertise. I actually have more issues with him, because not only because he did go deeper than he should have, but because he went tunnel vision. He did not broaden up his research or experiments. He got a theory that sheriff or DA had, and he did not go outside of it. He did not test what if the shooter was left-handed, which is, in my opinion, the strongest reason why he will not be found guilty if I was on the jury. That's why. And the defense did good. They asked him, did you do this, or this? He said no. And he was like, because there was no need to. Excuse me, there is so need to, because you have to. I mean, I work with scientists all day, and there is they do experiments on 2 weeks. They're in my laboratory approximately 2 weeks. They ask all kind of questions in order to get the results they need, or whatever results they want, they get at the end, and then they sift through the results. That's what you as an expert witness need to do. You ask all kind of questions you can think of, then get the results, and then do the experiment and see what results you get based on that, based on what you did. He did not do it. And I'm like,
what did you think about the fact that they said the measurements are not a science?
Or it's subjective, right? Directions and
yeah,
measurements.
just subjective.
Some mornings I wake up and I think 10 feet is, really 20. And then other days it's 12. It just depends.
What's your truth, right? What's your truth?
Yeah.
My truth is I will take a measuring tape for the sake of being accurate, and I will measure it out so that my report is the clearest report, and I am not in trouble.
I would have loved for a measuring tape to have appeared in court for that last witness, and just have him make a good estimation of just any object in court. Okay, and then just whip out the tape and be like, is it possible that Daniel was more accurate with his measurement estimate than you are with yours?
I'd be afraid that he might actually just guess it right.
I think that's probably why they
really
did.
Bad.
Yeah. What if he has really good?
I think that also that defense confused him, because they're not talking in the same. Defense is talking feet and he's talking meters.
Yeah.
That's one problem I had with defense, which I also called it. Woman, do your homework. Seriously, I don't live in US. I know some of the answers that you clearly do not know answers to. And you ask a person who lived outside his whole life outside of the US, in the country where use metric system. You ask him in feet and miles? It's insane. And you ask him about football field? Well, newsflash, football is called soccer in Mexico. You know?
Here too.
That's that is amazing.
How long is a soccer field compared to
I have no idea. We don't
Well,
measure
consider
it.
how many-
We measure in numbers,
it's
not
further than I want to run.
yeah.
Fun fact, there is actually around some soccer fields here in Europe, there is actually a running track. So
I used to run cross country
because
a long time ago.
because
I don't do it anymore.
you know, my sisters, one of the reasons why I know this, one of my cousin's boyfriend, he is a pro soccer player, so. And they actually do runs around the football field or soccer field as a warm-up. So that's why I know a lot of soccer fields or football fields has a running track around.
I'll be sitting in the stands with the popcorn and he can high five me on the way past.
So that would be 800 meters then, because the longest you run in school is 800 meters. That would be once around, I think.
Okay.
if it's international regulation track. So that would be, so then if the soccer field's in the middle, that's about 400 meters. So
We could always ask Google.
yeah.
I think.
Okay,
I think
100
Google would know.
Somebody in the chat.
Okay, for Americans, I just Googled between 100 and 130 yards or 91 and 119 meters. No, scratch it. That was American football. Sorry.
American
About
football,
100 meters.
360 feet. That includes the end zones, end to end. So we have 100 yards of measured, marked off playing field, and then we have the end zones on each side of 10 yards each, I think. So how does that compare to the European soccer field or the European?
100 meters long and 60 meters wide.
Soccer field is 50% larger than a football field.
So 450 feet,
We've got all sorts of answers.
not counting the end zones.
It's bigger. That's all we need to know. It's bigger, right?
Well, according to Wikipedia, it is 115 by 75, 105 by 68 meters. And some say 160.
Well, even if you give Daniel the benefit of the doubt on the distance stuff, he's crossed that border illegally at least 10 times.
At least 10. Yeah, this is at least his 10th
He
time.
knows direction. He knows north, south, east, west. He knew, he should have known if he was there, he wouldn't have put himself on the other side of town and for being nervous and whatever and in shock. He had, I don't know how much time between the event and when they actually went to interview him to calm down compared to George. You know, George was interrogated, at the moment. Daniel came in weeks later and still couldn't get the facts right.
Oh, Felix.
In my opinion.
Speaking
Just got an update from Laura. Can I give me just 1 second? Just got an update from Laura saying lunch break till 1:30. No word on if it's a working lunch for the jury. We're all leaving courthouse till 1:30. So they've got it's their hour and a half basically of lunch. So go ahead.
How are they still going?
Speaking of George, I have to say something. Let's say that he did it. I think that I'm not saying that I think he did it, but let's say he did it. He killed him, or he shot and one of his bullets did struck him. I think that the sheriffs and everyone did a very poor job of. They shouldn't have arrested him. They should have done exhaustive everything they could until absolute last exhaust they could find. Even maybe find dang bullet, because I mean there is doubt that he did it, because technically, according to witnesses, he was the only one with the uh, gun, but the investigation was so sloppy.
I think
Yeah.
the part that about the investigation that bugs me the most is that they can't even find evidence at the scene to support their theory. Meaning that they're saying that Daniel was there, and that that there's not even proof that he was there. They have what they think is one footprint that they're not even sure if it was the victim himself who left, and they want to tell this whole story, but there's nothing at the scene that says
there's actually more evidence to point to he not being there. Really.
Yeah, that he was
Yeah.
alone.
If there's one footprint, where are the cops' footprints? Because they were there twice.
Before they found that
Could-
footprint, the cops were there.
Yeah.
Could
They found
that footprint be from the cops?
Well, the cops didn't find him the first time, so that would explain why there's not footprints right by the body. But it just doesn't make sense that there's nothing that they found in that area.
How did they not find him the first time?
Well, they weren't looking for a body, so they just passed by it. I don't know. It's I think that the testimony we heard was that George said he had that they had gone down south towards where, I guess, the barn, down towards the arroyo. And so they had focused their search, even though they crossed over the fence and used that fence in that area. They basically walked by it. They spread out and walked by it, headed down, with the focus being down further. So even though they're walking through the area, they weren't looking for anything until they got further down. That was what the officers testified to, which was the weirdest testimony I've ever heard. It's like, okay, we're not in search mode yet, so we're not going to glance around. We'll just keep walking straight. Okay, now start searching.
Because also he was declared, time of death was 1834, I think, which is 25 to 7. The sun was likely still up. So are you really just going to walk past an entire body in the very direction that there were people apparently minutes before?
Well, they were initially there a couple of hours before the body was found. The initial search for the armed people. It was later, I think it was about 4 hours later, that George went out to check on his horse or his livestock or whatever, and discovered the body. Then called them back, and again, it was strange because the sheriff's department people were testifying that we searched that area, and I don't know how they didn't see it. And especially if you're looking for people who are, allegedly cross the border illegally, I'm not necessarily going to be looking towards the sky, because if these people know I'm chasing them, they're laying down. So I should be looking on the ground.
Yeah. Actually,
So-
that would explain the bullet entering down, but he had a backpack on.
Yeah, the bullet. I could see the bullet entering his back and missing the backpack, just from where it's located. It was close, but it did miss the backpack, and I think he had it on at the time. But the angle shows, in my mind, there's no way he was walking. There's no way he was standing. You would have to be so close to get that upward trajectory, which you saw on the rod from the medical examiner. There would be gunshot residue. Okay, there would be gunshot residue all over it because of how close you are with a high-powered rifle or a high-powered pistol, either way, to get that trajectory. Unless he was standing on the ledge of an overhang and somebody was down in the arroyo, you would have to have so much distance between you that it doesn't make sense. He wouldn't have been where he was and get that trajectory unless he was in a different position than standing. So it could be ducking, could be laying down, could be hiding.
Yeah, sorry. Somebody had a really wild theory, and I don't know if I saw it in chat or something else, but the whole thing of the gangs, I can't remember what they called them, that are involved in the greater scheme, that potentially these two were involved in something there. This shooting happened somewhere else, and then they dumped his body on Mr. Kelly's Rip Cruise, that's the one. The Rip Cruise put the body there afterwards. That would be the most likely thing. Also, I see that it wasn't dark, it wasn't light still at 6:30 in Jan, so that makes sense. But if they searched, he wasn't there, then they came back later, he was there, none of the bullets line up, the places where the shooting happened didn't line up, I think somebody could have potentially.
Ne, nego sam na YouTube. Kaži.
That could be possible. I think there's some missing blood.
Ne mogu sada. Ne.
Angela.
I muted her mic for just a second while she's off. I'm not sure if I'm cool with them. I don't think there were drag marks on the ground because those would show up in dirt. Okay. But I think the fact that the backpack was pulled up a little bit, that there were abrasions on his body, there was some movement that matches with him not just tipping over and dying. But I think if he had been dragged somewhere, unless everyone's like, well, everyone count of three, you're going to lift him up shoulders and walk. I think there would be more sign of him being moved, being dragged, either on his clothing or boots or something. But
And he had scrapes, and they said in closing he didn't. So that was weird.
Yeah, the prosecution said there was no sign of drags, but the medical examiner said there was, that it could be dragging. So I'd say yes, that is sign. Yeah, good stuff. This is I'm getting advice here. This should be a podcast with Law Talk International or something, with everybody. Let's see. We had where
this is
where
the thing, right?
Yeah.
I have a vlog YouTube channel, and I'm always like, oh, maybe I should do crime as well. But crime's like
link?
my
What's the
day
link?
job.
Mhm.
It's my name, I think. Crime's like my day job, so I in my head don't want to talk about crime in my free time. Yet here I am every evening, or from like 2:30 in the afternoon until bedtime, talking about it anyway. So it feels like I should just pivot.
Get paid for it.
Well, that's what my day job is. I basically said to them, I was doing freelancing. I said, I live, eat, breathe, sleep true crime. I might as well get paid for it. And I got the job. Ivan says, I remember when crime was my day job.
That was prior to going on the ride along in the back of the police car. Is that correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Mine too, and then they caught me.
Carpet shoes. Carpet shoes.
That's awesome.
Well,
Vicky, I
I
subscribed. It's great.
Quickly
Thank
say thank you to everyone. I am glad that I could help test out the system,
Appreciate it.
and would certainly like to participate again in the future. I will be on the channel probably a little bit later, but I need to go pick some things up at the store. So I'm going to sign off for a little while.
Well, Brian, thank you. I really do
Very nice
appreciate
meeting
you.
everyone. Thank you again.
Awesome.
Take care.
You can't
We'll see.
leave the chat now, so good luck.
You're here. You live here now.
All right.
We'll see you, Brian.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Vicky, I subscribed. I was just looking at the defense rest, and I think we got her up to about 72, 73 subscribers really quickly. So that from 7 to 72, 10 times growth. Now we just have to get
Nice.
you, see, 10 times growth. We need to get you 2,000 to do the same because you're already up to 263. So
Well, that's pretty
be a little harder.
impressive because I hardly ever post.
Yeah.
I do the vlogging thing like for fun. It was because I left media. I didn't want to be on social media and be like, how many likes, how many comments, how many, because that was kind of the game in radio when I was just about to leave. I got so over it. I kind of thought to myself, like, if this isn't fun, I'm not going to do it. So in the weeks that I don't feel like it, I don't do it. And the weeks that I feel like it, I do it. And that's actually been the best way. I know you can't do that because we will all nag you, but it's nice for me.
It is fun. It is nice. I'm sure it would be nice to have like the freedom to choose. I coming out of high school, I had a job where I started my own business. I called it prime painting, a buddy of mine. We got together. We were going to paint houses, and we knew nothing about painting or business. And it was awesome because we could go fishing every day because we were own bosses. But we learned really quickly that the paycheck does not come in if you go fishing every day.
Yeah.
And there has to be a balance somewhere to make it all work out right. But
that is the thing
that's
with freelancing as well. If you freelance, you're like, oh, I have so much free time. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, so if I go out for dinner, that's an hour of my time that I need to work back another hour into here to make it to there. So I need to have this many clients and this many days to make sure that I can actually pay rent.
it's tough. And I'll tell you, continuing that same story, while I was painting, the first job we got, my partner negotiated with our first customer because it turns out that my partner owed our first customer money for some dental work. So he was a dentist. I didn't know. He called us up and just hired us. And it's like, oh, it's my dentist. And he's like, hey, we'll do the job for writing off my bill. I'm like, hey, where do I fit in here? Now I'm working to pay your dentist bill. It was funny, but anyway.
That's how it goes in the beginning.
Yep. Well, Vicky, I'm glad this worked. I'm glad you were able to join us. Wonderful insights. I'm excited that we might do this more in the future. Obviously, we're going to try to do this with a couple more guests with the podcast, and we might extend some invites that way as well. But Angela's back. Hang on a second. She's waving. She's saying add to stage. Angela.
Hi,
welcome.
sorry. Welcome. My mom got in. Hi.
Hey, Mom. How are you doing? Welcome.
That's why. That's why I was sorry for earlier.
Not a problem. We figured you were swearing at somebody, so I muted you and took you off the channel just to let you finish. I had no idea.
I thought that I muted myself, but sorry again.
No, you're good.
Well,
We're just excited. We had international representation, or say, let's see, every country was represented. Vicky, where are you at?
South Africa.
South Africa. Angela is in Sweden, but you hail from
Serbia.
Och Sverige.
Yes. Mom.
And
Yeah.
we had the Defense Rest from Australia, and Brian joined us from here in the United States, which was just awesome. We have a very international group here that all love true crime, which is awesome. I say awesome like 7 times.
You asked about Swedish court judicial system. Well, we do not have a jury, but I don't know if it was here or somewhere else. But we started digging how old is the jury duty, and we found out that it first started during the Viking period, or just before that, in Norway. And then it spread to Sweden, UK, and US at last. And you can actually still find court documents from like 800 year in Norway. Year 800.
They invented juries.
Yep.
Do you know what else they invented? The cheese slicer, the S chair, skis, and I think something else, probably Norwegian.
Well, not less than Swedish people.
I've been to Norway. My mom's Norwegian, so I've been there a couple times and love it. Absolutely beautiful. Fish in the fjords. I learned to fish in the fjords, floating on logs or ice cold water. Treat the beautiful fish, tasty.
You know what's beautiful with Scandinavia is that you can take train anywhere. So not only you will travel, but also you see the beautiful scenery. And so you can take the train from like Copenhagen, even from Germany, like to Copenhagen, then Malmö, where I am, then up north. Do you want to go to Stockholm, or you want to go to Gothenburg and then continue to Norway, or the other way around, from Norway down to Germany?
So I'm actually going to I'm going to Edinburgh in May, and I am potentially going to have a layover in Zurich. And if I can make it work, I'm going to need to pack a lot of activity into a very small amount of time. So if anyone is in that area, I wouldn't mind recommendations because I'm going to have to be tight with
I
the
have
time
one
to make it work.
recommendation. How long is your layover in Zurich?
It's just over, so it's overnight. I land there in the evening, and then the flight is the next day at 6:30.
Good, because Zurich is one of the biggest airports in Europe, and it has like 3 terminals. And like if you manage to end it, like there's even a train between 2 terminals, you know. So it's a good thing that you have and that you have more than like 2 hours layover. So yeah.
I tell you, anywhere you go in Europe, there is history to be seen that makes people here in the United States it boggles our minds. I mean, we hear countries that say, "How do you guys have guns? That's just a part of your society." And I'm sitting here, I'm like, "How do you guys have history that's more than 300 years old?" this is crazy. I mean, I've stayed in a house that was built in the 1100s, and just I've played darts and made holes in the wall in somebody's 1100-year-old plaster. But love the history all over the place. It's really neat.
My university is actually have celebrated just a few years ago 350 years of existing.
Yeah.
So
that's neat. Vicky,
and
I have to ask this question. Loudflower needs Vicky's cat names before I forget.
Vaughn, can you try bring them one at a time, please? The cats. Yeah. So the fluffy one you saw first, her name's Winchester.
Tell me the other one's Ruger. Please tell me the other one's Ruger.
No, they're the other one's Frank because it's Phoebe Buffet's brother. So one's Phoebe. This one is the least friendly one to other people coming now. Carried by Vaughn, no. If you see Vaughn in chat, that's my fiance.
Whoop, there's Frank.
There he is. That's Frank. Cat stream. I should actually just set up a camera and let them make the money. They don't do anything all day. And then the other one is Tabby, and she's Phoebe after Phoebe Buffet. And when I went to see her before I adopted her, the people I adopted her from had friends on the TV. So it just felt like it was right. She looks like she's not that stoked to be away.
Nope.
Yeah.
I don't have any cats, but I sometimes dog sit, or I dog sit my neighbor's dog, which is, I think, Bichon, but I might be wrong. He is a cutie. But I have had cats before, in the past.
I think
I'm a cat over dog. Sorry.
I think I have a cat. My cat, I think it abandoned me. It came back yesterday, and it wanted nothing to do with any of the food we offered. And I'm like, here, would you like some lunch meat? Would you like, good stuff, rotisserie chicken? And it laid down. It came over and it just laid down like it, when it tips over, it just like plops over and just lays there. Like, I'm full and happy. And what are you going to do about it? And that was it. And then it got up and went back over to its other family. So I think they're like out dueling us with cat food, and they're keeping them happy over there. So.
You need catnip, then they will never leave.
Mine don't like catnip. Not at all.
Yeah, Mama. I am trying to find the. Oh, here it is. Look.
No.
That's a cute dog. It's a cutie.
Yeah. There is a grind, and he loves to sit there when they let him out in the yard. And when I first met him, I didn't know he was so friendly, so I was scared because he at everyone. My mom shows you this instead.
That is orange. That's a food cat, isn't it? It's a cat made out of
Yes, it
food.
is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Dog's name is Leo or Leo. But he is so friendly. He does like growl at everyone that pass by, but he just wants attention and then wants everyone to like pet him and play with him. He's not that scary. He looks scary, but he's not.
Going back to the business at hand, Joanne asks about jury questions in the Arizona v. Kelly case. Let's see. Latest from Laura is that they had asked a question on the limiting instructions for the evidence admitted for limited purpose, meaning they don't understand what limited evidence is. And it basically means you can only consider it for the purpose that it was admitted for. So if that's your question, that purpose of whether or not this happened or not, you can consider it. But for other things, you can't say, well, what about this evidence we have over here? And it's really hard because our brain does not work that way. If we accept something as a fact, okay, it's hard to say it's a fact if I'm looking at this particular thing, but I can't consider it if I'm looking at something else. It's the craziest legal principle in our system, most likely.
Okay, so now hear me out. Our idea of maybe it's not that digestible for the average person kind of makes sense, because we listen to jury instructions and we're like, wait, what does that even mean? And then the lawyers have to explain it. And then the other lawyer explains it a different way. And then all of a sudden, here we are going, wait, what does that even mean? And the court is like, well, we can't really tell you. You just have to kind of work your way around it. Whereas like a judge would know how to put things where they're supposed to be to make that decision.
You got me on that one. it's pretty confusing. I see Britt Bottoms is in the green room. Britt Bottoms, give me a thumbs up on camera if you want to join, if you're ready now. Is that down or up? Up. Okay, it's up. There we go. Welcome, Britt Bottoms. We'll bring you in.
Hi.
You're on the bottom.
Britt. Hi.
You know the routine. Everyone else has been sharing embarrassing stories and all their favorites and introducing themselves. So let's hear a little bit who you are, where you are, and a little bit of background and embarrassing story.
Embarrassing story. I don't know. So I'm outside of Dallas, Texas. What else do you want to know? I don't know. I have a 2-year-old.
What's your background, either background or interest in true crime?
So the first case I remember following like from the beginning was Casey Anthony. I don't know. And then the true crime has always kind of fascinated me. And then I got into journalism. I'm also a photographer, and so my professors were like, "Oh, you can write, pretty well, and you can take photos. You'd be a great asset to a news source." And so I have my degree in journalism and graduated in 2013. Yeah. So
your audio sounds a little bit robotic.
Does it?
It might be it comes and goes, so it might be a connection speed issue. You're understandable.
Okay.
Defense rests, welcome back, Britt Bottoms. Good to have you here. I see you.
I finally worked out how to get on, so I'm now on the StreamYard on my PC. So
nice. I noticed you have a couple more subscribers, which is great. So
I have, and I've actually got people in the chat.
That is neat.
I don't have to talk to myself anymore.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
See, we might let some more people in if we need to. I'm not sure if.
Yeah,
feel free to kick me off if you like. That's fine.
Yeah, same. I've been here for a while, so if you want me to slot out for someone else. Oops, both talking at the same time.
You both talked at the same time, but I could hear you. Britt, we've got a bad echo coming through on your side. It's just not working very well for the audio, so I'm going to remove you here for a bit. Yeah, I'm not going to make anyone stay longer than they have to. I have to be here apparently, but you guys are welcome to leave. And we can, now that I know how to do this, we can do this in the future a little bit. So,
Oh, yay!
I have to quickly go back. I have missed a lot of super chats and memberships and anniversaries. So let me go through the list that started since we began. Renee Smitty gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Renee. That is wonderful. Teresa Super became a member. Congratulations, Teresa. I can't see your courthouse from here. That's a problem. I don't know if you're a brand new member or not, but Teresa, thank you very much. Lenova gifted a membership as well, and maybe another one. So back to back. Reverend Beasy, member for 12 months. Congratulations on the Orange Courthouse. That is absolutely awesome. The defense rests. Hey, look at this. The defense rests. This was us trying to connect. Thanks for helping me work through the details. Tracy Fagan, it says that's the American in you. That was talking back to Vicky about one of her things she was sharing. Little B became a YouTube member. Thank you, Little B, as well. Regina Crawford gifted a membership. Thank you, Regina. Defense rest once more time. Saying I've sent the text, just read them. Little B, my brother and sister have it, and now they say, thank God they're where they were not breathing. Talking about the we were talking about the CPAP, I think, the sleeping when that came in. Master Eden gifted a membership. Thank you, Master Eden. Thanks for the text as well. Bug Dugger gifted a membership. We have Tracy Fagan says, after the East-West thing, talking about the witness, Daniel, I didn't believe anything after that. Didn't even believe in the Easter Bunny. Bug Dugger gifted a membership. Thank you, Bug Dugger. And then Morgan Kent Butch says there's no concrete evidence. Everything info pointing towards him is a guess. There's no way they can convict him. How are we overreacting? 5 hours. And now we're at 5.5 hours as well. I guess they're at lunch, but they might be deliberating through lunch. So we're keeping the timer going. Tracy Fagan says, I was thinking it went from the front, from the hill in Mexico. Went to the front from the hill in Mexico. Tracy, I apologize. I missed when that came in. So I don't catch the relevant conversation bit. I'm sorry about that, Tracy, but thank you. Generous super chat. Bug Dugger gifted a membership again. Nikki Zeebs gifted a membership. Wow, it's just generous. Lenova, huge super sticker, which I can't see on StreamYard. Frustrating. Bite Me, Buttercup sends butter sugars. Rough. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Now I'm caught up.
I have a confession to make. I haven't followed this trial with you, Scott. I've been recapping the Apple River stabbings trial.
That was a crazy trial. That
was my least favorite trial ever in the whole world of trials.
It was very repetitive, especially with the defense. But yes, hundreds of witnesses.
It's devastating.
That's why I did a recap.
Okay.
I saw someone say, I think it was Vivara. I'm not sure if that was the right username, but that their first trial that they followed properly was Oscar Pistorius. Just wondering if you're in South Africa too.
Me?
No, Vivara, I think, was the person who put it in chat that they watched Oscar Pistorius trial from beginning to end. That's a good one to see how our system works, because it went through the whole trial and then appeal, and then he came out more guilty. So that was fun. He was released late. He was.
Was he the runner?
No.
Was he the runner?
That one.
Okay.
Yeah.
The name sounded really familiar, but I did not follow that one at all. But let's see. I'm trying to get a couple more people on. I'm sending out the links. So if you texted the burner phone, check your phone. You should have a link to StreamYard. Just make sure we get good audio. Britt says you're on headphones. See if that works better. Oh, Courtney's here, I think. Courtney, give me a thumbs up. I see you if you're ready to jump on right there. I think let's bring Courtney in. Hey, Courtney. And you've got a ceiling fan. You've got a ceiling fan. Wonderful.
If it's making anybody dizzy, I'll turn it off.
No, I feel the breeze from here. It's beautiful. Keep it going. Courtney, how about you jump in quickly with a quick intro of who you are, where you are, and just anything else you want us to know.
Well, I am in North Texas. I'm north of Dallas, about an hour. Yeah, about an hour. That puts me at a safe speed. I can get there faster, but about an hour.
What's your background in true crime?
My mom actually got me into it. We would watch documentaries about serial killers on A&E and the History Channel and stuff. I think the first trial I can remember actually following from beginning to end was OJ.
That was a long
I
one.
remember, yeah, I remember bits and pieces of the Melendez brothers, but I don't think she would watch that one when I was around because it was the Melendez brothers. But OJ, we watched. I was in high school when OJ happened, so I didn't get to see all of it, but we would recap when I got home after school.
I did not watch OJ. I watched the highlights. But I think I was in high school. When did that happen? When was OJ? Was that 90, 94, 95, 96?
94, 95.
Yeah.
I was a freshman in high school, so it was probably 94, 95, 96, right around in there.
I was barely graduating high school at the time. And by barely graduating, I'm talking about my grades. So.
I was married with kids.
I was 4.
Oh, man.
Oh, dear.
That's brutal.
Hands up the old one.
Well, if I'll have to let me ask this question. I'll put that out to all of you. If there was one trial you could go back and watch in person, which trial would that be?
Take care of Maya.
Zachariah Anderson.
So Maya Anderson.
I would want to be there in person.
Let's see. For all of it, like the mistrial first and then the second one.
I want to see what his daughter was doing while she was testifying. That's what I want to see.
That trial needed 3 cameras. It needed
and
3
also
cameras.
Because she was a minor, they couldn't show anything. So whether she was actually pulling faces at him or not, I don't know. But I wanted to be able to see what was happening there.
Can I have you hold for 1 minute? I think I have a spam call, and I want to see if you can hear it.
I love these.
Hello? 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 Oh, they hung up. Bummer. It's worth a try. But all right. So Zachariah Anderson, that was a Vicky. Let me ask: Are you on team ZA or free Zachariah Anderson as far as your opinion on the trial?
So obviously it's fresh in my mind because I just caught up recently. I think that he was definitely stalking. I think he was definitely a horrible father, but I don't think he killed the victim. I don't think he has enough. He was not smart enough to cover up how much he was stalking and how much he was doing things. Someone like that cannot actually cover up the murder to the point that it was covered up.
I think for me, the parts that go to his innocence was the fact that there was a huge path they thought he drove, and nowhere is his car on video cameras. That was a problem, and I realized it might have been shoddy detective work, but he should have been seen somewhere, right? That should have happened to some degree. But I was on the side that said I think he's guilty. I sided with the jury, and that was because of the blood, or I should say, because of the DNA. Hey,
but
Courtney,
even the DNA was so weird.
Sound on your feed here.
Who?
Courtney, I'm getting like a buzzing sound coming through on your feed. Is that on the keyboard?
Yeah, it's my keyboard. I'm supposed to be working, so I'm actually trying to do some work.
Okay, I'm gonna stay on here. When you're ready to talk, I'll unmute you. Is that all right?
Okay.
Yeah, cool. Let's see. So Courtney, Vicky, Zachariah Anderson would be your trial to sit in and watch.
Yeah.
it was frustrating. Even the judge was frustrated that there weren't the camera angles in that court, because he went back and watched our live stream during that during that trial.
That was so top notch.
Which was amazing and terrifying at the same time. But there was, the camera didn't catch what he wanted to see, and so I like that he got to feel some of our frustration. So maybe other judges in the future will be like, well, maybe we should have more cameras in the courtroom in case I have to rewind and see what happens. So that
When
that
was
was
But
his trial?
they still wouldn't have the minor testifying on camera. So that would be the one part, because that was part of the he said she said that came up. Like he was going to tell her, like, don't be feisty, and apparently she was exchanging looks. I don't know. He's not a great liar. Don't know if I believe him, but also she was sassy, and I've been that teenage girl before. I would also be shooting daggers if I was in a courtroom in that situation. So I do kind of believe that maybe she was.
I don't remember the date of the trial. Mid last year. Does that sound right?
I don't know, but your playlist is in order for that one.
Oh, good.
I'd have
As
to go and
opposed to all the
follow
other
up on that
ones,
one. I haven't seen it.
which are not. Incredible trial, really incredible trial. We talked to his brother. He came on. We did an interview with him, and one fascinating interview. I talked to him. I said, "Look, I'd like to interview you. Will you do it?" Knowing that I think your brother's a murderer. I mean, I told him. I said, "Look, this is where I stand. I'm with the jury on this," and I said, I can tell you that I'll try to be as fair as I possibly can. I'm not going to put you in a corner, but I'd like to hear your side, because I always like to hear, opinion different than mine, because usually I get smarter by doing that. And he came on. It was an amazing interview. We might do another. I know that we talked back and forth about possibly lining up another one, because I think there's still an appeal in the works that takes a lot of time and money to get lined up, and they have a fairly good support group there that is helping that happen. I see Josh Hutchins is in the green room. Josh, are you ready to jump on? I see a thumbs up. Let's do it. Josh, how are you doing?
Good, how are y'all?
Look at you go.
Let's see. Does that say the Braves?
It says the Braves, because I'm from Georgia. So, yeah.
Looks awesome. Sporting the team cap.
Josh.
That's about as southern as you can get.
Yeah. Tell us, Josh. We see you in chat, and you've sent me some great emails. Where are you from? What little background and interest in true crime?
My uncle was actually a detective, so
All right.
yeah. So the county I live in probably has, where's small town, 10,000 people. So.
And you said Georgia, right?
Yeah, Georgia. So they're right middle of the state. So I've been following crime my whole life. It's been
better than living a life of crime.
He's been a deputy
between the two options.
He's been a deputy, then he got promoted to detective. He's been in there 15 years or so.
Wow. Let me interrupt here. Braxton says, I'm back. I passed the first half of his A+ test. Congratulations. He's going to get certified. So we were asking some questions that we got. We were asking which court case you could, if you could go back and watch any court case. Vicky said she'd watch Zachariah Anderson, defense arrest. What's your first name? Can I ask? Do you
Jody.
share that? Jody. Oh, yes. You told me already. Jody. It was in the email. Jody says Maya trial. That's the one you want to go back. Is there a specific witness that you'd want to? I mean, Dr. Goodhair.
I'd like
obviously,
to get my hands on Sally Smith, but
on the video is what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, no. Yeah, no.
Courtney, do you have a favorite trial that you would want to go back and watch in person?
I was trying to think of some older ones, but none are coming to mind right now. But I would like to see Letitia Stout.
Wow.
Or even, I wasn't you know, maybe even John Wayne Gacy.
Letitia, I'll tell you, the Letitia Stout trial, the thing I loved about that is the judge's ability to explain things in common sense terms to the jurors.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
I think that was the first trial I'd seen that the jurors could ask questions.
Yeah. Probably one of the best run trials I think I've ever watched.
It was smooth.
It was great. That's obviously out of Colorado. Colorado's got some interesting ones. They've had a few, and it's sort of hit and miss as far as access with cameras. But that one was, aside from the content, which was terribly depressing. It was a fascinating trial.
So Scott, can I interrupt for a minute?
Sure.
I've been on 3 juries, so I've got some jury experience.
You're a pro.
Yes. Unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it.
Can you share a little bit about the types of juries? And
Sure. See, I'm only 33, so you get chosen. You can be picked at what, 18, I believe. Someone at 18, so 3 and less 15 years. So the first one was, I was an alternate, so sat through the whole thing, listened to all the good stuff, and got sequestered in my own little room by myself with this other person I couldn't talk to.
Solitary confinement.
Solitary confinement, held against my will.
The rain above it.
And you get $8 a day as a thank you.
That was actually a rape case.
Oh man.
Which they came back not guilty. Which I would have said the same thing. The second one was crazy. It was a shoplifting case. The jury had been chosen. I was on the jury. But then the day the trial was supposed to start, he decided to plead guilty. The day of, which I did not realize you could do that.
I have a random question. What is the food like when you're on jury duty?
Well, where we're from, in the South, you get fried chicken and macaroni and cheese across the street, so it's good.
For free?
For free.
Okay.
All expenses paid. So,
You walked right into that one, Vicky.
Well, I think I was thinking that it was like catering, that there was like...
Well, the ones I've been on, you can go, we have a buffet across the street, so they gave us, they set up a time for us to walk across the street, and we went over there and ate. So, we didn't really get to choose where we ate, but Scott knows it's the South, so it's good food.
You don't have to walk very far to get food in the South.
No. And the crazy experience with the first one, the third one, I forgot to mention, I was on the jury. It was child molestation. So, and they were able to bring in prior bad acts and all that stuff in this one. And we found him guilty in that one. So, in the first one, they deliberated for about 3 hours. The second one was probably 2. And the last one, we honestly deliberated for about an hour. And we only deliberated for an hour because it took around that long to fill out the jury
paperwork.
sheets.
Everyone's on the same page as soon as they walked in.
We did have one hangout that tried to hang out. She said, well, I would feel bad if I sent him to prison. I said, that's not what we're here for. I said, we're here because he's guilty. Who cares? I'm sorry he's going to prison, but he's guilty. You can't hold your conscience on, well, he's going to prison because he may or may not have done it. Well, she finally gave in, but in my opinion, if you really think he was not guilty, keep fighting for it. That was just my opinion, but
tough cases. Now we just need to give you a capital punishment. You'll have the
squad.
You'll have everything checked.
And also, they what is it called? For dire, they ask you all these questions, and it's like I said, it's a small town, so everybody knows everybody. And they said, "Well, do you know the sheriff?" I'm like, "Yeah, I know the sheriff. I go out to eat lunch with him all the time." Do you know the detective? I said, "Yeah, the detective over there is my uncle." I'm like, certainly I'm not going to get picked because there's this saying, if the less you talk, the more likely you're to get picked, which obviously was not the case for me. But, anyhow, so yeah, I've been on 3, and it's
age
fun
33,
experience.
been on 3 juries. You've got me beat 3 times. I've not been even summoned for jury duty. Maybe I'm just not getting my mail, but I don't know. It's never happened.
Do not ask advice from me is all I've got to say. Apparently, I would give bad advice.
That's cool. Welcome back, Angela. Good to have you back.
Thank you.
I think I'm gonna jump in off here and into chat while I get ready for bed because it's basically 10 o'clock now.
All right, Vicky. Thanks. It was wonderful to
Is that
meet you.
all?
Appreciate
Cheers,
that.
guys.
We'll see you.
It's 5:54 a.m. here.
It looks like there's sunlight streaming through your window, Jody.
No, it's just the lighting in the background.
I could have been sure that was like the morning
It's an illusion.
You made me actually look through my window, but it's not. It's dark. It was brighter earlier when we first started talking.
So, Angela, is there did you have a favorite trial? Did you list a favorite trial you'd want to go back and watch if you could be there in person?
If I could be there in person, Maya's trial, without a doubt. I would love to be there through 9 weeks, all 9 weeks, without a doubt.
We watched it all here online, and I thought that's really cool. And I thought I understood everything, but when I got to go there for the hearing in person and walk in, and there are the lawyers and there's the family, and got to meet with Maya and the family and defense, and Whitney and Anderson and everything. And the judge walks in. I'm like, this is just surreal. It's just like a dream come true for me. It was really neat. But at that, when I was there, the live view device I was using to transmit the video back to YouTube, it's loud. I didn't know it was loud. I mean, it's not super loud, but it has a fan that kicks up about every 2 minutes, like, and I'm like trying to cover it with like my shoes or my pants or something, just like to keep it quiet. Cause I'm like the bailiff. He keeps looking over every time the fan goes off. I'm like, he's going to kick me out. He's going to kick me out. But other than that, it was a wonderful, wonderful case to follow. Josh, did you have one that you would want to follow?
For entertainment purposes, Daryl Brooks.
You're brave, man. For Daryl Brooks, it was good that I was able to get up and walk away sometimes. Like when we're done, turn it off and be like, glad I don't have to deal with that for a little while. But that's if he was one thing, he was persistent.
No. I would also say probably the Murdoch trial.
That was a good one. Drama in South Carolina for sure. I'd like to see that, understanding really the area, because I don't have a feel for how popular they were. I know his dad's painting was on the wall of the courthouse. They had to take his dad's picture off the wall for Alec Murdaugh to be tried, because it wouldn't be right for dad to be looking over the jurors, sternly and say, "Hey, be good to my son." But crazy.
I think me being from the South, maybe that's why I connected to that more than any other. So.
Mandy, I agree.
As far as jury deliberation, let me see if I can do this here. Oops, that's not it. Sorry, got rid of everybody. Is it this one?
But I would love to be in person to Karen Reed's trial. That I would pay money to be there.
Karen Reed, as far as that goes, they're still in jury selection, right? Have they got their full? Yeah. They've got their main jury, but they still need alternates, right?
Yeah, they have 12 jurors. They still need 4 alternates. Yeah. So yeah.
My question is Sarah Boone ever going to happen?
Something has to happen, or Sarah Boon's going to be set free, because at some point, she has the right to be held and go.
I
go
just
to
say
trial.
let her go, and
She's nearly done her time. I mean, time served for whatever she's going to be found guilty for is nearly what she's done already. So it's like day 2, she's going to be up for parole. I just don't know what else to. That one, with each day that goes on, I feel worse for her, because I would hate to be charged with something and be 4 years down the road still trying to get to court to defend myself.
There was a trial that I followed a couple of summers ago before I found out about LawTube that I'm not sure anybody else followed. It was the Tara Grinstead murder in Ocala, Georgia.
Yep.
I did not follow
Well,
that
I'm
one.
from Georgia, so yeah, I did.
Well, I figured you would hear it. You would know about it. I found out about it on a podcast that I listened to. Payne Lindsay.
Which one I haven't heard?
Huh?
Which trial? I haven't heard. Which trial are you talking about?
Tara Grinstead. She was a teacher, a former beauty queen and a teacher, and 2 of her students allegedly unalived her. And through the podcast that Payne Lindsay did, it's called Up and Vanished, he actually kind of broke the case. So I followed that one pretty close.
That was different than the Spanish teacher that the 2 boys didn't like the grade they were getting, so they.
Yeah, that's different.
That's
different. Yeah.
Yeah. Teachers don't get paid enough.
What's crazy about this one is the 2 guys that are convicted, they had almost the same last name.
They did.
One was Duke, one was Duke.
It was Ryan Duke and Bo Duke.
Bo Duke, yeah.
Those names sound really familiar.
They were like best friends.
He's serving 25 years. And it actually happened in 2005.
Yeah. And Ryan just went to trial.
Yeah, Ryan just went to trial.
I think for me, if there was a court case I could go watch, I don't want to go back to anything. I like being there when something new happens, so I have to look forward. It's going to be like Brian Koberger. If I could be there every day for BK.
For that one too.
I don't think anyone's going to get to be there every day because there's so much interest. Everyone's going to have to be. It's a lottery system for seating. I'm sure they're going to end up doing. Although they thought that Chad Daybell would have a huge crowd, and I think starting Monday they're going to go away. You don't need to pre-draw your tickets anymore. Denise is up there. One of our viewers, but we'll see. Maybe I think with BK, especially with the alibi that he just released the other day, saying I was out with the stars and the moon, I couldn't have killed anybody. And somebody just did some quick research and said it was overcast that night. It was really cloudy.
Yeah, that was when I read that. I was thinking exactly like that. What was the weather? Was it? I doubt that it was, clear that you can see stars.
Wasn't there a snowstorm blowing through too?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
It depends where he says he was. And I wonder if he says I ran down in the mountain trails looking for the moon and stuff. Because his car went into sort of like some, I think it was after the time of the killings. He did that whole trip down. Possibly down to the Snake River even, right? And then back up.
I think they think that's where he discarded the weapon and the clothing, potentially.
Yeah, he was in a national park of some sort that's there.
We need to do a metal detecting convention and go find the weapon. That'd be cool. Hey, Mrs. R.A., welcome back. What do you have there?
Hey, Mrs. R.A.
Hello, Mrs. R.A.
We're in verdict watch. Let me get you some headphones. Hang on one second. Okay, I'm not sure if you can hear that. Can you hear them? Okay, can one of you talk and see if Mrs. Ari can hear you?
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Do you guys know what you look like to me? You look like an amazing counsel on telling a future mother-in-law how the heck to do a wedding.
It depends. Do you like the son-in-law?
Well, it's actually my son, so he's okay.
Oh,
Well, I'm actually going to be in a wedding in 2 weeks for my brother, so you know.
Are you really? What role are you playing? Are you doing anything?
I'm one of the groomsmen, so I guess it depends if I like my future sister-in-law or not.
Do you?
Somewhat.
You don't have to answer here.
Somewhat.
Well, my cousin is getting married this summer, so yeah.
That's awesome. I've never been involved in I planned my own wedding, but that was it. And now, as the mother of the groom, I'm like, dude, this sucks. This is no fun at all.
Well, the good thing about being the mother of the groom is there's not much planning for your side of the family. You just have to make sure he has a tux.
I know, but there's a whole, well, we're in charge of the dinner too.
The rehearsal dinner?
The luncheon after the wedding and before the reception.
Oh.
I've been in the same amount of weddings as I have been in juries, so I guess things come in threes.
Hopefully there's a different ending.
Guilty.
I helped plan my mom's second wedding, so if you need any help.
Yeah, I'm mostly just saying, where are the boundaries? Here's what I want to do, and I know that this is terrible. I just want to write a check. Here's the money, people. You figure it out. But no,
that's exactly what my dad did. When we planned the wedding in Serbia, and my dad was in Sweden, so the only job he had was to show up.
This is a nice job. I want that job. And the check. Yep.
Yeah, we just bought airline tickets, rental cars.
Yeah, we haven't done the cars yet, but yeah, we've got a place to stay and a way to get there. But last time, all right, why are you guys here? Are you here to hear all of my stories?
Why? Because we love. All right,
we're in Verdict Watch. Let me see if I can see where we are. Hang on. We are. Nope, that's not it. I can't even see. Preview live. Oh, we're 6 hours in on deliberation. And the jury's actually, they're out to lunch, but they might be working through lunch, so we're still waiting.
Nice.
So we're testing StreamYard to get people's take on things. And
nice.
We never worked through lunch for our jury, did
it? Inside track there. Yep. So okay, we've got Josh, Britt Bottoms. Oh no, Angela. Is that how you said that?
Yep.
Yes.
Angela? Okay, the defense rests and Courtney.
Defense rests is Jody. So Jody's in Australia. Courtney is in the U.S. Josh in the U.S. Britt Bottoms in the U.S. Angela is in Sweden.
Sweden.
Wow, you guys.
And you missed. We also had South Africa.
Sweet.
Represented.
Samantha? No.
Vicky.
Okay.
And who else do we have? Anybody else?
Brian
from the U.S. Brian's a new member.
That's like a shrug. Oh, lame from the U.S.
I have the memory of a goldfish. So. Thank you, Angela, for helping.
That's awesome. So, maybe instead of me telling my wedding woes, what's going on with the trial? I haven't watched this at all.
Do you want to bring the chair over there? I'll turn the camera so you can actually be seen.
No, I look like a mop head.
Angela, you can be the foreperson into this.
Angela, what's up?
Yep.
No, I actually had an unrelated question for you because you are for Mrs. Are.
Okay.
Yeah, because you are a homeschool teacher. I am also starting to be a teacher.
Yeah.
I heard firsthand from Scott that you did some physics experiments with marshmallows.
Oh, we've blown everything up.
Well, I have to make you this. I did more, surely more blowing up than you.
Angela, you're a physicist, right? That's what you do. You do tests.
Things explode.
And Angela, actually, my mom's a teacher, so you know.
Does she
Well,
blow
I
things
do.
up?
Do I?
I blow up things in vacuum chambers, so it's contained. It's not that bad. Not yet, at least. I still.
Leave your options open.
There's a little store over here that sells supplies for teachers, and some of it's for homeschoolers and some's for public school. But they sell a little mini vacuum chamber that's powered by a syringe, so you can draw the syringe out, and it creates. It's not a perfect vacuum, but it's enough that it can. You can boil water at room temperature, so you can pull enough of a vacuum that you can do that. And obviously, marshmallows or the Peeps, the little Easter marshmallows that are little.
Those things are evil.
Do you see the dog? Do you see
Hello,
Josh's
puppy.
dog just like
That's
jump
my dog.
right?
I've got her, and then I've got another one. She's somewhere.
From experience, do not put whipped cream in those vacuum chambers. Please, do not.
What happens?
I'm
Yes.
gonna find the video. Hold on. I have a video.
Is it one you filmed?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
No.
So, Angela, just to make your brain explode, what is the most interesting thing that you have stuck in a chamber and made explode?
Well, I mostly do balloons because it's high school and elementary school kids that I do
Okay.
experiment with. So it's mostly balloons and marshmallows and cookies that has whipped cream in it. So,
Very cool.
but if you have any other ideas, I'm open to it.
I know. I'm trying to remember what we did. The water to make it boil.
That one. There's a trick to it.
What?
Add the dish soap.
That's cheating, Angela.
So what we're talking about is you're boiling water at room temperature by lowering the atmospheric pressure around the water. So the water is just room temperature. You suck out all the oxygen and the pressure. I don't know. Science magic happens and it starts boiling, but it doesn't change the temperature at all. It just starts boiling. So
I got to say, some of our most exciting things have been done with dry ice. That Scott will make root beer or whatever, and the dry ice just boiling over the edge of the whatever that is, the cooler.
When I make root beer, we do a dry ice version, and you're supposed to have like 2.5 pounds of dry ice. I get like 15 or 20
It's a lot.
because 15 pounds are for experiments, and then the other 5 pounds are for the actual recipe.
It's so cool. If you stick a spoon on dry ice and just set it there, it's like sings. It
vibrates
really high.
Okay, I found the video.
Okay.
Hang on, let me see if I can make you go full screen. Just 1 second.
Oh.
There we go. Okay, so that's a bell chamber. That's a glass.
Hold on a second. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Now it's on.
Okay.
Is that whipped cream inside of there?
We're watching the vacuum. You can see the gauge changing. That's as it sucks the air out. It's pulling a vacuum. It's growing. Is that like a chocolate shellac cover?
Yes.
It's nearly complete here. So you can see the dial when it shows the dial that there's just that's almost all the air sucked out. There's like zero air in there. It's complete vacuum.
You see that kids that I'm showing this to are filming too.
Yeah.
Okay, that was everything. Oh, and here is here's how it looked once.
It just grows. And do you let all the air back in all at once?
Yes, and I'm gonna show you how this is how it looked afterwards.
Yes, it just sprays. Yeah. You have to clean the jar.
That's
cool. Yeah, and I think I have one of the. It was really messy once. It was really bad. Yes, someone asked for my phone case. Here's how it looks.
Looks awesome. Thanks, Angela. Thanks for sharing
cool.
our science experiment for the day. Yeah, you can. You have the professional stuff. Obviously, you've got the motorized vacuum and the nice glass bell chamber. You can get a cheap version. Maybe I'll see if I can find a link for you because I love it. It's like the size of maybe a cup, a mug you drink out of, like a coffee mug, but it's clear and it's plastic, and kids can use it. It's safe. It just uses little tubing and some one-way valves, and you could just draw a vacuum by hand. And it is so much fun. Oh my goodness! It makes you the coolest teacher on the block when you have one.
This is actually at my work, and this is actually it's not the greatest vacuum chamber comparison to how high vacuum we have at work. This is like nothing. So we use cheating codes like dish soap.
You can cheat. I'm not going to tell.
Yeah. Well, everyone knows that. Like I even showed them how I put little dish soap.
Yeah, that's awesome. I bet that looks cool.
You can also use for an experiment, Alka-Seltzer and cooking oil in a water bottle.
What?
I think
Well, Alka-Seltzer is going to.
That sounds dangerous and seems like I need to.
This
first
sounds like
run...
dry ice in a 2-liter bottle, and I've done that one too.
Face, she's like, wait a second.
Well, you see, where I work, you have to when you do dangerous stuff, you need to run by security. That sounds like I need to run by some people first before I do that, if I want to keep my job.
That's funny.
It's not too bad.
Angela, do you have a YouTube channel?
I have, but I am not posting anything.
You own one.
So, by show of hands, Defense Rest has a YouTube channel. You can search for it by just typing out the Defense Rest, but you have to spell it wrong like she does. Just kidding. The alternative spelling. Courtney, do you have a YouTube channel?
No.
No. Joshua?
No, but I'm currently writing a book.
Hey.
What's it about?
Oh, wow.
Well, it's not about crime, so.
That's good.
Just tell us it's better than Chad Daybell's book that he's
low
being
bar.
It's a Christian devotional book.
Christian relational book?
Christian devotional book.
Devotional book.
Oh,
awesome.
that's cool.
That's cool. It sounds probably more inspirational.
Yeah,
uplifting.
Much.
And it does
that's
not
cool.
It does not include Alka-Seltzer or cooking oil or a water bottle.
Wise.
That's also good.
Very wise.
Because I think there's some liability when you start teaching people how to do that. Well, we are officially. Let me see if I can see where we are. Yeah, we're 6 hours 15 minutes into deliberation. I think the jury should be coming back about now for deliberation, and I have not heard anything from Laura as far as additional questions beyond that last one.
What's everybody's take on this? I'm sure you've already talked about this, but do you feel that he's guilty or not guilty?
I don't know if I give my take on it, but I say not guilty.
How come?
It has not been proven. Maybe if the defense did a better job of proving it, and it was a faulty. They did not do a good job of doing investigation work, in my opinion. Like, who was the guy that had a long talk interview and then recorded like 5 minutes just to
That's
say
a sheriff.
Sheriff.
That's like he's the top dog.
You do not do that. Okay, yeah, I was here, and I talked to him, but I did not record the whole thing.
Oh, I heard that.
Did the witness at least sign the witness statement?
Well, yeah, exactly. He signed
it was a video. He just filmed it on his phone.
Yeah.
The last 6 minutes. 45 minutes to an hour long total, and the last 6 minutes are on video.
Let me pull my phone out. Okay, let me say I was there. All right, come on.
Okay. I have no take on this because I have not watched it, but anybody else want to share their take?
I don't think he's guilty.
Okay, how
Just
come?
because of the way the wounds are in the decedent. From what I understand, the way they explained how the house sets and where the body was found, Mr. Kelly is uphill.
Mr. Kelly's the defendant or the decedent?
He's the defendant.
He's
Okay.
the defendant.
So, with the significance of that, with Mr. Kelly being uphill, the victim was shot in an upward trajectory. So the bullet entered the back, the right side of his back, and went upwards.
So he would
out
have
his
to be like
chest.
laying
So
down, downhill.
He would have to be downhill for it to, yeah.
Hey, Steve.
Hi, that was a surprise. I was just looking down, and I'm like, "Oh, you're in the show." Hi.
I recognize the individual. Like, yeah, he's good.
Wait.
So Courtney's not guilty, and Josh is a not guilty. Anyone else want to chime in?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. How come?
State didn't prove anything. The only thing state proved is they have a bunch of bumbling imbeciles in their sheriff's department.
Oh.
So Steve, for those that don't know, Steve N has been championing.
One of.
That's a tough word. The thumbnail, building of the thumbnail for this case. And it's
You've
probably
done a great job,
It-
Steve.
It's been quite the group effort, including Josh and Red Pen and
How much fun is
Rusty
Canva?
Dogs. Oh my goodness.
There's so much going on with the thumbnail. I'm lost. We need a walkthrough.
There needs to be a little bit more control over images like Photoshop, but you can't skew. You can skew some of the images, but you can't skew all of the images. And yeah, it's
Are
interesting to
you're
look
feeling
at.
frustrated? Is it thwarting your artistic license here?
It is. I just feel so held down and just
I see Welsh Lady Reed.
repressed.
Welsh Lady, do you have a camera? I wasn't going to put you on if you're not ready. I'm not sure
Well,
if it's just going to
Steve,
be audio.
I think you've got grounds. You should sue Recovery Addict, holding your back.
You know,
It's not Recovery Addict. It's Canva.
Oh, okay. Go for it.
Yeah, it's Canva. Not him. No.
We have almost a full jury here. Okay, who else?
Wow.
there we go. We've got
This
Welsh
is
Lady in
almost
here.
My
Welsh
mom
Lady,
is also here.
Hi, Mom.
Hi.
I posted the link in chat, so everyone, it's wide open.
You
now.
did. That threw me off because you said you weren't going to do that. I'm like, did he just post that link in chat?
I figure anyone who's stuck around this long is a true fan. So
What was that
it's
TV
All
show back in
1,100 of us.
the 80s that had all the celebrities
Hollywood
in the
Squares?
boxes?
The
Was it
Brady
Hollywood
Bunch.
Squares?
Yes.
Brady Bunch. Yeah.
Steve, I see a guitar in the background. Tell me a little bit about your the influence behind.
Hang on.
what you play. Yeah.
Trying to get my camera adjusted so I can look at the screen and not have you guys looking at the top of my head.
For real, everybody has an amazing mic setup. I'm like the last person to get a cool mic.
So jab at me. Welsh Lady Reeds, can you hear us? Welsh Lady, I cannot hear you. I'm gonna put you back in the green room. If you can turn your camera on and give us a thumbs up, we'll bring you back out here.
Hi, Mr. Raiden. Hey.
Hey,
Hi,
hey,
buddy.
bud.
That looks so cool, bud.
That's my tiny human.
I need someone to exquisitely explain Chick-fil-A
Yeah, that's him
because
screaming in the
we don't have
background.
that in
Chick-fil-A?
Australia, and it sounds delicious.
It's the Lord's
Chick-fil-A.
chicken. It is delicious.
Mhm. But I always want it on Sundays.
Always on Sunday.
It's a fast food store that specializes in chicken, usually fried, and breaded and blessed.
What did y'all say? What's the lowest chicken?
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A.
Oh, Chick-fil-A. Yes, it is.
Just sounds delicious.
They're
I have the
renowned
recipe
for
the
having
batter.
very good service,
do, Courtney?
It's
always their
do.
pleasure.
It
It's always
involves
the-
pickle juice.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Really?
Yes.
This is why, Jen. This is why.
I forgot you're a pickle guy. Yeah, that's amazing.
And
That's
the
brilliant.
batter has chicken juice or pickle juice in it.
Why do you guys know this?
I
I thought
didn't
that
work there,
was common
but
knowledge.
I know that it's buttermilk and pickle juice and flour and salt and pepper and a few other seasonings.
There's some dupes recipes on Pinterest, and they all have pickle juice in the batter, or they're marinated in pickle juice.
Huh.
Yeah, the brine and the marinade have pickle juice in it, and you marinate the chicken overnight, and then you batter it and fry it.
So we had a Chick-fil-A on campus in college, and they were closed on Sundays, and I was like, but it was like in the student center. I was so upset.
I read somewhere that someone had idea to have a food truck in Chick-fil-A's parking lot, and that sells chicken only on
On
Sunday.
Sundays? Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
So a true story, I went through the drive-thru one time, and there was like a petting zoo in between the building and the drive-thru, like where the cars were, and there was a
chicken. Your audio's cutting out again, Britt Bottoms.
Oh, we missed the punchline.
Oh, is that better? Can you hear me now?
A little bit.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Still yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Still
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay. But no, there was a chicken in the little petting zoo in the parking lot. And I was like, because that's what I want to see before I go eat a chicken sandwich.
Didn't have a-
It's like a guilt trip.
How is it different from the restaurant having a lobster in the tank when you go there?
Hey, there's a reason they don't do that anymore.
Just so long as they didn't have a potato or waffle fries out there for you to pet.
No. No potatoes.
Speaking of food, I have a tricky question for you. So near my university is near my university building there are two restaurants. There is a salads place and a pizzeria. During the lunch hour, where is the longest queue? Pizzeria or salads place?
Given the way the story's going, I'm going to say salad place.
Pizzeria.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
given
he's right.
Sweden, it's probably the salad place.
I know. What's the dinner time?
It's a salads place, but salads place is only open like until 3 to 4 p.m. depends on the day, and is not open on weekends. So it's
can only be healthy.
It's because people are watching and they know that they're supposed to eat healthy. If they were on their own, they'd get the pizza. Brian Heston, I see you in chat. Are you ready to come in? Thumbs up, and there we go. Welcome, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
Hello
Hi,
again,
Brian.
everyone.
Welcome back. Let's see, we've got a group. We've got trying to get a couple more people
talking about food again.
Yes. I have a question for you, Brian.
Go ahead.
Ivan.
Oh, wow.
Well, you're a sleep doctor. You were talking about sleep earlier, and my dad. I have a fun story that my dad's snoring sometimes sound like cats fighting.
Well, first of all, I'm not a doctor. I'm a sleep technologist.
That just means you can give advice and not have to worry if people take it or not.
or get sued for practicing without a medical license. But yeah, so again, somebody asked about that earlier. Snoring can be indicative of a sleep problem like sleep apnea. Or it could be what we call benign snoring, which means that it bothers everyone else, but not the person that's actually doing it. So
Brian, is it possible to have sleep apnea and not snore?
yes, it is. Yes.
Oh.
So we just
Oh,
have
it's
two more
Rhonda.
that joined. Ivan and is it Ada or Ada?
Ada.
Ada.
I was right.
So both of you, I happen to know, have YouTube are content creators. Ivan, I know you're on YouTube. Ada, I think you're mostly active on Facebook. Is that right?
Actually, I do Facebook and YouTube simultaneously.
Awesome. Ada, I've worked with a little bit offline, helping with your stream and with some audio things. You have a cool setup too. I can't wait to see it here in this live stream. Can you show it or not?
I'm actually on my big camera, so I can't turn it around. But I have everything you have except for the switcher. How's the sound on your end?
It's coming in hot and clipping. So if you can turn it down a bit.
Is that better?
That's much better. Much better.
Okay. I'm deaf. I
Okay.
can't hear myself. So thumbs up if you need me to turn it up or down. So we're good?
We're good.
Awesome.
Can you give
I'm
me a
from
thumbs up?
Texas. I live near the border, somewhat near, and we've had a lot of experiences with illegals on the family ranch and things. So we've got a lot of insight on this.
Awesome. Ivan on the other border. You want to introduce yourself, Ivan?
How's my sound? My setup is very intricate.
It sounds like you're in like Wisconsin or something. What's wrong?
It's a vertical iPhone shot leaned against two John Grisham books. It's very, very high tech. And so yes, I'm near the northern border, northwest Wisconsin. So that's why you hear
the temperature there?
That's why you hear no accent. Is because Wisconsin doesn't have any. But I was listening to RA to your question about cases you would have liked to sit in on. I would have loved to sit in, keeping it regional here. I would have loved to have been in the Stephen Avery, also known as Making a Murderer trial. That's one that I would have loved to have been, a fly on the wall during, because I think that's a case where I still have no idea. Because you can't really go off of the docuseries because, there's a lot in there for sure, but of course they don't have the entire trial. So I don't think I ever got your take, or anybody else's for that matter, about that trial, because it was sensationalized for like 6 to 9 months there once it hit Netflix. But what did you think about that, RA?
I didn't follow that. That's the one that they made the TV show about it, right?
Yeah, the one where he was falsely convicted of a sexual assault, and then he was let out after 18 years because of DNA. And then like a year later, they found that photographer from Auto Trader, or they didn't found her remains burnt up after he responded to an ad, after, all those years of being held for a crime he didn't do, and then gets, somewhat railroaded by the very department that he ended up having a huge multi-million lawsuit against.
Yeah, that was funny how that happens. No, I didn't follow the original one, and this might be a surprise, but I don't own like a TV that can watch TV on. I don't have cable. I don't even have an antenna for the monitor that sits here.
Every one of your devices is a TV. This isn't 1984. Every single device you possess is a TV.
As a famous YouTuber who makes trillions of dollars a year, you don't have a regular television?
Steve, who showed you our money?
It keeps going. There's a zero added each time I say it now.
You can't use the I don't have a TV thing when you have 7 screens in front of you. Okay, that's not exactly.
Oh, we use it every time we go through Sam's Club. Like, sorry, we don't have one.
Yeah, right.
He is the TV.
Right.
Yeah.
See, I'm still sending out invites and people are still joining. So sorry if I'm a little bit distracted here as I'm getting.
That's okay. I just wanted to pop in. I got to get to the store. I got to make sure it's running. I just wanted to pop in. I never, I'm glad you're doing this. This is cool. This should be the new Verdict Watch, setup in my opinion. So I'll get out of here and let you bring somebody else in.
Thanks, Ivan. Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see everybody.
I was coming in when people were talking about guilty or not guilty.
Yeah.
I have a question. I'm harping on the water. If they were carrying 6 liters of water each person, both the witness and the victim, and they stopped and dropped the water, and then they ran a little further, where's the water? Coyotes do not carry the water.
It evaporated.
carry the water, but the bottles. I mean, they don't carry that kind of stuff because they're crossing, they get to a point, and then they boogie out. These people who continue on the journey up towards Phoenix or wherever are the ones who carry. The witness is just, I'm sorry. I don't believe he's guilty. I think that if anything they may try to get him on is the fact that he fired a weapon up in the air with a
That
Go ahead, Angela.
well, not only that, but w- it's Arizona. It's dry. How how old is that footprint? Would be my question also.
How what?
Was that
How old was the footprint?
Yeah. When was that left?
That's the other thing. The footprint that bothered me when I watched it. Once again, our terrain is very similar to Arizona's in parts of Texas, and footprints can stay a long time as long as there's no moisture or like a cattle coming in and disturbing the footprint. But the thing that gets me is that there is a body that supposedly fell backwards by the witness, and the witness said he was kneeling next to him. He stood up, he left. So there wouldn't be a footprint, there would be multiples. You'll see in the dirt where the knees were, you'll see the slipping of footprints. None of that was seen unless he was wearing carpeted shoes, which is very common. They put the carpet on the bottom of the shoes and they wear that so you can't see footprint. So the footprint in and of itself could have also been the ranchers from a month prior or week prior. This is in January. And it's cold, but it's not a lot of rain. So that footprint could have been weeks old, days old.
And God knows who's.
Yeah. And the fact that they had a footprint and it didn't match Mr. Kelly's, it didn't match the victims. Why didn't you try and see if it matched the witness? But my biggest thing out of all this, and I'm not a lawyer, I am going to school for criminal justice, may become one in the future, but I'm 54. I don't know if I want to go that long. My biggest here's the thing, and I'm not a lawyer, I am going to school. You go across the border as a sheriff. From what I understand of the law, that's a big no-no. Why is any of the evidence in the witness's comments and what little recording he had coming into evidence at all? That's ill-gotten gain. Why are they even
fruit of the
using
poisonous tree? You can't bring that in, I think. But
why was it even permitted? You've got self-admission. I went across. I didn't connect the consulate.
Oh, but we used to do it all the time as DEA. That means I can do it as sheriff.
No, I think the problem is it's illegal for him to do it in Mexico.
We used to do it all the time as DEA. That means I can do it as sheriff.
No, I got a
think the problem is it's illegal for him to do it in Mexico.
We used to do it all the time as DEA. That means I can do it as sheriff.
Somebody started a.
The problem is it's illegal for him to do it in Mexico.
Not on my end either.
Somebody started a. I'm gonna mute everybody really quickly. Hang on.
Not on my end either.
Somebody started a. I'm gonna mute everybody really quickly. Hang on.
Hi,
Selena. Can y'all hear me? Okay. The thing about going in the border is in 2020, I believe it was, there was a new law enacted that you could not go across the border and interview witnesses or do any kind of investigation. You can't even do depositions without notifying either the U.S. consulate and the police. And there's certain rules that was enacted in 2020. That was a big problem. But the problem I have is there was no recording. There was nothing. The only thing I can think of is that the witness was originally from Honduras. He stated on the stand that he is illegally in Mexico for 2 years. He's been crossing into the U.S. illegally time and time again. So he was concerned about testifying because he was afraid, he stated that he'd get sent back to Honduras. I think if he's anything cartel, which I think he very well may be, he's probably worried about his head.
Yeah. Let me stop for
Am
just a
I on
minute.
the screen?
Welsh lady. Yes, I brought you on.
I put a message in the private chat. Please,
One second.
Scott.
Hang on one
That's
second.
what we thought.
You look beautiful.
Oh, no, I don't. I'm in my dressing gown ready for bed.
The volume is coming really, really loud on yours, Welsh lady.
Oh, I'll try that. Look.
Okay.
How's that?
I turned it way down because my ears were protesting. So let me turn it back up a little bit.
Oh, I'm
on my
sorry. I'm
end.
busting eardrums. How's that?
What? I'm just kidding. It's a little better. Welsh lady, if you click on the camera button, it will turn your camera off.
Thank you.
But it's great to see you.
What? Leave your camera on. Oh, I guess that's typical.
Oh no, I looked at me, man. I haven't even done my hair. Let me move my mic away for a bit. I haven't even
He
done
hasn't
my
done
hair.
his either.
I look like, well.
I mean, I just had to pull mine back for this.
Yeah.
So I can stick on my dragon. How's that?
Okay.
I'm still here.
Well,
It's still me.
you're still here. You have to click the camera button. So at the very bottom of the screen,
Oh, aye.
there you go.
Yeah. See,
It's all on.
my dragon.
There you go. Dragon it is.
Scott, it's lovely to see you. Hello, panel. I'm loving this. I am. Seeing everybody's names.
Crazy, huh? So, Welsh lady, what's your take on this? Do you think that he's guilty or not guilty?
The trial of, sorry, because I was dealing with technology. What, are we talking about the trial of in Arizona?
Yes.
Oh, he's not guilty. Definitely.
Okay,
There's
how
too
come?
much reasonable doubt. Too much reasonable doubt. I think the defense has done a fantastic job of bringing in evidence to show how just inept some of these people are on the witness stand, especially by the professionals. I'm trying to be very polite because it's Scott's stream, and when I'm on other streams, I'm a little bit different. But
Thank you.
yeah.
Appreciate
No,
that.
I'm trying to. No, I try my best, but yes, I saw. To me, I was dipping in and out a little bit, and then I'm more in, and watching it all. And the more I watched, the more I was like, I can't believe.
Yeah, let me interrupt. Selena, I think we got your audio issue fixed.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Welcome.
Oh, hello everyone.
Hi.
Hi, Selena.
Hello, it's just kind of fun.
Where are you from, Selena?
I live in Utah.
Sweet. Is it freezing there?
Yes, it is cold.
That's why we left.
It's
I
what,
know.
85 degrees here in North Carolina. It's beautiful.
We had to turn our furnace on last night again, but tomorrow I'm going to visit my granddaughter in Texas, so I'm looking forward to that warmer weather.
Where in Texas?
It's not going to be much warmer in Texas. The cold front just blew through. It is 70
Oh,
degrees
shoot.
right now.
She
And the low
lives
tonight, it's like 51.
She lives by Waco. She's about
Oh, it's
15
warmer
minutes
there.
from Waco.
It's
I know
warmer
that
there.
So you're going to be in
Can
the
you spend-
70s and the low 60s on Sunday when it gets back up in the 70s. It's perfect weather.
Oh, that will be perfect considering what Utah has been. I've been freezing, so.
Scott, I'm
what part
going
of
to dip out. My husband
Okay.
just got home.
Thanks, Courtney. Appreciate
See
it.
you, Courtney.
Great to meet
Bye,
you.
y'all.
Bye, Courtney.
I think, did Courtney
Selena-
say she thinks not guilty?
Selena, you're in Ogden, right? Is that
I live in West Valley.
West Valley? Okay.
But
For
I
those that
grew
don't know,
up-
that's not far from
The airport.
The airport. It takes me 10 minutes to get to the airport. I'm so excited. And we watch the planes land all the time.
Scott, I gotta go too.
Who
I
said
gotta
that?
go.
Joshua, thank you.
Joshua.
Appreciate that.
All right,
We'll
see ya.
man.
Nice to see you, Joshua.
Hey, Josh.
So long, Joshua.
Nice to
Before
meet you.
anybody else bails, have you all said what you think on this?
Not me yet, but
Let's hear it. What do you think?
well, I think he's guilty. I thought he was guilty all along, but I don't think that the state had a strong. I think they botched their case, and I don't think he's going to be convicted. It'll either be a not guilty or a hung jury. I feel like I just think they just terrible Their case was terrible.
Selena coming in for the minority.
I am.
We love
awesome.
it.
And that's okay. That's
It
okay.
is.
My name, yeah, my name is Selena Team Minority now.
I love that you stick around even when you're sometimes outnumbered on some cases.
Oh, I'm totally outnumbered on this one, but I feel like the 911 calls bothered me from the way he acted on those, and his story changed so many times. I just feel like he is guilty, but I don't think he's going to be convicted.
Can I ask a question? I live in a state that we have a stand your ground, and I'll be honest, I've said it all my life. I'm on the ranch. We've had illegals running by. If they're running by and they're not shooting guns or we don't hear gunshots, we just let them go. You hear a gunshot, they come into your home. Actually, we lost the house. My family's ranch house, we think, was burnt down by some of them accidentally. But there comes a point to where if you hear a gunshot and you say he did go out there and shoot up and the guy did get hit by one of the bullets, at what point is it, and I'm not saying right or wrong, I'm not saying you're right or wrong, I'm just argument's sake. At what point do you put your safety and the safety of your spouse above and you defend when you feel like you're threatened? Just curious.
This is a tough question, and I've had to.
Very
I
good.
think for the channel because
Very tough.
it gets into some
Yes.
tough issues. I think we have to just break it down and say we can only look at this legally as what was legal and is not. And at that point, you've got a question of self defense.
Well,
and here's what
I don't know the Arizona law. That's why I'm asking this. In Arizona law, what is that boundary?
They don't have a stand your ground, but they do have, I believe, castle doctrine.
Okay,
And they
okay,
don't-
back up. What are these? What?
Stand your ground means that there's no duty to retreat.
Okay.
So if there's a confrontation, you're in a place you have a right to be in. You have no duty to try to get out of the situation before defending yourself. Castle doctrine
is when
See-
if you're a writer, you can work with the NYPD and take law enforcement into your own hands.
Well, the Castern doctrine.
Oh,
is
sorry,
actually
that's Castle.
in
That
your
was the
home.
TV show. My bad.
And I was
Steve, you're breaking up a little
I
bit.
know. I'm like, Steve's got to go. That cannot be right.
He has a very dry sense of humor, and it comes. I like it.
Yeah.
Well,
what's Castle doctrine?
weird, right? That I sat here looking at all the screens.
Oh.
Welsh lady
Is it weird?
turned into a
I
robot.
sat here looking at all the screens going, well, again.
You're back.
It'll sort itself out now.
I
Yeah. Right, sorry. Robotic me. Is it weird? I was looking at all the screens going, who's talking? That's freaky. And then I realised, oh, it's Mrs. R.A. Hello, Mrs. R.A.
Angela, I see.
Yes,
Angela's
yes. Can you send the live stream link again? Samantha asked.
Yes.
I have a question. I want to say something else real quick. I don't think that he needed to use the level that he did for self-defense when there was no weapons found on the victim. I struggle with that too.
So that falls into the reasonableness of the use of force, and that's something
Right.
that the jury gets to decide. The law is written in Arizona that he can defend if he has the right to defend himself, and if we assume that there was actually a shot and he believes he was getting shot at, then he's allowed to defend himself. He's allowed to use whatever force is necessary up to what is needed to provide the defense. And it's a reasonable person test. And reasonable person tests don't work. They don't.
That is a hard one.
When you're threatened.
That is going to be hard to decide for the jury.
Well, nobody knows a reasonable person except themselves, right?
Well, that leaves
I
me out.
am the only reasonable person.
I'm
in my
not
head.
reasonable. I know what at all, but because I'm always arguing against everyone on chat. But I don't know.
I think that should be the rule.
So let's say he had a gun on him, and the guy who, what's his name, Daniel, was the witness.
Right.
Said, let's just for argument's sake, say they both had guns, and this guy gets shot. Now, I love the defenses, and I'm devil's advocate here. how she's talking about someone's in the wash, maybe even Daniel. The guy's climbing out of the wash. They had a disagreement. The trajectory is appropriate because the victim's above the shooter if he's in the wash or gully. But I will be honest, Daniel would have grabbed that gun and gone. They're not going to leave the weapon laying there.
That's what I
Nobody
was
leaves
thinking.
weapons or drugs
And
laying
or anything in the backpack.
no. And they're not going to leave the drugs because that's money that they get across the border and they don't have the drugs and they don't deliver the drugs. They can be gone. Like I said on my channel, I've gone to the border and done training. I have seen what they have done to people, the mutilation and the violence that happens if you don't come across with the product that you're supposed to have. And a lot of times those guns are owned by the cartel, not the actual person carrying that gun.
And
So
that's that evidence, basically, that what we hear from the cartel, the brutal murders, and you hear about them in Mexico a lot.
horrible.
That's, I mean, a car is found in the middle of a busy intersection and it just has body parts in it. And
Oh,
it's cartel.
Well, they feed them to lions in front of them. They'll cut your arm off and feed it to a lion. I actually saw video of this, that this had happened. They cut the arm off and feed it to the lion while you're watching the lion eat your limb.
So we
So
won't
they're
go
not
further
gonna
into that.
No.
I'm sorry,
but,
my bad. But what I'm saying is they're not going to leave anything of value that belongs to the cartel anywhere. So the fact that there wasn't a gun or drugs doesn't surprise me.
yeah, and that also goes to show that this wasn't a cartel killing.
Right.
There
Okay,
wouldn't be
so
one bullet hole.
let me be the devil's advocate because I've asked this question in chat. Then, who do you think shot him if it wasn't Mr. Kelly?
I would include Daniel on my list of suspects.
Definitely.
I would possibly include.
Well, and there was another person. I can't remember his name.
Two other witnesses that came forward.
Daniel and
Rodriguez, or not Rodriguez.
Marcus or somebody.
Miguel.
Anyway, there was
yeah.
Miguel. That's it. There was another one. Yeah. So
Interesting. Why would they? I just wondering what Daniel's reasoning would be to shoot him. What his purpose of that would be.
If they were,
I can't.
What?
Go ahead, you want to say, Angela?
I don't see any reason why Daniel would kill him, but
I don't
maybe
either.
someone else.
Yes,
I
but we're
mean,
thinking
Daniel
like
for me was very genuine and very scared. So more than others that testified. So I don't know. I don't think he did it.
I see a lot of people saying money and rugs.
That's
and
true.
And that backpack then is body face down, backpack over his head, contents spilled, or open the backpack open. That to me, maybe they went across, and Kelly shot the gun in the air, frightened him. Maybe needed to get the stuff from who's the person who died? Oh, that's awful of me. What's his name?
But Nursey Dogmon, there's no more speculation than the prosecution did during this whole trial and the police did during this whole investigation.
That's even though I think he is guilty. I have to agree that their case and the investigation was so crappy. Oh my gosh.
I just was waiting for the aha moment and never saw the aha moment. There's nothing that puts the nail on the coffin or drives it home. And whether he shot him or not, I mean, we'll never know. But yeah, there's just not enough evidence to convict on that end.
I also wonder if Daniel was even there.
Exactly.
I watched that video from Big Super with the sheriff, and that sheriff went across the border, and he's got friends down there. He's very, well known there and very pally with them. And I wonder if they didn't just get Daniel, feed him what they thought was enough information to be a witness. Then he comes forward and screws it all up. He doesn't know whether he was on the other side of town. He
that scenario for me makes more sense, especially to show he was very nervous when he was getting interviewed again.
Yeah, because he didn't know what happened, and
he was
he's
getting
trying to
things wrong.
remember. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got lawyer's daughter in
that.
lawyer's daughter in the green room. Do you have a camera, or are you?
I
don't want to bring you on
want
if
to
you're not
say
ready.
real quick, if I could go back and watch a trial. My first trial was OJ. That's what got me hooked on true crime. So
I was not born yet, so I can't say that.
and I was just barely married at 18. I got married, and that was going on, and we watched the police chase of the white Bronco, and ever since then that sucked me in, and I've loved true crime since.
Yeah,
I was thinking about that.
my first.
I wish I could have been in that trial. I mean, the attorneys he had, the dream team. I mean, that was some incredible lawyering there.
Well, I remember thinking, because I watched it practically every day.
I did too.
And if I felt he was guilty, but knowing what I know that the jury knew, because there was a lot of stuff that we saw on TV that was held from the jury. So I don't know if I was on that jury if I wouldn't have found him not guilty, because they didn't know everything that we knew.
Yes, true.
And that's really what got me interested in watching trials all the time now, is to see exactly what's going on.
It's that darn glove.
I served on a jury when I grew up in a really small town, and I got picked for jury duty, and it was on a domestic violence case, and we convicted the man, but they kept so much information out from us, because after the trial was over, one of the social workers come up to us and said, "You guys made the right decision, because you didn't get to hear the threatening calls from the jail, and you didn't get to hear, there was so much that we didn't get to hear, but we still convicted him." But I feel I worry about that in trials sometimes, that the jury doesn't get information they should be getting to make that decision.
Can I say something? I'm sorry, real quick, about the sheriff. He is known as the celebrity sheriff.
Oh.
And the fact that he did not go to the accident, the scene of the shooting. I'm an emergency service chaplain where I am, and I work with the police and sheriff and all federal agencies. And I've never seen a crime such as this where the sheriff did not show up at some point. And the fact that he didn't have all the information, he didn't know where the body was, how it was positioned, he didn't know anything when he did the interview. This to him is a political thing, and he was up for re-election when he did the interview with what was it?
Big Super, yeah.
I actually actually that's on my live. I was able to play it, and I challenged it, and it stood. But it was very much about him. It wasn't about the border. It wasn't about any of that. And he trashed Mr. Kelly. And I found Mr. Kelly's book on Amazon. But the whole thing of this is he's a celebrity sheriff. And he said, I've done hundreds and hundreds of interviews and this and that. So then he gets on the stand, and his whole demeanor is a totally different person. He's totally different. So that really was not a help for the prosecution.
I didn't think it was a help when he said he was already guilty before he'd been classed as being guilty. Either he was discussing him in, like you said, in the media and saying that personal stuff about Mr. Kelly. And I just thought, you've already judged him, so to me, you're very biased. So when I look at a witness and I see their bias, I look at their credibility, and I didn't find him credible at all. And he can be a celebrity, super duper sheriff if he likes to be, but to me, no, he showed his true colors.
Yeah,
his whole. I mentioned something about it, but I didn't mention his name. I told him there was this incident where a rancher shot a migrant, but I didn't mention the name.
And he said
there's only one going on right now.
But he said he wrote a book, all of that. He gave every detail to know who it was.
Yeah.
And on the stand, he admitted that he was talking about him. So, I mean.
Oh, absolutely.
We can say enough details about somebody's situation that you guys will all know who we're talking about without saying their name. And that's what he did, especially locally. I think that.
Very unprofessional.
Yeah. Ada, can we have, you're a YouTuber, you're following true crime. through our conversation, you've talked about how you have audience that focuses on a deaf audience, right?
Correct.
That you're looking at doing sign language translation for a deaf audience. Can you link your, even in the private chat, can you link your channel name? And I'll link it over here if people want to take a look at that.
Yes, that'll be awesome. And the one thing is, I'd like to set up time with you because I have this microphone, but the problem is signing like this, and so I've got
solutions for you.
I've got this DJI.
What
but
is
It's like a Rode wireless go-to.
but we need to, because I need to be able to be
Oh, yes.
And be heard. Yeah.
and be heard. And it's very hard because I can't interpret the court itself because I'm not a court interpreter, but I can talk like I am right now and share my comments and sign at the same time.
The trick is to switch your dynamic mic for a condenser mic, and that will change everything. It can pick up sound from in the entire room, but you need to have a quiet environment because it will pick up all the sound.
I'm in a quiet environment, and I even got the stuff on the walls.
You're good. So yeah, we can help you out with that.
Let me get my link. But yeah.
My grandparents, my grandparents are profoundly deaf. They both were deaf, and they're now both of them are 90, and married, so all these years. And I take my hat off to you. Thank you for making YouTube more accessible for the deaf. I think that is a wonderful thing that you do.
Well, I appreciate it. I went deaf over the last 20 years due to medications and cancer. I've survived cancer 3 times, and the chemotherapy is what has taken my hearing. And so I became a deaf support specialist. I became all kinds of stuff. I work with the deaf community, disability community, and my goal is to make all this accessible. The closed captioning is horrendous. But that's my passion, and I'm trying to find where I share my link and my YouTube. I'm very new at this. I have a lot of great technology. I'm just learning it all.
Me too.
So, but a recovery addict, you really don't know how much you have been a silent mentor to me. That's all I can share. If I did it wrong, great. If I did it, it's in the chat. But
getting an update here right now. Just 1 second. Let me copy this, paste it.
I've just learned how to put thumbnails. I've just learned how to put the timestamps. You know all the work, y'all.
Yeah,
There's a lot in it.
I don't have moderators. Do we have something going on in court?
Kathy just asked Jose if he has a jury question, and he said yes and no. So Jose is the boy bailiff.
The bailiff.
Yes.
That looks like he's 12.
with a little mustache. But he, let's see. Jordy Minority, I see you there in the chat. If you can turn your camera on, I want to make sure you're ready to go on before we.
Brian, did you say what you think? I'm sorry, I've sort of lost track of people. Has everybody said how they feel about this?
I don't think I have since you've been there, but I'm not guilty.
You're not guilty. That is a hilarious sentence. And okay, so why do you guys feel not guilty? I'm not guilty either.
None of us are guilty.
Again, the investigation was just horrible. And it not only was it bad investigating, the way the sheriff and the sheriff's deputies testified, it sounded like they were making stuff up and that they were trying to get this conviction no matter what, on top of the horrible investigation that they did. I agree with RA. You know, it is possible that one of those 9 shots in the position of Gabriel, that could have happened, but you've got to believe too many unbelievable things for that to have actually occurred. So something else happened, but I don't think that it was Mr. Kelly's bullet.
Okay.
If he shot up in the air, it would have gone way farther than Gabriel before it came down. But if he shot at him, it would have had to come in lower and come up. So it's just
Exactly.
It's all too questionable.
Even if he was aiming at him, and
The-
it would
in
take
the-
quite a marksman to hit somebody at 115 yards.
The state has been saying basically that same principle as proof that he didn't shoot up in the air.
Well, if it
But
was a
they're-
ricochet, I'm sorry.
They're first of all, they're assuming it's his bullet, and assuming it's his bullet, then it's proof he didn't shoot up in the air. But I don't think you can start with the assumption that that was his bullet.
No, because if he shot him, he'd have had the rifle up at his shoulder, and it hit him just a bit above the belt, so it had been going at a downward angle, but then it went in and went to an upward and potentially leftward angle to come out. So we got magic bullets again.
If it was a ricochet, it would not have the power to go through and through at that point. But the other thing is the witness said he was standing directly behind the victim. I'm like, where's your bullet? Just like the Rush trial with Alec Baldwin. If you got a person standing and you got it through and through and someone's standing behind, you're going to be shot. So that's inaccurate.
Hey, I just brought Jordy Minority on. Sorry, I threw you on without a warning.
I love Jordy.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of threw. I was gonna try to not be on cam, but that's okay.
Oh, you can click your camera button. I can't control that, but if you do,
Jordy Minority, is that because you're in the minority on this one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always in the minority, so
Hey, you're
I mean,
with
that's
me.
literally gonna just be my last name.
This is one of the first ones in a long time where I have not been the minority.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
kind
I
of
mean, I don't know.
spouting it off
I
in
think-
chat, but it's.
I have a question.
The big problem for Mr. Kelly is I'm usually wrong. So,
it's nowadays it's really hard for me to even see a jury give a not guilty verdict. I don't know why. I just feel like more recently, I just don't see them. And
you
although
just have
this
high faith in the
investigation,
justice system, right?
yeah, I mean, this investigation was wow, if you'd even call it that. It seems like really everyone was it's their first day on the job almost. I don't know. Law enforcement really dropped the ball on this one. And
So even though they dropped the ball, you still feel like it was proven? I'm quite neutral because I have not watched it.
No.
That delay made it look like you have a doubt that it was proven.
It's hard for me to see. I mean, y'all were talking
Reasonable
earlier.
doubt.
I don't see anyone else being at fault for killing him. I just can't come up with a better story.
The mystery shooter
Really,
resonate for you?
Border Patrol, when they testified,
Is that a
it
monkey?
really- what's that?
It's a cat.
Oh,
I smell on my screen. It looked like a monkey. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's okay.
Monkey. I have a question, but this is
or
a
insult your cat.
Okay. Wow.
But I think Border Patrol's testimony was pretty telling, and what I gathered from it is the whole drug mule thing and whatnot doesn't take place in this area. That's what I gathered from, and I mean, if anyone's gonna know the area, it's gonna be them. And for them, it was, drug stuff and weapon type thing is not what's taking place in that area. Now, do I know? I have no idea what's going on in that area or any area of the border. To be, I'm way up here in Illinois, so.
Jordy,
but-
just that last part about the Border Patrol and that not taking place, I thought if the Border Patrol had had this on the cameras, I would believe them more. But because their cameras didn't catch any of this, it's a question of you haven't caught it.
Let's discuss these cameras though, because we really need to bring back how far these cameras see. I don't know if we remember during trial. These cameras see miles, and that is beyond the human eye and what the human eye can see. if
And
that's
they've got a blimp.
reality.
Not only that, I have to add something to that from my To Catch a Smuggler, which I recommend if anyone wanna do it. But they also have helicopters and drones patrolling the whole area. So not everywhere, but
Yeah.
so something should have picked up.
Well, I live near the border. I'm in Texas, but it's the same problem up and down the whole line. The thing about the cameras, they are cameras, but they only look far. But if you got tree after tree after tree after tree and a lot of stuff in between, you're not going to see nearly as far. The other thing is that it's about the drones and all that. They only put that up when they're doing big chases. There's so many people coming across the border right now that you would have to be chasing someone big or big. You know what I'm saying? Would be a big thing. The thing also about the area on the border is that the cameras fix straight forward. Now they can turn them this way, this way, this way, this way. But I actually, when I toured the border and went through my training on the border, when I was going through my chaplain stuff and all of the emergency services stuff that I do, those cameras not all work at the same time. They hopscotch them, and a lot of times they don't work at all due to weather or animal or technology breakdowns. So a lot of times, some of them aren't working for weeks at a time. They're not always on.
I think in this
I just
in
got a
this
call.
whole
Just got a
trial,
call from Jessica, who used to run those cameras for the Border Patrol, and she's like,
Yeah,
they
even
work.
better.
They can do it. It's they're very, very good at what they do, but they can't go back retroactively and catch something that they weren't pointed at.
Well,
Oh,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah, because the guy was saying they operate them manually. At least the cameras he was discussing, they're operated manually. I mean, but the fact that I mean, I was mind blown at the fact that he was able to say, like, this camera can see for miles, and that's just crazy to me. And of course, he can't even disclose much of what the true technology even is. So really, it's up to our imagination of what they are able to capture, because they don't want to disclose. And for all we know, it could be fake kitty cameras. But I mean, it could go both
Well, in each
ways.
state, I'm sure each state has different funding and different cameras were set up at different times in different areas. But the thing with me wasn't the camera issue as much as the fact that they're talking about patrolling those areas after hours. You got them running up and down the roads and everything, and they talked about seeing somebody so many miles away up on a hill. Well, they were saying there's no way they can get there. Yeah, the average person walks between 2 and 4 miles an hour, and if you're running, you can get that far in that short period of time. It was what, 3.5, 4 hours between the two phone calls?
I think this whole thing, Border Patrol, was pretty much a non-factor. It was more sheriff department.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Border Patrol mainly did, oh yeah, there's a rip crew. We haven't seen a rip crew. Maybe we've seen a rip crew, but Border Patrol really didn't add much to this trial at all, other than eye candy for a couple people. But
this is true.
Those tight shirts.
Yeah.
Like a bit of eye candy, don't we?
Well, I still can't get past, like, I think he's guilty, and I'm like, I can't get past that everyone in the state and everyone in law enforcement would frame him. I don't believe that everyone in the whole investigation was wicked or not on the up and up. So
I don't think it was so much a frame job as maybe somebody just said, oh, this is the only person out here that we can find that had a gun, so therefore case closed.
Yeah.
Let's not look for anything else.
Lazy. Yeah.
Yeah, like tunnel vision, basically.
Yeah.
Tunnel vision, zoned in on. Yeah, because I agree. I don't think that they would be framing him, but I do think that they might cover up for each other, because they'll have each other's backs. That is possible. But I do think that, yeah, like Steve said, that it was more like tunnel vision. And right, okay, so we just got to kind of go with this. And
What happens in Vegas gets covered up in Nogales.
Well, Well, there's been a lot of talk about, them being shady and that, and I just don't believe they were shady. I think they maybe were inadequate more than
That's a good
shady.
word for it. Yep.
Yeah.
I think they were
See,
new.
this is really good
So many
because
new
when you
people there.
Well, it's obvious that this does not happen often for them. I think that's really the main thing. This
Oh,
type of
absolutely.
I have a question. When was I forgot, when was the date that this happened? Was in 2020
January
January of
30th.
last year.
21.
last year? Okay.
22, 23. Anybody know what happened in court? Because I can't hear very well. I'm very struggling. I had it. I saw it. I saw the defense attorney smiling real big. What happened in court just a minute ago?
Just now? Where are you watching it on?
I'm on KGUN Channel 9. They were in court. There were questions and stuff, but with my hearing,
What we
I
had.
can't.
What Laura is our court watcher. She says that the Jose came in and talked to the judge, and the judge said, "Do we have a question?" And Jose said yes and no, and the judge was on the bench. That's the last we've heard. But I don't have Kagan's feed right now.
I have a question.
KGUN in Tucson. I'll share it with you because if you scroll back, if you can, there was a discussion. I'll put it in the thing. There.
Are there lesser includeds in this?
Yes.
Okay. I was listening to my son. He's reading a book on logic. And this whole time, I have just had such a problem with lesser includeds. I just feel like it's wrong.
Me
And
too.
as he was reading his
Absolutely.
logic book, I was like, that's why it's wrong. It's because it creates this imbalanced idea of what is fair. So you say, well, there are 5 ways that they could be guilty or 1 way that they cannot be guilty. You're going to lean, you're like, well, the bulk of it's got to be one of the 5, right? That's just logic math. And so it leans that way. And there's also a logical fallacy that if you repeat something loudly enough and often enough, people are going to believe it, even if it doesn't make any sense. And that is what I feel happens when they have lesser included. They just repeat and repeat and repeat, and you lose the ability to say innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, it's psychological because it's like, okay, well, if you don't think it's this, then it could be this.
No,
Or
then
if
it
you
has
do,
to be this.
then it could be
Or
this.
it has to be this.
So it leads them to come with it. This is why I was saying it's really rare for me to have the opinion that a jury's going to have not guilty. And this is really one of the reasons.
But that just really bothers me because I don't know if this is accurate or just my memory, but it seems like when I was younger, they had to make the right accusation because they had to get that accusation. If they went too high, then they just missed it. And now it seems like they're like, well, we're going to shoot for the moon and just trust the trickle down theory that we'll get one of them on the way down.
And I'm afraid that causes juries to compromise. Where somebody says, "Look, I'm a not guilty, and there's no way I'm going to go with first degree or second degree. It's not there."
But maybe
and
manslaughter.
Like, well, how about we just compromise on reckless?
Yeah, which is wrong.
Like that just happened in the River trial. I mean, I believe that he was guilty, but they went and convicted him on the lessers, and I don't know that they would have convicted him on if there were not lessers involved.
Yeah. You believe he was guilty, but you think that it was a higher?
I believe he was guilty. I do, but I don't think the jury did, and I think they thought he had a somewhat responsibility for it. So because the lessers were there, they were able to convict him on those. Otherwise, I feel like he would have been not guilty.
I feel like a lot of times, even if they think not guilty or they struggle with it, there's that sense of responsibility to maybe even give some punishment just for the victim.
Well, because it was such a horrific crime too. That was a really horrific crime.
Something interesting when I listened to the video where the jurors described, or one of the jurors described their jury deliberation process. One of the jurors was like, he said, actually, there are a few jurors that believed he should be found guilty for the highest charge for the intentional homicide, first degree intentional homicide. So I was like, whoa. I mean, I agreed with the verdict. I thought the verdict was perfect in that, because the way I saw it was like, he might not have gone into it like with murderous intent, but he didn't have to take it as far as he did with the weapon. I didn't agree with that. So I thought the jury got it right on point with that one.
Absolutely. I would have gone higher if I would have been a juror in that case too.
So you would have been one of the jurors that wanted the highest charge then, and there were a few of them.
Oh, I would have.
Which
I would
case?
have been
For Nicholas Mew, the Apple River
Oh,
stabbing case.
the
I
Apple
would've-
River.
I
I would have
had
went
higher
for.
charge for
Hey
him.
guys,
No.
hang on.
Oh, something's happening.
Hang on here. Let's see what we got. See if we got some audio here that we can bring.
Is that the Grudge judge? Who is that?
He's not in a robe, so it's just a question.
Off even, but really the question is whether or not I give this impasse instruction. If I give further instruction, I think it's appropriate to give the impasse instruction because it's crafted to
Hang on one second.
comply with the case law and to be neutral and to be non-coercive.
The instruction is not a concern. We know that's crafted for that purpose, and so that's not our objection. We would just like them to continue trying for a while before they get back and give us more information that they absolutely can.
They're hung.
The same issues may be the same
Yeah.
issues in another trial down the road. So I think what I have found by just asking them to get back to work and continue to try.
Lesser
and then
included.
they'll diligently try a little harder and then follow up with this impasse note if we get another one down the road.
All right, I understand your position.
Oh, wow.
If I am going to give a
Allen charge.
reply, response, then
I'm surprised.
But I won't give it. Well, I'm considering not giving it if the defense objects.
We'll take a minute.
Okay, well, I'll come back in a couple minutes. We'll be in
He
recess
said-
for 5 minutes.
He doesn't want to give it like what?
Interesting.
Oh, wow.
The thing that
Plot
really
twist.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's get everyone back here on the screen.
The thing that confuses me about this case, though, is like I feel if you can't find him guilty of the first, like the highest charge, I don't feel that you can find him guilty of lesser included because it's like you either prove if he did it or he didn't do it. If he didn't do it, then the lesser includeds don't apply. So that's why
I guess there is someone on the jury that believes he's guilty like me,
think-
apparently.
It does seem like a
Look
mixed
how tight
jury.
we
I have to
are.
say.
Look how different we all are.
I
Imagine
had
it's
hung
been
jury
sat
in
our
mind.
jury room.
I
just
kind of
wonder,
thought it might be hung too.
if it's hung, do you think the prosecution's gonna do it again? And
I wanted to ask this exact
I
question. I was
wouldn't.
going to ask, so do they give a chance now to like get like better evidence or something?
I don't know
like,
if they'll go round two.
do
I
they
mean,
are they allowed to redo the investigation if it's a hung jury, or do they have to
All the
come up with the
evidence-
exact same evidence?
All the evidence is gone. Anything they didn't do any further investigation out in the desert.
I
They
just
didn't.
don't know how it works with a hung jury.
I
If they're
don't see
allowed-
how
the-
they could
The trial starts
retry
over.
him.
They start by picking a new jury,
mistrial.
and
But-
then
Do they have to keep the same investigation evidence though, or does
They-
the
they
prosecution get to conduct a new investigation?
I don't
I
think
believe
they
they
can do
keep
a new
all the motions in
investigation.
limine. I mean, there's not anything really. I guess they could send out some of the clothing to be tested again.
I mean,
because
they
sorry,
can go
what's the
grab
motion
a
in
few more
limine?
trees. But
Chopping a
Sheriff
tree.
Hathaway can go find some more witnesses in Mexico.
Yeah.
What is motion in limine again? I forget.
there are motions that are made before the trial starts, saying we believe that this specific piece of evidence shouldn't be allowed for XYZ reason, and so they'll be ruled on. The judge will say, okay, you're not going to be allowed to talk about prior bad acts, or usually those can't be brought up for other reasons, but they'll argue these different points and say we don't think that's right to bring in this evidence or that evidence. And so I think they'll start over from where they were right at jury selection with this trial, and basically send out a new batch of letters and pick up at that point. But the actual presentation of the trial could go differently.
The thing that would trip me up if I was a juror in this situation, for one, I do think it's most likely that it was Kelly's bullet that caused Gabriel to be hit. But at the same time, while I think he's probably guilty of it, I wouldn't be able to vote guilty as a jury because I just don't believe that the evidence has proved it with certainty. However, I do understand why some jurors might feel conflicted about this because I understand it's not the defense's burden to prove innocence, but at the same time, the kind of alternate situation that's being that come up for us is like, that they've brought to us is like, oh, well, someone else could have shot Gabriel. And that is coming from also the defendant himself, as he said that he heard the shot. So it does propose the theory of like, maybe he was just a third party to a shooting that had already happened. But if we look at the evidence, I think it's hard for jurors because we see how we can actually place Kelly at that scene. That's where he lived and everything. And he did admit to firing shots. But everything else is like a total phantom thing we have to imagine. And if there really was only one set of footprints, then who came up to Gabriel and robbed him? No, like, where are the footprints of them?
So one thing I want to say
Angela,
is
hang on one second. You got a lot of mics going right now.
Oh, okay. The one thing I want to say is that if this is a hung jury and they start all over again, the thing is I think that's going to hurt the defense because the prosecution now knows where they screwed up. They know where their weak spots are. They know everything they need to prove that they didn't prove, and they get a retake at this. I really think this is going to suck for the defense if they have to do this again.
Yeah.
I don't think the prosecution can fix their issues.
I think this was like shame in prosecution.
I don't think they should retry it.
I don't think they should either.
If this hung jury prosecution got lucky.
Right.
I don't think they
hold on.
should retry it. I think it'd be a waste of taxpayers' money, and there just isn't. They can't make more evidence up from the first time.
Angela is still politely raising her hand.
Challenge
Angela,
accepted. Yeah.
Angela, do you want to say something? You're muted right now. No? Okay, she's good. We've got to be careful. We've got enough people here that it's starting to get confused in the chat saying, please, too many voices. Let's try to not step on each other a little bit.
That's what it sounds like in my head all the time.
Yes. Angela.
Actually, I do. I'm gonna use the visuals because that's easiest. Let's see, this is a bullet and this is him, and this is just some random thing I found on my desk. It's just based, and Ada, you know how the terrain is there. And even it's just, I keep thinking in my head the ricochet, based on how dry it is, or even if it rained in the last like week, 2 or so ago, it's just, it's just impossible. The ground is too soft for a ricochet, you know?
Well, that's what I was saying is by the way, I'm in Texas. I'm a licensed gun carrier. I'm not pushing it. I don't, some people believe it or not. I have an AR. I've had an AK. I have handguns. I've shot a lot of guns. And I used to shoot at trees and stuff. And I mean, I've target practiced a lot. If the bullet hits the tree and ricochets, number one, it's going to lose momentum. It's going to have a yaw. And it's not if it hits the dirt, it's not, it wouldn't. But the distance that the guy was shot with a ricochet, like the wet expert witness says, it would not have gone through and through. Now, if I'm shooting and it ricochets 10 feet from me and the person's a foot away from that, yes, it could go through and through. And it could go at weird angles. But this is 115 yards. I don't see it. I just don't see a ricochet. I'm not military. I'm not forensic. I'm just a country girl who shot guns. But the only theory that I've seen in this whole proceeding that brought any sense was the defense's lawyer when she said, could somebody been standing in the gully? Could they have gotten in a fight? Could something have happened? And he shot, the shooter shot up, which would put the bullet right here in the ribs, and it would come out if the guy was kind of turned. That's the only thing that I've seen in this trial that can explain this wound. Not to say it actually happened, but that's the only theory that I've heard that I could actually possibly see.
Let's pause for just a second here. Just to give an update, that we caught a tiny bit of live video from the court. I can't go back and replay it for you right now, unfortunately. The update we got was that the jury doesn't really have a question, that yes or no. They came out basically saying, we're hung. What do we do now? And the judge was asking if he has to give what's called an Allen charge or a dynamite charge, where he basically sternly looks at the jury and says, do better, try again, try harder, go back there. And sometimes he'll say, I want you to go back and look at everything and start by listing.
Oh, here we go.
We got a court feed here. Just 1 second.
Oh, yep. I wish I could hear.
5. I'm going to go full screen here. If you guys can mute your mics here, that would be great so we can hear everything that's happening.
Oh, too loud.
Where's the defense?
Defense is not here yet.
He's got his robe on though. Does this feel super awkward to have us all just sit here silently?
Shh. Tell everyone to be quiet. It's you two.
Oh, sorry.
We're back on the record. Records for the presence of counsel and the defendant. I've been thinking some more, and I'm going to do what defense counsel suggested. This jury, as I said, went out at 2:40 yesterday. It took us a while to get the evidence in there, and they did deliberate a little bit yesterday, and they deliberated today from 8:30 to a little bit before 2 with a lunch break. Not sure whether they worked before lunch. It's a 4-week trial, a lot of complex information, a lot of proof, a lot of evidence presented, and there's a lot of issues. I mean, there's no question. There's a lot of facts to be looked at in this case. I just don't think they've worked long enough or hard enough at it. So I'm going to bring them in, and I'm going to tell them, number one, I don't know what their vote count is. And again, not to tell me, but it's a 4-week trial. A lot of work and effort's been put into it. I'm not trying to coerce a verdict or influence them in any way, but I think they just need to keep working. Another possibility would be, we are here on a Friday afternoon. I'm always concerned when a case goes to a jury on a Friday and a Friday afternoon that influences their process. Another option I could offer them is, like, if you want to break today and come back Monday and start again Monday, that's another thing we can offer you. Sometimes that's an effective thing to do, which is just to take a break and come back and start afresh on another day.
For the record, the state opposes that, Your Honor. We're asking for the impasse instruction. I believe it's specifically designed for the situation. The jury specifically said they're at an impasse, and that covers all of the issues.
We're in agreement with your suggestion, Your Honor.
Okay, then let's bring in the jurors.
Why?
I've got everyone still muted here. So I've got all you turned down just a little bit, I think.
Why would prosecution not like this? Do you think it'd be in their favor?
It looks like defense wants a longer deliberation or give them an opportunity to keep deliberating, probably because they know they have people on the jury that are firmly on their side, that they are convicted or convinced that there are people who would never vote to convict Mr. Kelly.
But why would the prosecution say, blow it up? Why would they do that? I'm sure our panel knows. They're like, we're muted.
I've got him muted right now. Sorry. We're just going to listen to court here. I realize if some of you have to drop off, that's all right. I apologize. Thanks for everyone for being all the panel members. As soon as this is done, we're going to bring back the panel. But we'll listen to court right now.
Look at the body language on the prosecuting attorney.
It's taking forever for the jury to come in.
Is anyone else uncomfortable with silence?
I don't think defense can afford another trial.
Please rise.
Have to crowdfund another one.
Sit anywhere you want, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a seat, everyone. All right, the records show the presence of all of the 8 active deliberating jurors, counsel, and defendant. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've been reading your notes, discussing your notes, and content your notes with the lawyers. It's 2:35 today on a Friday. This case went to you for your deliberations, ladies and gentlemen, about 2:40 yesterday afternoon on Thursday. We took a while to get the evidence together, put it all together so we could have it all available to you in the jury room. And my understanding is you began your deliberations again this morning at 8:30. You had lunch. I don't know, did you work through lunch or did you just take a lunch break? Work through lunch. All right, that's good to know as well. And then your latest note came in at 1:50 p.m. about the situation. Again, just remind you, I know I've written it back in the note, do not advise me numerically of where you are voting. Okay, I had it stapled up and filed with the clerk, so I don't know where you are. Please don't do that again. That has an effect that I wish to avoid. Now, I have to tell you, it's my opinion that they haven't worked at this long enough. This was a 4-week trial. A lot of evidence was presented, a lot of information, some of it very complex from a variety of different witnesses. I don't know how many witnesses we had testified, but quite a few, and they all gave important information. So very complex information. I understand the issues are complex, but to come back on a Friday at about 1:50, I don't think you've worked at this long enough. I am not trying to force or coerce a verdict. All right? That is not my intention. That's not my job, and that is not what I'm doing. But I do have a responsibility after a tremendous amount of work has been put in getting this trial to this place, where we are, by the lawyers, by the court, all the resources that have gone into it, and all the evidence that's been presented to make sure that you do your job, follow your oaths, and to work as hard and long as you possibly can to reach a verdict. Again, I'm not trying to force or coerce a verdict. And if there's things that you need and we can help you with, other information or evidence, that's what we're here to do. But in my opinion, which is the one that matters at this point, you have not worked at this long enough. So I'm going to send you back in a moment to continue the deliberations. Now, also, it's a Friday afternoon, and from my experience, from a lot of trials I've done, sometimes, this is something else for you to consider, sometimes it's good to take a break. I know everyone's prepared and eager to resolve this matter in this case, but another option would be recess for the day and come back Monday. Sometimes it's good to take a break, step away from it and come back as a group, again, 8 persons on Monday after a weekend and start the deliberations again. So that's another option for you. So what we're going to do is I'm going to send you back in the jury room. I want you to keep deliberating, discuss it, keep an open mind, reevaluate your positions if you feel that's appropriate, and continue to work on this case. All right? If you decide you want to break for today and come back on Monday, as I've suggested, pass a note to the bailiff, and then we'll just excuse you for the day until you come back Monday at 8:30. But I want you to keep working. All right? Your excuse to continue deliberations. Thank you.
Wow. This wasn't an Allen charge. The Allen charge is very specific. Let's see what he says to the lawyers here at the end to see if there's any other.
He saw the numbers.
He's
This
seen the
judge,
numbers.
who has proven himself to be a little biased, saw the numbers.
The records show the absence of the jurors. I kind of doubt they'll take me up on it, but if they do take me up on it, decide they want to come back Monday, we'll let you know right away. Right? Otherwise, stand by. I will recess.
All right, let's bring everybody back in. See what the thoughts are. Okay, you have to unmute yourselves. Let me see if
I don't understand why he just didn't give the Allen charge.
There we go. I've got to unmute.
All I can say is, wow, he knew where they were leaning, and
I muted somebody again.
that's just crazy.
I've got you all turned down. That's why. Just 1 second. There we go. Got your sound back.
I don't understand why he just didn't give the Allen charge.
It was so close.
Why not?
So close.
Oh, because I think there's a rule. Once you give the Allen charge, then the next time it comes back, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
But does he think he's going to play this game and go back and forth with them? I mean, that's a little bit too far, too. I mean, If they come back and they say, Judge, we just can't do it, to me, now it's beyond being able to do the Allen charge, in my opinion. Like, it would be too much to do that all again, because it's so similar, but the Allen charge is very specific, but still, it's like, it's a similar thing. So you're kind of making them come up with a verdict, as he just said he wasn't trying to do.
Angela, go ahead.
Didn't the judge in Weinstein's case do the same? The first time around, not the second time. He did that, and they gave, and it was like Thanksgiving. It wasn't a weekend; it was a week, because that was a Thanksgiving week. They had a whole week off, and they still got back with not hung, not guilty, just hung.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to change anything. But I think the reason why the judge did this is because he saw the numbers.
I agree.
They gave him a note and said, Judge, here's where we are. Here's our vote count. This many guilty, this many not guilty.
Don't do that
I wonder if
again.
it's just one off.
Yeah, Selena, you've had your hand up. What's up?
Yes, I had that same thought. I'm like, oh my gosh, he knows where they are at. And this judge has been all over the place in this trial, all over, everywhere. He's flip-flopped like a fish out of water. And I'm like, so he is kind of pushing them to get the verdict. Because I know him saying he knows, just I'm speechless. And that's not
I would not have disclosed that.
Ada, before you go, we've got Jim on here. Jim's been really quiet the whole time. Jim, did you have any thoughts on what we just watched here? And welcome, by the way, Jim.
And beautiful piano, by the way, Jim.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So I was just, based on what we just saw, I just did a quick search, and it does look like Arizona does have the Allen charge. Not every state has the Allen charge. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure in terms of why he chose to not give it at this particular time. I'm sure if at some point, if they're still not able to come to an unanimous agreement, that he will have to give that. It's probably just part of the law. But I mean, the only other thoughts that I was going to have was, and I've been listening to your regular YouTube all day, and then I just joined this one a little while ago. But I think I'm definitely in the minority. It sounds like majority of people are saying not guilty, and I'm on the other side. So, and I just tend to I'm leaning that way at the moment based on what I know. I've watched the whole trial from day one, and I go by what do we know versus what we do not know, right? Yeah. So we know based on the calls and the evidence that's been provided is that he did fire the weapon, right? Now, whether or not he shot it up in the air, whether or not he shot it straight at him, that's in question. We know there's a dead person out there 115 yards from the house. Daniel's credibility and whether people believe his testimony and what he says is in question. He did, as the prosecutor noted in his closing argument, that there were three things that Daniel knew, that the only way to know those three things is that he would have had to be there, right? Because the defense is saying, well, we don't know, if he was there. So based on those three things, he saw the horse in between where the shots were coming from, the direction of travel. I know there was confusion about whether it was east, west, and this, that, and the other thing. But from what the evidence that I looked at, Daniel was there. We know that George did fire his weapon, and he fired it 9 times, according to the evidence with the shell casings. There were 8 on one place and 1 in another. There's questions around how the trajectory of the bullet could have gone from down to up from the location that he was shooting on the patio. The one thing we don't know is if in fact he did fire the weapon 9 times, we don't know which shot of those 9 was the one that killed Daniel or killed Gabriel. The first shot could have gone over their head, and then they both ducked. So Gabriel may have been bending forward, and the next shot may have come in and hit him lower and came out on an upward direction. So those are things we don't know. But there's been no evidence presented that says there was anybody else there that was trying to rob them, trying to harm them, trying to hurt them. What we do know is that Kelly fired his weapon, and we do know that Gabriel's dead. And based on the evidence, it was in that direction. So, again, I mean, I'm more on the side of the fence that he did fire the shot that killed him. Ballistic wise, an AK-47 is going to shoot a bullet at least 400 yards on it, without impacting anything.
Sure.
Yeah.
And
It'll go
so,
a mile and a half.
I'm not surprised that even if a bullet hit a branch, which is in question, and went through a body, that it wasn't found or recovered. I mean, it's probably 200 yards past where they found the body. So
thank you. First of all, welcome, Jim. Thanks. Before we go on, I know Ada's been waving. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that, and thanks for representing minority opinions.
I don't know. It's almost half and half now.
Allen charge. Let me explain the Allen charge as best I can. The Allen charge is a rule, a court rule. It's a procedure that says when a jury goes out and they deliberate and they come back and they tell the judge, we can't reach a decision, meaning we can't make a unanimous decision. Some of us, doesn't matter how many, one, all but one, anywhere in between, can't change our position. We will never get to an agreement. That's a hung jury. The first time they come back and do that, it doesn't mean they're actually really hung. The judge has this option, and it's in the law, and it's a very formal procedure where he takes out the law and he reads, and it's verbatim. He says, I'm ordering you to go back and reconsider. First, start by doing this. Consider the weakest points in your arguments. And it's basically exactly what he did right there, but a formal version, which is called the Allen charge. What he did there was informal. It cannot be called the Allen charge. So he gets two shots at it in this case.
Because the
It's
Allen
like double
charge,
dipping.
when you give the Allen charge, if they come back one more time and say we can't figure it out, legally you're required to be done. Which is why I'm like, why is the prosecution pushing for the Allen charge? That's basically pushing to end this earlier. Why would they want to do that? Well, sorry. Ada wanted to talk.
Ada's up. Thank you.
One of the things I wish they would have asked Daniel, he said he's come across at least 10 times that he's been caught. Can y'all hear me okay? Because I'm not hearing. Okay.
We're good. Perfect.
Thank y'all for being patient, and if I interrupt, because I think you're done talking. But the thing I wish they would have asked is, how many times have you crossed this property? How many times have you come across this actual spot? Because some places are more popular than others to cross. As far as seeing the horse and things like that, he could, and I'm just playing devil's advocate. I wish they would have asked him, have you crossed here before? Have you been on this property before? That to me, would have been important to know. But as far as a hung jury, I wonder, does the judge, since he knows the numbers, do y'all think that it's more closer towards guilty, or, I mean, what do y'all think the percents are? I mean, by the judge's reaction.
I think it's a huge problem. Go ahead, Steve.
I was just going to say, I think it's close one way or the other. I don't know which way, but it's close one way or the other. It's just a matter of maybe one or two people giving in.
Yeah.
For it, yeah. But this will help if it's a hung juror. Once again, there's a lot of things I'm learning, y'all. If it's a hung jury, then it might as well be a not guilty if in the sense that he goes free if they choose not to re-prosecute or retry the case.
But that's a big if.
That's a big if.
I've seen cases that were, look at the Tucker case, right?
Oh.
If you look at Franklin Tucker, they're re-prosecuting that one, and that one seems bizarre.
I can't believe they're going to redo that one too.
I think this one, especially with the, with the pickles that are involved, okay, instead of the politics, I think they're going to re-prosecute. I think they're still going to try again. Joe,
I have a question on that. If it comes up hung, is it Because in the Tucker case, it seemed like it was automatic retrial.
Yeah.
Does it come to prosecution to whether they want to retry it?
Prosecutors
I
have
know that
discretion
it came
in
back
every
as like
case.
11-1. So they're like, yeah, of course we're going to retry this. But
Yeah, they have prosecutorial discretion, so they can either do it or not do it. I mean, it's totally up
Yeah.
to them.
But in the
I
Tucker
think on
case,
the
the
Tucker
judge didn't
case-
ask. He was just like, "Here we go."
I think on the Tucker
Yeah,
case,
that
so many had
surprised
an
me.
axe to grind.
Could be.
Normally they wait and then if they get you like kind of make you wait for a decision of whether they're going to retry. With Tucker, it was like straight away. Yeah, you found it's a hung jury. All right, let's book the next date in for your trial. Then I was quite shocked. I got to be honest with that. I'd never seen that before.
All right, let's start again tomorrow. We'll start. It's like-
I'm watching. We don't have a feed yet back from the court. I'll let you know as soon as it happens.
Angela's raising her hand.
Angela.
Boy.
Yeah, I mentioned Weinstein's case earlier, and that there was the first time around 7-4 for not guilty, and 10-2 to not guilty. I don't know. There was like 3 charges. There was like very towards not guilty. There were just a few jurors that were like guilty, and they retried and they got guilty on 2 out of 3 charges. So
Yeah, it's not a
I
guarantee.
don't.
It
I
all
mean,
comes down to
it,
jury selection.
Yeah.
I mean, what are
it
your
can
odds?
also the lawyer that covered that Weinstein case. He is. He even worked for a firm that represented Weinstein. He said that because he's a former prosecutor, that sometimes, I don't think it's the case here, but sometimes prosecutions see what they did wrong and they just up their game. And that's
Yeah.
what happened in that case. But I don't think they can do this here because
They
it's
have no
just
game.
too much.
They can
I just
change their theory.
Yes.
They can change the
between trials.
theory,
but they can't change the
and they
evidence that they
maybe
supposedly
can
have.
even hire a better expert, which will explain
Happy
some
birthday.
physics better.
We are not laughing at you, Angela. The balloons just went up on Scott. We don't know why.
Where did the balloons come from?
He is the
Mm,
birthday man.
Yeah,
We need one of the
and maybe even hire a better expert than that guy from Washington. I still have
ballistics guy.
I have problems with him. Let's put it that way. And if they want to do it again, please hire someone better. Please, it's just impossible with that guy.
He couldn't be any worse than the Hannah Gutierrez expert. I'll tell you that much.
Unfortunately, he is.
Pointed the gun at the judge. Oh, gee, gads.
I have a question for Jim.
For me?
For Jim.
Okay.
So you said what the evidence is, what's not there, what's not there. Isn't it on the prosecution to prove guilt, not on the defendant to prove innocence? So if they can't prove it, that it was him, granted he was the only one that was for sure there with the gun, but they can't find a bullet. Trajectory is a little sketchy. There's so much that just doesn't fit right. Doesn't that lean towards doubt?
What I would say is that's why we have a hung jury at the moment.
I agree, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally get where you're coming from. Yes, it is the prosecution that has the burden of proof. They need to prove that he did it versus the defense having to prove that he didn't do it. But it's beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not beyond all doubt. So it's where you draw the line on what's reasonable is kind of where people can sit on both sides, right? It's like, again, I go back to basic, and again, this is just me. I'm in the minority, but my position is I base it on what what I know based on what was presented in court, what the evidence was, and there's things we definitely know. We know we have a dead person. We know Kelly fired his weapon. We know he again, depending on whether you believe the prosecution or the defense, he changed his story multiple times as far as whether he did or didn't shoot it. And so I don't know. To me, that just for me it leans more towards he did versus he didn't. Even though I'm not beyond, I mean, I'm beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm not beyond all doubt.
So it
Makes
seems
sense.
reasonable to you that he did this.
Yes.
It's to me, no. I'm the opposite. I think that there is so much. I mean, you're right. He fired a gun. He said that, but do we know exactly what way? Because he said he did it up in the air. They say something else. It's like you've got the. Like I said, I cannot get past the falling of the body and the taking of the things, the robbery that seem to have taken place there. And then when it's the horses there, then the horse is not, then the horse is in the middle, and they can't say how far. And so to me, I can't go. But is it reasonable for me? Is it reasonable that coyotes have helped them cross over? Oh, they were regularly crossing over anyway, weren't they? I think I heard. And is it reasonable that they were robbed? He heard a gunshot. He came out. He shot his gun up in the air as a warning shot. Is that reasonable? That's reasonable to me that he would do that. And so then I look at the investigation, and obviously, yeah, the police are not on trial. I understand that. They're not the ones on trial, but they are being weighed about their credibility and their bias and, how much they did in the investigation. And I can't not, Scott, you might have to remind me of this, but I cannot remember the person that was on the stand because I was just in so much shock. It was the one who basically, you had a counter up that said, I didn't do that. I wasn't there for that, or I don't know about
It
that.
was a shaggy.
It wasn't. It was a shaggy defense.
That was the lead detective.
See, and that's your lead detective. That's your lead detective, and that for me was the whoa moment of I cannot in good conscience find this man guilty. I can't. But we're representative of jury, all of us.
We've got Laura's giving me some updates from court. She's currently talking with Wanda, the wife of Mr. Kelly, in court, and she says she's going to call in with some more details. Hopefully, we can take that call here when it happens. But
send her the StreamYard link.
I don't know if she can in the courtroom. That's my only concern. Sometimes they get picky about you going live on video in the hallways. Angela, I think you're muted, but you're first, and then Ada.
Yes, I was listening to what Welsh lady was talking, but also thinking back on what Jim was talking, but also thinking back on the testimonies from the sheriff and others, and 5 points to whoever recognize where this is coming from. But there is this rule number 7. That says always be specific when you lie, and it feels like they have told this story about they came up like he's guilty, and they're framing this story to frame him, not frame him directly, but frame the evidence to prove that he is guilty. And like when they were on the stand and both on prosecution, they were very specific, and then they get like shot all over the place on the cross.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to agree with the cross. I mean, I mean, I kind of see what it happens pretty often. I mean, you know,
But they're way too specific, you know? Like,
So I'm curious, where is that line from? What's rule 7?
Yeah.
Is it a movie reference?
NCIS.
NCIS.
Yes, Gibbs rules.
I should know that.
Yeah, he has like a lot of rules, but that's one of them. And I mean, but I mean, I was guilty in the beginning, and then the more prosecution talked, the more I was leaning towards not guilty, especially after the testimonies from the sheriff and border patrol, and I was like, something is fishy, you know. You know, when I mean, the prosecution is the one who proved that someone is guilty. For me, they proved he is not, based on
Ada.
what they presented.
Sorry, Angela, didn't mean to cut you off.
Selena
Ada,
also wasn't
Selena,
Yeah.
or Ada, and then Selena.
One thing I want to bring up is that we haven't really talked about. First of all, my husband went to prison, and he was a physician, did something illegal, and I had to sit out in the rotunda. I testified just like Mr. Kelly's wife, and I've got to say, I was in my late 30s. I did lose my husband to prison. I lost everything. But to sit there, I know that anxiety. I know exactly what that poor woman's going through. And that's another reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. But that at age 75 years of age, the toll this is taking on her and him emotionally and physically, especially her, because if he is guilty, she's innocent. And the difficulty in what she's going through is astronomical. And if he goes to jail at her age and the loss that she's going to suffer and the things that she's going to have to go through in the next 5 years, because it takes a long time to recover, are horrendous. And I would hate to see them retry this again, because this, for both of them at their age, is horrific. I just want to say kudos to his wife for getting up on the stand. And I thought she did a fabulous job. It is very difficult, and I want to just give her a round of applause for it. And by the way, I'm starting to see some subscriptions. Thank you guys so much.
Wonderful. Selena, you've had your hand up a lot and been very patient. We'll go to Brian next because he's been really quiet.
Oh, stop it.
Selena, go ahead.
I just find this so interesting, the hung jury. And as we are on this panel, you know, I was thinking I was the only one guilty, but we are almost, you know, we're not all one way. And so I don't know that anything they could say would change my mind. So I'm wondering if their feet are going to be dug in and we are going to end up with hung jury. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I think it's hung. I think it's I think, first of all, with the dedication the jury's had, and especially with the detailed questions, we want to understand what this evidence can be used for. The jury is trying. They're working hard, and I think they know when they've come to an impasse. I think when they realize there's a point, there's nothing I could say to convince you otherwise, and there's nothing you can say to convince me otherwise. That's when they went to the judge. And so I don't think taking the weekend, taking it another hour, taking 3 days is going to change that.
I tell you what, I would have been really bugged at that judge. I know this is his job and all that stuff, but the way he talked to them, I'd be like, am I 3? Don't talk to me like that. That was so rude.
You talked to Brian.
I agree.
Brian's turn, sorry.
I just want to say one thing real quick and then I'll mute. But yeah, I totally agree. I think they've worked hard. I think they've asked questions. I think they paid attention. I don't think they've taken it lightly, and I don't think they're going to get past this hung jury.
And Brian, before you start, hung jury means that the jury is not able to reach a verdict. If the judge gives the Allen charge, which tries to make them rethink it all, and they still can't reach a verdict, the jury is dismissed. the case is declared a mistrial, and they go back to right where they were when they were ready to pick a jury last time. So at that point, the prosecutors can choose whether to prosecute, to continue prosecution or drop the charges. Brian, go ahead.
So if this jury comes back and says, okay, we'll come back on Monday, I give them a lot of credit. Yeah. If I was on that jury, the only thing worse than an Allen charge is what that judge said. Is
did you feel insulted?
I don't think you worked hard enough or long enough. He could have said something a lot different, but if I was on the jury, I'd be saying, what? Are you crazy? I've been sat here for 4 weeks.
I know, and they just said we worked through lunch
with those 7 other people, and we've done what I think is a pretty good job, and you're saying you don't think we worked hard enough. So
it's the equivalent of, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
Yes, I know you'll make the right decision.
Right.
Yes, Mrs. R.A. is right. He did speak to them like they were 3 years old, and it was very patronising. Oh, patronising. But it was, you know, and
It was.
I agree, Brian. I agree with you. I would be looking and going, okay, then, fine, all right. I'll wait till 5 o'clock tonight, then, and we'll come back again and say the same thing if we're at the same place, you know.
If I'm on this jury, I do not want to come back Monday. Listen, we are done. We are going to figure it out today. We're either going to be hung or come up with a verdict. I do not want to come back Monday.
I agree.
That's how most of them are.
You know, there's been some of them that have had something come up with a time restriction. They might needed to be off of the jury. So they're not going to want to come back Monday. They've already been longer than they were told in this trial.
Yep.
We don't know if they were alternates or not, though. I know the alternates, I mean, it could be the 2 alternates got her back at work. And she's like, call me if you need me.
Could be. It's good that they took at least some of the defense's closing to heart when she said, you know your choice, you know your decision, stick with your decision, don't be easily swayed.
I think what Laura told us about the jury and about her reading the jury and how all of them were stone-faced throughout this trial except for just a couple, and juror number 11 was adamantly on the defense side. I think she was talking to that juror saying, hold out if you need to, if you're the only, she said, if you're the only one, you know, hold out. She was speaking to the one person she knew she had on her side.
Yeah.
Which means we've got a hung jury or not guilty.
I'll tell you, I was very impressionable at this age because I was in high school, but this is how I've decided to do my jury service if I ever do it. My teacher in my criminal justice class said, if I'm on a jury and I'm the last person to hold to be not guilty, everybody else is saying guilty and I'm the only one saying not guilty, I hang that jury. But if I'm the only one saying guilty and everybody else says not guilty, I flip. I say, okay, fine. Better go to the defendant. I thought that's a really good way of looking at it.
Yeah, it's much easier to flip from guilty to not guilty. I think it's a lot harder to go to guilty because you're choosing to convict a person. So if it is 1 or 2 that's holding out that are saying guilty, then I don't know. We could have a verdict, but I'm not so certain.
Yeah, it's looking dicey right now.
Can I change the subject for a quick minute?
Sure.
You want to talk about souffle?
Love to bring up about the judge walking off the bench and what ticked him off. Was it just the length of this? Did his boss fuss at him? Did him having to call one of the jurors' employers?
There's more action in court. We're watching. Just 1 second. We might get a video for you.
Yeah.
So keep going, keep talking. I'll bring it on as soon as it starts.
Yeah, mine's not showing anything yet, but yeah. But so that was
I'm getting
that
it from
was
the
just
court watcher.
something. Yeah, that was just something
they're
that
definitely-
The judge.
I feel like
I
we may not know why he walked off, but it was sure inappropriate.
It was unprofessional. And
Absolutely.
I don't think
Yeah.
you should have limited the defense. And listen, I'm not team defense, but I think even the prosecution should have stood up and said, listen, we're not on the same team, but I really have an issue of you limiting, giving only 5 minutes and then being, let me choose nice words, being a not so nice person and saying now you have 4 minutes as if it was, that would really bother me.
When you go back and watch that, when you go back and watch that moment, look at the prosecution, look at each other, look of horror on their face at what he's doing to the defense.
Yeah.
She's like, it's just like, can you believe this is happening? Doorbell.
Yeah.
I can't
Don
believe
Rosen's
that
here.
I don't think I've ever seen that in all the trials I watch. I mean, that was the first.
Well,
That they limit.
Especially in a criminal trial, I don't think it's appropriate to limit time.
Did they limit it? Like I heard him. Did he stick to that? Did he keep it limited the whole time? Oh, he didn't. Okay.
Well, the 4-minute thing, he limited on that and just cut him off.
They did go 7. By the way, I just want to thank you guys. I'm 2 people away from my first 100.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Wow, that's great.
I'm just going to, right now, the most pressing thing.
Yeah, I got the feed.
Is we can't do a whip.
Okay.
Because it's too strong a chance you'll be paid.
Please rise to the court.
We go, judges coming in.
Bring the jury.
We got another note from the jurors. I had it shown to counsel just because this juror writes so small. I just want to make sure he does the same reading of it that I do. The way I read this, were the SO reports entered into evidence? If so, can they be shared with the jury? Is that the way you folks read it? All right. Let me hear from the state first.
Your Honor, I think we have to answer, they have all the evidence that's been admitted.
That's fair enough, Your Honor.
All right.
To their credit, they're deliberating again.
Yeah.
They took the judge's advice. SO report
I think we
significant
can
other.
tell them that they can have
Sheriff's
additional
office.
testimony if they request it as well. There's an additional instruction that indicates that and a rule that allows it as well. If that would help them.
Our position would be to not suggest that.
Judge didn't even have time to put his robe on. He's there in his vest. Judge is crafting a response. He'll probably read it verbatim to the counsel just to see if they agree with what he has to say. While he's doing that, I just want to say I have an issue with the fact that he, after seeing the note from the jury that said what their totals were, that he came up with an option.
We didn't have any reports that were admitted by the sheriff's department.
That's correct.
Not police reports, Your Honor.
What do you mean he came up with an option?
Obviously, that's because we can't admit them because they're hearsay.
Instead of letting the counsel choose what to do when the jury initially came out and said we're hung, he saw that note that showed the score for the being hung, and then came up with a solution. The state didn't like it. Defense said we agree with what you suggested. You're saying he did not see the totals. I disagree.
He did.
He listened. When I listened, he said, please don't do it again. I had that note stapled up and it's sealed up. Don't do that again.
Yeah.
All right, so my response is,
Said
by
it did
rule,
not see
the
the numbers.
admission of evidence stops at the close of the trial. No other evidence can be admitted. The SO reports were not admitted during trial, hence they are not in evidence and therefore cannot be shared with the jury. Any objection?
Yes, the state objects, Your Honor. It sounds like we could admit them.
Yeah,
We
it did.
cannot. They're hearsay. And I think that improperly emphasizes that they weren't admitted and seems to point the blame at the state for not admitting evidence which we're not allowed to admit.
I don't have a position, Judge. I think how you crafted it is fine, but I understand the state's objection.
This is the instruction, the answer I'm going to give to the jury.
He's not changing it.
And it's
Cool.
3:15. We're recess. Right, good point.
This judge,
Wow.
Seriously.
he's so frustrating sometimes with the things he does. Like, the defense is telling you, we don't really object. We understand what the state is saying. Fix it.
And he
It's
doesn't.
so simple.
He just goes on his merry old way and does,
It's
it
like
is
he's like
frustrating.
an angry grandpa that just loses patience and just wants to hurry up and do something. Like, I don't know how to explain
Yes.
it. Like,
I think
Yeah, for
what I
sure.
expect the judge to do in a situation where one side has a strong opinion, like the state objects, and the other side does not have an opinion, it basically means we're okay with what the other side says. And for him to
Yeah.
not capitulate to that and say, actually, that is a better solution, and instead say, I like it what I said at first, the first way, we're going to go with it.
I feel like this is not the first time he does this. Like, it's just.
It's not.
Guys,
Well-
please forgive me. With all the echoing of the court feed and being that I apologize with my hearing, what the heck just happened? I couldn't understand it
So
because it's
oh,
echoey.
great. Ada, thank you. I apologize. Let me summarize. The jury came back. They have been deliberating again. Instead of just saying no, or we want to break, or we want to be done, they came back and said, can we see the sheriff's office reports? Have they been admitted into evidence? They want the sheriff's office reports. And the fact of the matter is,
Old
they're
cases
hearsay.
that came out of old things that, like all the old reports that he did like years ago, and where he got shot and it nicked his ear and things like that.
We don't know. The question wasn't specific, but either way, they're hearsay.
Yeah.
They cannot be admitted in court.
Can't come in. No.
The judge crafted a response that says, at the end of trial, we can't bring in any more evidence, so we can't do that. It's done. And the state objected to that, saying, the way you word that, make it look like we forgot to do something. Like, oops, that's the state's bad. We should have admitted those. We didn't. Now you can't see them. They said, we object to that, and we'd rather you craft it to say those are hearsay. They're normally not admitted as evidence for that reason. And the defense says, we don't object. We don't have a position. The judge says, I'm keeping it the way it is. Send him the note.
And that is exactly what I heard.
So
when he said, he read the note first, I was like, man, that made it sound like it was the state's fault. So it wasn't just the state who felt that way.
And for someone who wanted to be such a professor from the bench, he should be trying to explain police reports are never admitted into evidence. They're always hearsay. So, I mean, I don't understand why he didn't take it as a teaching moment for the jury.
We've got a couple new people that want to join. I see I've got Yvonne there. Yvonne, can you give me a thumbs up on camera if you'd like to join us?
I want to say something really quick. I can't believe this judge. I think he's done a 180 from the beginning. It seemed like he was more for the prosecution at the beginning and against the defense. And it seems like now he's just completely flipped the other way. He's just unpredictable.
He flip-flops.
Warrior B, I've got you also in the green room. Before Brian goes here, Warrior B, can you turn on your camera? Just give me a heads up and let me know you're ready to come on. Brian, go ahead.
So what does everyone think the count is based on what the judge just did? Do you think there's just a couple of guilties against a bunch of not guilties, and he's trying to make the prosecution look horrible? So they'll just say, hey, we're switching.
I think it's hard to tell which way it's leaning, but I'd say it's lopsided. I'd say it's very lopsided.
I would say 9-3 for not guilty.
Eight deliberators, though.
I think it's 1 or 2 that are holding out.
So, okay, in that case, 5-2.
I think there's a couple that are for guilty and are not budging, and he's wanting them to budge from the way he just reacted in the courtroom.
Do you think that whatever that count was, though, had anything to do with what the judge just did with the wording?
Yes.
I don't.
Yes.
Yvonne.
Sorry,
here's my fear. Now he's created an appellate issue where all that he does now is going to be considered, he has this in his head. So if there is a guilty verdict, this is going to look great for the defense to go on appeal. I mean, because you have a judge that knows the numbers and is ruling and doing things based on that, or could be.
I have a question. If this goes to, let's say that he gets convicted and it goes for appeal, there is plenty of ground for appeal, if you ask me. His age, will he even survive appealing process? It takes how long? 2-3 years?
I think he
More?
would. He's fit. He's working the ranch. I mean, he's out working all day on the ranch. So I think he's able to do that. I'd be more concerned financially if he's able to do it. They're able to get the defense that they have, which is a good, strong defense lawyers. They're hired, but they crowdfunded. So if this has to go again and they can't get that crowdfunded money, it basically means they lose their ranch, and they end up using the money they've invested into the ranch into defense. Steve, you had your hand up, right? You're muted here.
I was just going to say I was going to hop out to let other people join if they wanted to. Thanks for having me on.
Awesome, Steve.
Great to see
Great
everybody.
to see you. Thanks for the good work you do on the thumbnail. We'll see you. Yvonne, you're muted as well. If you can unmute and introduce yourself real quickly.
Hi, I'm Yvonne. I'm from Cincinnati.
Welcome. How do you stand on this? Are you team minority or majority? It's almost equal now.
I'm not guilty.
Wonderful. Your take on what just happened with the judge? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, he's been so wishy-washy. The one jury instruction I wish that he had given was that if you disbelieve part of the witness's testimony, you can believe all or none of it. And that's especially in relation to Daniel.
Do you feel that was an improper? I mean, that's a fairly standard instruction.
But they didn't give it.
I have to go back. I thought I heard it. I thought they said that you can believe all, part, or none of the witness. It's a pretty standard instruction.
I remember reading it.
Okay, maybe I must have missed it. But one of the things that Daniel said is that Gabriel fell backwards, but the evidence shows that he fell forward.
Or he fell backwards and was rolled over, and someone tried pulling the backpack off over his head and emptying the contents, dragging him or whatever.
Could the guy have lived a couple seconds to maybe go forward?
Yes,
that's really the thing.
Yes,
that's a good point. Not if Daniel's story about his eyes rolling back in his head. Once you sort of lose consciousness with a hole through your aorta, I don't think you're going to
You're good. I'm going to cough.
I don't think you're going to regain that.
I've known people who've had an injury to the aorta. Like I said, I'm a first responder. I do a lot of stuff, y'all. Just sorry. But I've been on scene where people have had car wrecks and their aortas were ripped and they lived for another minute or two. It takes, time for I won't go into detail. But anyway, yes, he very well could have rolled over, and he could have rolled over and grabbed the grass, because as you're dying, you can contract. He may be trying to move. But what bothers me is not that he may have been on his back and rolled over. That could have easily happened, even within the time he had between that. And your brain takes up to, was it 3 minutes without oxygen? But what bothers me is the backpack as far over the head, because the pictures that they had of Daniel in the backpack, not Daniel, Gabriel, he was wearing the backpack. It was tightly fitted. It wasn't hanging like the high school kids wear it. So the straps were pretty tight. When you see it on the body, those straps are super loose and it is pulled way up. That bothers me. That means that's not normal. And I've been on a ton of accident scenes. For me personally, that is where I have
was he maybe trying to ditch the bag? Because that's the thing. We don't know which shot hit him. It could have been the last one, and he could have been trying to ditch the bag.
Exactly. It's just inconsistent, though, with Daniel's story.
Oh, yeah. While I don't think Daniel was purposefully being dishonest, I take his testimony like with a grain of salt, because I think he was just so confused on things, and I'm not sure he has a clear image of what happened.
And the language barrier is huge from someone who interprets and knows the laws and knows the rules when it comes to interpretation and is actually ASL interpreting in Spanish, translating. I got to give kudos to those interpreters. That is a very difficult job
Yeah.
to do in court all day and all that. But there is a language barrier, even with interpretation. And then being on the stress of being on the stand, I had to keep telling myself, give him a little grace. And, you got to give him grace because that is a very difficult place to be on a witness stand in a case. If you've never done it, I have. It's horrible. But with the language barrier and trying to fit things together, but even if you wipe all that away, I don't trust him.
Can
Let
I
me-
just jump in here, Scott, a second?
Sure.
Because
Go ahead.
I'm gonna hop off.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me on your panel, and it's
Wonderful.
lovely to meet every single one of you. And I'll go and watch you all now and see all the new faces to the names. But I want to thank you, Scott, because I always say this. Because of you and your community, it got my channel started, and it's
Glad it
growing.
did.
It's growing lovely, and it's opened up new doors and opportunities for me as well. I've got a regular place on a Sunday show now, and you've got some things going where I'm moderating and where I'm going live as well. So you have opened plenty of doors for me, and I just cannot thank you enough. So given,
Oh, Welsh lady, thank you. All you have to do to thank me is say magically delicious. And
That's Irish, though. That's Irish, not Welsh. Because in Welsh it's magically delicious. It doesn't sound like it. And I'm not Mrs. Doubtfire either. She's Scottish.
and thank you, Welsh lady. Thanks for stopping in.
Say thank you so much. Take care, my lovelies. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
All right, we've got NJ coming in. I changed your name if that's all right, NJ, just so it doesn't cause any political firestorms. Please forgive me for taking that liberty.
That's fine. That's okay.
Welcome. What do you want to introduce yourself briefly, and maybe share your opinion on the case as far as which team you're on?
Sure. I'm in New Jersey. I watch a lot of cases. I actually started watching you during the Mike Kowalski trial. So, and it's been hard to find coverage on this case. Usually it comes out a day after. So I've been watching you all day trying to keep updates. But I think if the investigation wasn't so botchy, it might have a better outcome. But I honestly believe it's going to come out not guilty. And even if the investigation wasn't botchy, I still think that based on his account of how things happened, he was in the right. And a lot of people view that differently. But I mean, this is an older couple. They've obviously seen a lot of stuff with, trespassers on their property. So, and then not to mention the text messages from the liaison that mentions like, hey, this is happening. That just feeds into paranoia. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
Do you think they should have gone with a self-defense argument?
Absolutely, yeah. If they didn't, I don't think he would be found not guilty.
They'd have to overcome the fact that the statements he's made to the officers. It's hard to change those, right?
It is. But I mean, at the same time, like he said, they pointed a gun at me at one point in time. That's one of the statements that he made, and he did call the liaison and say, "Hey, they're shooting." So I mean, we're never going to know who's being truthful and who's not being truthful. But based on the evidence that I saw and the botched investigation, I believe that this man either was self-defense or innocent.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. Any other thoughts? Who'd we interrupt last? I think we got somebody off a minute ago.
Sorry.
Hang on, let me take this call. I'm going to mute.
I have a question. This is what we usually ask when it goes to when they have jury questions. What do you think the specific question that they asked indicates? Do you think which way do you think that they're leaning based on the fact that they wanted to see the police records?
It's hard to tell, to be honest.
Yeah,
I think they're
it's so
leaning towards.
neutral.
I think the prosecution. I mean the defense. I think they're leaning towards the defense on that, asking that question, because they're thinking there's evidence that was not presented.
I think maybe possibly the jurors that are hanging out for not guilty want to show the other jurors, like, look at the discrepancies. Look at this. Like, this report says this, but this report says no. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, I'm thinking that once again, fear. Was he in fear of just say he did shoot? For argument's sake, was he in fear for his safety or that of his wife? And if there was a comment that came in his interview that they showed the video of, where he's talked about being shot at 3 times and one time grazed his side of his head or ear area. And he did say that he did call the Border Patrol and Sheriff office on those 3 times. So if they're asking for that evidence, then that to me says that they're looking at his interview. And where's the evidence of those calls to the sheriff's office? That's my question.
Well, he didn't make calls to the sheriff's office. The liaison called somebody
No, we're
else who
talking
called
years ago. Years ago, he said they had
Like when he
said
got shot in the ear.
when he got shot years ago. Then he's called the liaison many times, but they had asked, "Had you ever called the sheriff department?" He goes, "Yes, when I was shot at 3 times and got hit in the ear once." So that's what I think they may be alluding to.
Yeah, but they didn't introduce that in the trial. So why would they ask for that?
It was
in the interview. It was briefly covered. It was really, really quick, but it really wasn't focused on much at all.
It has some major importance to them for some reason. I guess maybe we'll know, maybe we won't. But
I mean, I think get that around the whole issue of fearing for his life, if this dead body would have been found within like 20 or 25 yards of his home or his property or his house, I could get that or understand that more or better. But 115 yards away from your house, you feel like somebody's gonna fire a rifle at you and kill you. I mean, to me, that's a stretch. I mean,
If
I
they
could.
had rifles on them and it was if he reported he saw, and like I said, his defense is not clear.
As far as distance goes, NJ, you're breaking up just a little bit. I apologize. As far as distance goes, deer hunters, what they do deer hunting down there, can take a shot at 300 yards with a rifle and take an ethical shot at 300 yards. So distance wise, I think he's within range of being at risk if he feels he's being fired at. And
what is an ethical shot?
An ethical shot is where you have basically it's called a clean kill, where the animal doesn't suffer. You can hit the target.
That was going to be my question, because I was like, what is an ethical shot?
I know, I'm thinking.
Me
the vegans say there's no ethical shots, but ethical shot for sport.
You're a good shot. There's no suffering to the poor soul. It's instant.
So we're saying
I had no idea what that was.
So we're saying they were snipers with scopes on their rifle.
That's just a regular normal deer rifle.
Yeah.
I wouldn't use like a lever action 30-30 at that range. They're probably closer to 75 to 100 yards maximum, but a normal deer rifle. Yeah, Brian, go ahead.
If the theory is that George killed him from his patio, George could have been killed from where they were standing. So
right.
Angela, you got a high five.
No, I just wanted. It's midnight here. I just my mom is still here.
Hey, Mom.
And I just so I just want to say good night and talk to you some other time.
Get some rest. I don't think we're going to have a verdict tonight, unless it's harmful.
No. And I sent you a link to another fun experiment that actually that I hope you might do with kids, because you actually have everything in there at home, which is also safe to do at home, which is also brings me to our earlier conversation about guns and replicating, which you can actually do with this one. If you, instead of the plywood that they used, you can use the pipe. And you already have pipes, so that's
the least of your concern. You already have everything.
I have so much plumbing fixtures. It's not funny.
No,
So,
it is not funny.
Did you take him back
Well,
to
you
the
have
studio?
pipes. That's it. So
Okay.
thank you so much,
Angela, it's
and
been wonderful talking with you. Thanks for your patience. Nice to meet your mom as well. Have yourself a wonderful night. Get some sleep. It's
Good night,
late.
Angela and your mom.
bye. Good night. Bye.
All right. Who wanted to be next? Let's see. Jim.
Jordy? I can't remember. Somebody was raising their hand.
I forget.
I was waving. I mean, I was gonna say I can't ever. I have ADHD terribly, so the topic has slipped away from me.
I see you're wearing a Snoopy shirt, and I've been curious. What does it say? It says, "Please don't make me do stuff."
Please don't make me do stuff.
Anything.
I get curious when I see like half a saying that my I guess OCD kicks in. I'm like, I need to know how that ends. I need to know what the rest of that is.
I'll
I guess
feel you on
we had
that.
on the podcast last night had a little saying behind him, and I had to text Thomas. Like, I need a picture of that, and he sent me the picture. He texted him, please send a picture. Because I already need to. Ada, you're muted. Go ahead. You're muted right now.
Sorry, my son popped in the room. I have a kind of comic question, and us country folk on my feed kind of went a little bit ballistic on this. They focused on his weapon hanging on the back of a door with the T-shirt, and they went on and on and on about that and all of that. Guys, my grandpa used, and where he put the gun. Grandpa always had a gun on his hip and a rifle. He owned a bunch of acreage and ranch. He come in for lunch. The rifle went by the door. The gun belt went on the hook. The T-shirt, whatever he was covering, overalls, was hung up. He had lunch. He put it all back on and go out. At the end of the day, it was on the back of the bedroom door. So is that to you guys? What are your thoughts on the weapon being there? And the fact that they didn't even take it that night, that they left it in the house.
Imagine these circumstances in the Crumbly case. That's all I can say. That's all I can say because
that case.
Crazy. But I'm from Louisiana, so I am not a good person to say this either because this type of stuff is common to me. So
it is, and people in the city don't get that. People in the city don't get it. But that's the way it was.
Well, I live in the city, and my 9mm is in my bedside table, and my shotgun's in the living room with a sheet over it, so I can find it before the intruder does.
Okay, so but the thing is they were harping on the fact that it was hidden under a shirt behind the door. I'm all like, you guys, come on.
They can't argue that when at the same time they have him on recording. One of the few recordings they have of him saying, it was AK-47. I can give it to you. I can go back and get it for you if you want. You can't have both.
Need
He
a
was
search
trying to hide
warrant.
it, and he was willing to just turn it over without a
And
warrant.
what do you think about Miss Kelly's phone and the way they treated her? And
I think she's got a civil suit on her hands.
I agree. But what's your opinion?
Yeah.
I think so too. I think it was horrible, actually. But
one thing that irritates me is they just take everybody's phone. And I try to imagine this because, these people go years without their phone because they literally are like, no, we're not going to give it back to you. I mean, we've got trial and everything. So you have to go and buy yourself a new phone.
Crumblies.
Exactly. Again.
But the thing for me that bothered me was when they told her to get her coat, and then I guess it was her husband who said turn on the porch light. Shut my door. But the husband told me to turn off my porch light. And the female SO followed her in the house without permission. She didn't ask, and she just followed her. She didn't say anything. And Miss Crumbly walked through the entire house to the back wall, to the back porch to turn on that light, and followed her back out of the house with no consent, no warrant, nothing. And she said, I didn't know what was going on. And then they throw her in the back of the car. That SO should not, I mean, and once again, y'all are lawyers, or some of y'all know far more than I do. But to me, that would be a no-no because they didn't ask permission. She just followed her in.
Unfortunately, a lot of people don't know their constitutional rights when it comes to stuff like that.
I would have
Especially,
said, hell no.
Yeah, I agree. Me too. But some people, especially she's elderly, you know. But
If
I don't
if
know.
it
It's
sorry, we got
Ray.
thunder and rain happening outside. If they had already arrested Mr. Kelly at the doorstop at the door, which I don't think they had because she was already in the
They
car
had
when he was led by.
right.
Normally,
They had
when you
gotten him
arrest
yet,
someone, the police are allowed to search the area incident to the arrest,
but
which
he
had
wasn't
not happened yet.
arrested
So I
yet.
don't think they had authority to do that. So
Yeah, but if she
Yeah,
looks
I don't think he was arrested yet either because when I was listening to the closing statements, it said that she saw him walk by in handcuffs and then they put her in the car, if I remember correctly.
But he's the one that said, "Honey, I need you to go turn on the porch lights." The
Yes.
front one, she flipped it on. He goes, "No, the back one too." He wasn't under arrest. He didn't have handcuffs on, but that followed shortly after. But the other thing is that these older people don't understand the older generations in the sense of they were raised. You follow the police's orders, you cooperate, you do what they ask because that's what your good people do. If you're innocent, you're going to do what they ask. You're not
yeah,
going
you
to
don't have
fight. You're
anything to
not going to
hide.
rob.
Just
You have
cooperate.
nothing to hide. But but see, once again, any evidence gotten from that time point that that lady follow the SO following her in, you know what she's doing. She's looking. She's trying to, free look.
What I don't understand here is they interviewed him for what 50 something minutes. And when I watch interviews on YouTube and stuff like that of people that have been caught of murder, burglary, whatever, they spend hours. They literally spent 50 something minutes with this man and did no other investigation.
So just to clarify a couple points, so he wasn't placed under arrest until after the interview at the
True.
sheriff's office with the lead detective.
He was in
And
cuffs.
Yeah, he was in
well,
cuffs, which means
he
he's
wasn't
arrested,
placed.
in my
He
opinion.
wasn't placed under arrest, even though he was cuffed. At that point, he was just detained. He
Right.
wasn't under arrest.
Good point.
And then in that initial investigation, when they got to the home, if they went into the home, nothing was seized at that point, as far as nothing was removed from the house. And so it's not like they went in there, and it can't be classified as like an illegal search because technically they weren't searching and they didn't seize anything.
Well, technically, they took his gun and whatever else
Not
he
not
had
not
out in the
not
field
at
and put it in a
not at
trailer.
that time. Not at
That's
that
an
time.
illegal search and seizure because they didn't have a
Not,
warrant yet.
nothing
they got
was
that done at a
removed.
later time. It
They
was,
didn't take it initially. His
No, they did not.
let me
They did
interrupt.
take his. They took his handgun out in the field and put it in a trailer or a shed or something when he was out there after they discovered the
did.
body.
That's for
He put
officer
it-
safety,
He put
though.
it away.
I mean,
Okay, let me stop for just a minute. We just got Laura in here. Somebody's got a dog. Is that Laura? Is that your dog? Okay, I was going to say, Laura,
it's
welcome.
Ada's cat.
It's Ada's cat barking.
I do have a dog. It's a service dog, but no, she's asleep.
We're going to say welcome. I do need to know what's on your shirt as far as the saying, because that's how it goes.
It says, "Why should only 1 hour be happy?"
There you go. Thank you very much. Welcome, Laura. Where are you at, and where do you stand on the case?
I am in Kenosha, Wisconsin, southeastern Wisconsin. Um, you know, I've been going back and forth, but I don't think the state has proven their case at all. So if I was on the jury, I would have to say not guilty, just on that alone.
Wonderful. Well, it's wonderful to have you and your pet. We have so many pets on the street.
Thank you so much for having me. I work and lurk all day long, and I very seldom chat. And I got done working, and I thought I've been listening to you guys, and I love all of your insight and all of your opinions. And I just had to pop in and say hi.
That's wonderful. Wonderful. Well, feel free to jump in here. Who was speaking? NJ, I think we've got a little. Oh, thanks for muting a little bit. We have a little bit of weird audio coming back, looping through on your side. But just as a heads up, Ada, were you talking or?
I was, but I think I'm good. I just feel this entire investigation, they just push the boundaries at every opportunity, and I think that Miss Kelly definitely could potentially have some legal. Once again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a wannabe maybe one day, but I think that if she has any chance or any hope of being successful, she should sue when this is over. And by the way, somebody mentioned something about the GoFundMe page earlier, and I think your post or something, or Go Me Fund or whatever y'all do. I can't. I'm still learning.
Careful how you
guys,
say that.
I don't know. I don't know what it said, but they reverted something. And once again, it's my hearing. But anyway, it's been taken down.
Really?
Wait,
Yeah.
it was
Okay.
taken
The,
down?
the GoFundMe was taken down when this first happened, and then they went to another crowdsourcing platform. I can't recall what it's called at the moment, but it was on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. But they GoFundMe initially canceled their crowdsourcing, and then they switched to another one because of the case and everything else.
Well, yeah, doesn't GoFundMe they well anymore they don't allow for fundraising for like legal fights.
No,
Yeah, criminal defense. I think they eliminated or something like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Winslow Wonder, by the way, welcome. Who are you? Where are you from?
Oh yeah, I'm the Winslow Wonder. I'm from the great state of South Dakota.
Yeah, but you're not biased at all, right?
No, not at all.
You have an epic background behind you. It looks amazing.
Yeah, it's great. I actually made this into like a big desk mat, and so I have this on my desk for like a big mouse pad. So,
anything you wanted to just say, or you just pop it in?
well, kind of how this case seems to have gone. I'm about 50-50, and here's how I'm 50-50. I think there's about equal likely chance that he, shot Gabriel. But there's also 50% chance that something else happened, and the state, man, half of their evidence seems like they just made it up.
It seems like it connects the dots to me, and sometimes the dots are too far apart.
Yeah,
they have some
like,
dots, but I can't
they found
draw
a horse
picture.
somewhere when they were supposed to be connecting a dot to something else. But yeah, they half like it seems like half their evidence, and I mean their star witness,
Ayanza.
He's like all over the place, and I know some of that's probably some language barrier stuff, but I mean, even in some of his first stuff, like he doesn't seem like he was there.
I don't think it was a language barrier with Ayanza. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but he kept saying he's the lead detective. I saw the lead detective in the Crumbly case. He sat there. He knew every detail of every report, every incident, everything in the entire case. This guy was like, I wasn't there. I didn't know. I didn't. Like, how do you not know? Aren't you supposed to review all of the reports? Aren't you supposed to look at everything as a whole? Like, that's his job as the lead detective.
Yeah, and actually, kind of looking at some courts that you might look at, if the lead detective and they have like pretty decent evidence, their lead detective is like, oh yeah, my team went out and did this. We did this. Like this is what we found, and you can see in some of the areas where maybe they're not as sure on stuff. It's like, oh yeah, no, I wasn't there, and you can see in other cases. It's not just this one.
They were unsure about a lot. Every one of the state's witnesses had issues answering the defense's questions, but had no problems answering the prosecutors. And that's what one of the biggest red flags for me is literally they had such a hard time just saying yes or no. They were like, I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't want to speculate. And that was a continuous theme throughout this trial.
NJ, I think you're right. If the witnesses that the state had called had been more neutral or willing to just acknowledge the same answers they eventually gave, if they'd just been in their mannerism, if they had just said yes when it was a yes, instead of fighting it and making them say, yes, it was an investigation in Mexico. Yes, it was an investigation.
Or yes, we messed up. It would have made things a lot better for the prosecution.
I'm not even saying that they need to change their answers. If they'd given the answers they gave eventually under duress and thumb screws, just in a neutral way, I think this would have been a completely different case.
Agreed. 100%.
There's
I
a
need
comment
to interrupt. I'm sorry. I need to announce something while Scott is in a public position and can't do anything about it.
You're breaking up.
There's a huge rainstorm outside right now, and I have been informed that the last person to drive the car left the sunroof open.
Ooh.
Who was the last person to drive the car?
Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Guy, there's a comment by Kerviel that says, I just went through the transcript with Kelly, and they said the detectives 13 times that he shot at them, and then he corrected them. There you go. He corrected them every time saying above. And once again, I noted body language. He was consistent with the angle of his arm every time. And they got to the point the detective said same thing. Just thought it was a very good point by one of your viewers.
Yeah. Good catch there. All right, if we look at the verdict time, let me just pull it up in place of my picture really quickly. 8 hours, 47 minutes, 35 seconds. That's a lot of deliberation. I'm checking. I don't have any updates yet from Laura in the courtroom.
What time is it where the court is?
I'm 3 hours behind, so we're almost 7, 6,
It's
5.
3:48 there.
I'm
Yeah.
too.
Yep, 3:48.
3:48.
So they've got an hour and 12 minutes, like max, more to
I
deliberate
love
before
your
court shuts
your
down.
poll said that it was 53% that it would have been yesterday and 40-something% by the day, and then 3%. Hell, our weekends were destroyed.
Well, it would have been today, but the judge sent them back.
I think this is the first time I've heard a judge say that the courthouse is going to close at a particular time.
Me too.
To the jury.
No, we had one. We had one where they said, "Oh, apparently the courts, the sheriffs, their overtime, the staffing thing, that was the issue." I'm not sure if it was Maya. Who was that one?
It wasn't Maya because they were allowed to go as long as they wanted.
Yeah.
Hey, did y'all catch another comment? The sheriff said he was in Mexico just to convey his condolences.
Yes.
Oh, BS. I've never heard a sheriff crossing over and doing what he did to offer condolences. How many illegals are found deceased? Many. Does he go to every one of their families and offer condolences?
No, that man. Listen to this. That man.
Yeah.
Did you guys see where the
Okay,
defense
deep
asked
breaths,
him?
deep breaths.
Did you see where the defense asked Sheriff Hathaway if he knew Big Super or if he spoke to him? It's a YouTube channel in Arizona, and in that interview with Big Super, the guy asked Sheriff Hathaway. He said something about vigilantes, and he said, we have this couple that lives on a ranch in Arizona who was writing nonfiction books and putting them on Amazon about hunting Mexicans. And then he said, and then this guy was hunting them and shot a Mexican, speaking about Mr. Kelly. That's where that came in at. And then said that he was an extremist and he's not from here. And that was very concerning to me when, after I watched it and went back and listened to his examination, I was like, wow, like this guy seems like Mr. Kelly because he's only been here 20 years and he wasn't born and raised like he was, that he's an extremist and hates Mexicans. And it's insane.
Y'all, his book sales have jumped tremendously.
Whose book?
George
Allen Kelly,
George Allen Kelly's book. I have it up on Amazon. It's A Far Beyond the Border Fence. Is a contemporary novel which brings Mexican border drug conflict into the 21st century. The owner of the VMR Ranch, located in southern Arizona on the border, discovers two of the rancher's prize quarter horses missing, and his southern fence leading to Mexico was cut. What follows will require a gallant effort not only to retrieve his beloved horses and to rescue members of his family, but also to face an international plan to destroy the twin American-Mexican cities. That's the depiction on his books.
That's the plot, right?
Plot
Yeah.
of the book.
When was this book written?
Oh, gosh, years ago.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, this is not a great idea to do this after. I thought this was like something recent.
This is like OJ writing a book. If I did
yeah,
commit it,
if
here's
I had
how I
done
would
it.
do it.
Oh gosh.
But there's a reason why it wasn't admitted in that trial. It obviously wasn't evidentiary.
Prejudicial, big time to me.
Well, and there might have been a chance that if he testified, they would have tried to.
I'm sure they would have.
That they would have been like, hey, we hear you write books about,
Did anyone else notice the female prosecutor with her facial expressions throughout the entire trial?
I loved it during going through the jury instructions.
Oh my
She
God,
was-
me
I
too. She was mad. She was infuriated. And I was just looking like, look, lady, you brought these charges. You did this. You brought this here. So now when you have a qualified defense coming at you and putting you on blast, you can't get mad. You really can't.
Yeah, I love the lead attorney. I don't know which one's the lead attorney. The attorney for the defense with the curly hair, the more mature one's from out of state.
Yeah, she's from Texas. Her last name
Oh.
is Lothorpe. And the
I
other
like her.
one is from Arizona, which was his initial attorney. I don't know if she's a public defender, but I've heard
They're
different
both
stories.
hired. They're both hired.
Okay.
Laura Lorthorpe. We're trying to actually connect with her as soon as the case is over. We've got some connections there, so she may be interested in coming on, and we could actually talk to her personally.
Yeah, the one that did the closings, the lead.
She was an MMA fighter and then graduated in law school. Like and from what I hear, what I've seen and read, she's pretty amazing.
Well, she's a good lawyer. I mean, like, agree or not, I think both the defense attorneys put up a very good defense for their client.
Yes.
And it kept
made him.
Now the question will be is if he can
Selena,
hire
you're
him
muted here.
for a second time.
Well, hopefully, if they get a hung jury, the prosecution will no, we're not. Just like the treehouse killer in Florida, they said they were going to retry him, and I haven't heard anything about a new trial coming up because it was a botched investigation.
It's coming up. The new trial is coming. There's actually a hearing they had last week on that, and
I haven't seen anything. That's interesting.
Well, he's trying to get rid of this judge too. So,
well, this judge wasn't the one that started the initial hearings. It was Cartwright, and I'm wondering why I didn't follow through with him. I'm just curious, but I don't know.
If he'd just get an attorney, he'd win this case.
Can I stop for a minute? Everyone's yelling court feed, court feed. I have the court feed that's not transmitting.
I have a court feed. Let me see if it doesn't show anything either.
I've got a backpack TVU.
Oh, you're so special.
No, I mean that's all I can see.
No, I'm teasing. I'm very jealous of your setup. Selena's trying to say something.
Hey, hang on. Is there somebody that has a live view of the court right now?
Selena.
Let me refresh.
We can't hear you. No.
I'm on my phone, so I can't look. But even when I do look, I can never find anything live. It's just played
I'm
a day
live
later.
right now, and it's counting. It's
22:55. I've got.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm refreshing.
Wouldn't Laura let you know?
Selena, we can't hear you. I see your mouth. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be bossy. I'm just letting her
Try
know.
muting and unmuting.
Yeah. I just see Recovery Addict doing his thing.
So, all right, I have a question. I've been in and out all day. Like, do you have an opinion on the case, or have you already spoke about it?
I haven't been following it. No, just kidding. I do. I feel that it's. I would even say that it's likely that Mr. Kelly, that one of the rounds Mr. Kelly fired, struck Gabriel. I feel that the state has not proven that there are other also likely scenarios that can't get me past a reasonable doubt. So I'd say it's unproven, and I would say not guilty.
I got you. I usually watch you, and I see you never really give your opinion. So I was just curious.
Strategic.
Yeah. I get it. I mean, I don't know. Everybody has their opinion, and it's a crazy thing. What I'm concerned about is I've recently saw some clips from jurors that were on the O.J. Simpson since he passed, saying that they knew they were guilty, but they just did it because he was black and due to whatever.
We're not bringing race in. That's.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I was just saying that they had a reason why, and they said that they knew he was guilty, but didn't say he was guilty. And that's a thing that I just question in jurors and in situations. That's all.
I have a question. If they come back guilty, is it my understanding? Because one thing I was surprised when the judge walked off, and remember you said, Ada, where you had something. Yeah, I forgot. This is it. Could the prosecution or the defense requested that the judge remove himself for this trial during that little spat?
No,
And could
not
get
after
called
it's
for another
done.
trial, but the thing is that does set it up for an appeal, correct? If he's found guilty.
I
And
don't know if it sets him up for an appeal because he did give them the opportunity to call Detective Barba back and re-question him. I don't think the jury was in there when they did that, but they did give them the opportunity. They said it depends on what they get from this witness if they're going to recall him. So I don't know if that's going to actually be an appealable situation. I don't know.
Well, it didn't look good when he cut him off in front of the jury. He just said, "Time up." That sure in the heck didn't look good.
Just from like watching some other trials and kind of like, or like listening to other, attorneys or whatever, I think it could still, mostly because he's not only is he saying, hey, you have 5 minutes here, but it's also you have 2 days to do your entire case. It wasn't just the, and I mean, they did their case in like a day and a half anyways, but
I mean, yeah, they can raise those issues on appeal if he is in fact found guilty on any of the charges. But if he is found guilty on any of the charges, they can't request that the judge be removed from anything as far as the appeals go or anything like that.
Yeah, I think that those sort of motions have to be made in a timely manner when they've passed that point. Britt Bottoms, we got a lot of background noise on your audio.
Yeah, somebody asked a question. Why did the state not call the sheriff as a witness? That's something I was kind of pondering.
Because he's a bad witness for them.
Exactly.
He was incredibly bad. I mean, and go look at pretty much all the witnesses. I think actually all the witnesses for the defense, they're all hostile witnesses. They're all like, they're all people who work for the, prosecutor or work for the police or work for the. I mean, probably the only not hostile witness is the Border Patrol agent that they call. And I mean, he's still a government employee. So, they didn't need to, they didn't even bring their own experts. Which I figured is like maybe
we've got a court feed.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Hang on one second. We've got a court feed. Let me see if I can bring this up.
Oh, please.
Which one was it?
I'm going to mute all you guys just for a minute.
I'm pretty sure.
Right, Jim Court. Everybody have a seat.
It's been 9 hours straight up of deliberation. Judge not in his robe.
All right, we're back on the record. In State versus Kelly, the records show the presence of all counsel and the defendant. It's 4 p.m. I marked this latest note from the jurors, 4 p.m. The note says, jurors would like to be dismissed and to return Monday at 8:30 a.m.
Whoa.
Any objections?
No. No, Your Honor.
So do I. You are dismissed.
Go home now. You've been here 4 hours. I'm going to stop the deliberation counter. Got 9 hours. As soon as they send the note back. Drew put in 7.5 hours of deliberation today. Had an hour and a half prior to this.
I agree. They're not really working very hard.
Yeah. The judge, I think he insulted those jurors. I really think look at all the notes they've taken, look at all the questions they've had, and for him to say you're not trying hard enough, without knowing what's going on in there. Honestly, without knowing what's going on in that deliberation room,
When he said you didn't work hard enough.
Response I wrote is as follows. You are dismissed. Please return to the jury deliberation room Monday at 8:30 a.m. to continue your deliberations. Remember and comply with the admonition of the court.
That works for us, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Sign it.
Well,
Hand it to the bailiff to be delivered to the clerk. And we're adjourned until 8:30 a.m. Monday morning. Have a good weekend.
Your Honor, can I address one issue first? We've requested a copy of the jobs recordings of the trial in this case, and pursuant to Administrative Order Number 2007-015, it indicates that if a party requests a copy of the jobs recordings, they're entitled to them. And I was told by the clerk of court that the court was indicating I'm not entitled to them, so I'm just trying to sort that out.
I understand. It's been brought to my attention. Put your requests in writing, file it with the clerk in connection with this case, and the court will give you a ruling.
Okay.
We're adjourned tonight.
What? I didn't understand that. I apologize.
okay. I don't know what is a jazz recording. Let me go back to our.
I don't know, but she just said, hey, legally you're required to do this. He said, yeah, well, put it in writing and I'll think about it.
Talk to the hand is what he said. Let's see. Wow. Sorry, I'm trying to find you guys. Just 1 second. We'll bring the volume back up. Here you are. Welcome. Oh, nope, that's not it.
I'm so glad to be an adult. I don't like it when other people treat me like I'm not an adult. I'm a child. And he is really just handing that attitude out everywhere.
Oh my gosh, this judge is not, I don't like him. Not good at all.
So once again, what happened at the end? Once again.
So a quick motion at the end. First we're going to summarize what happened before. Okay, so the jury sent a note saying we'd like to go home. We'd like to come back on Monday at 8:30. It's an hour earlier than regular stopping time, which means they're leaving early.
It's Friday.
They're not making any progress. It is Friday, but they're not making any progress. If they thought we're close, they probably would have stayed. But they're going to come back on Monday at 8:30 and continue this. At the very end, the state said, Your Honor, I'd like to bring up an issue. We have requested a copy, and I believe she said the jazz recordings, and I don't know what that is. I'm not sure if it's JAZZ or if it's there's an initial, but basically the court has only a few recordings, right? And it sounds like this is the hard copy video, would be my guess, of the trial, which is already out on YouTube, but that's not the final. That's not like the official version. So maybe there's a master copy that's retained. They've asked for a copy. The court recorder says, no, we don't do that. And she goes and pulls the legal back up and says, under the law, if I request it, it has to be provided. And the judge, in response, instead of saying, yes, provide it for her, says, well, make a written motion, and then I'll respond to that.
Oh, no. He said they'll make a ruling on it.
They'll make a ruling. Yeah.
I will decide your fate. I am the arbiter of all.
I'm trying to Google what it is, but I can't find it.
JAVS. It's a court system recording. JAVS.
JAVS. Okay.
Yeah, it's likely the direct court feed that they have. There may be multiple video cameras in the courtroom for various streaming locations, and there's an official court feed on a court camera. So that's probably what they're looking for. And I do recall that there was an accusation one day that the prosecution said during one of the witness testimonies that they could hear one of the defense attorneys calling the witness a liar.
Yes, Laura. They alleged Laura said liar.
Yeah.
That was audible. And the recordings, when you're watching the feed, not the news pool feed that we just watched, but when you're watching the feed from the court with the 4 boxes, the microphones are different. It's a different mic setup. And so you get to hear things that you can't hear in the other. For instance, when the judge walked out, the news camera couldn't tell that she said cool in the background, but you can hear say cool when he walks out there. So the recordings there are going to give them whatever they can overhear. And honestly, the defense has not been muting their mic the entire trial long. We've been able to overhear a lot of conversation that normally you wouldn't be able to. And now that's part of the court record, for better or worse.
I wonder if it's because he got the count of how many guilty, not guilty, and it might have been on microphone, possibly.
Oh my goodness, that is
It definitely was.
Oh,
I honestly believe that's what it was. I think it was something mentioned up there at the judge's desk, and now they want it because they've never asked for it before. And we all know. I even heard the objections for the questions on my phone while they were reading them out and discussing them. I could only hear the judge. I couldn't hear the prosecution or the defense on their headsets, but I could hear the judge the last few days of trial.
That's
Oh
right.
my goodness, that is
Are you talking
great.
about when the judge was reading the questions from the jury? You can hear him.
Yes.
Yes, I can hear him on Thursday and Friday. Sometimes you could hear the judge reading the question.
It's been the last few days that I could hear them, and I'm wondering now if that's why they're requesting them, is because he knows, the judge knows, or might have spoken out loud and said something.
I think it's
Okay, so
about
here's
goodness.
here's what we've got to do. Today's recording goes up later tonight. It's going to be uploaded. It might be a quick upload because most of the day is just a blank screen. It doesn't change, and that makes the video file smaller. It makes it quicker to upload. As soon as that jumps up, we need to watch that. We need to pull that up and see if there's something we can hear in the questions that come from the juror.
Oh my
specifically
gosh.
reads the count.
That's the only thing that makes sense, because they haven't requested it, and now that everybody knows, the judge knows what ratio it is, it's a possibility.
So we've got to find out. That's very interesting. The Javs might be a bench conference recording.
Oh, it could be that too, because
I just pulled up their site and I'm waiting to see if it posts, because sometimes it posts quick, sometimes it doesn't.
What is a bench recording? What is that?
The bench conference, when they put the headphones on, I believe that audio is recorded for the record, although it's not included in the video feed that we get. We can hear the judge.
we
but
can
can't
hear it. Yeah.
the judge. And that's because he doesn't turn off his mic. They turn it down, but they don't turn it off.
Well, I couldn't hear him in the beginning of the trial when they would put their headphones on, only the last few days. And then one day you could hear him really loud, or one instance, not one day, but you could hear, it's like you hear all the static in the background, but you could hear him clear as day. And they never show. I don't know what it is, but I also remember the prosecutor would take her one side of her headphone off and move it back, and she was like, "We're getting feedback."
I've got Warrior Yoch. Warrior Yoch. Are you on?
Yeah, I am.
I'm going to turn your
Hi there.
just a tiny bit. Hang on. Give me just 1 second. We're going to get the volume a little better.
Yeah, and I just found the JAVS request. It's the transcripts of court proceedings that are deemed to be the official record. To request your JAVS recordings, please fill out a JAVS recording request form.
That would be everything.
Yeah, they want the whole thing, the entire trial, apparently. All right, Warrior, where are you from? Name and location.
I'm from Wisconsin. I guess South Central Wisconsin.
Cool. Where you stand on this trial?
Definitely not guilty. He had every right to protect his property, and I feel that it's very, very political. And the whole reason, the sheriff is the one that made it political, not us.
Yes.
So it's just frustrating to watch. I mean, and throughout the trial, the prosecution just keeps saying, they come here to live a better life. Well, no, not all of them. And I have no problem with anyone, race, color, creed. They need to do it the right way. And when they come across the border, it's such a risky thing. And what people don't realize is that these people are being trafficked, whether they're men or women or anything like that. These people are being victimized. They have to pay all of this money to get across the border. And when they're here, they have to keep sending this money back to their families so their families aren't killed. And it's just very sad. And they take advantage of these people. And most of the time you don't see the women and the children. You see men, young men that coming across that border. So it's just very sad.
Well, it's sad that the school, sorry.
I see Miss Kevin getting ready to Mrs. Kevin getting ready to be on. Give me a thumbs up in camera when you're ready to join.
It is sad. They go through a lot.
Well, then the kids are coming across the border to go to school. They're U.S. They're born in the U.S. They live in Mexico. They come across the border every day to go to school, then they go to work, and then they come home, and they're only sleeping 3-4 hours a night, stand in line 2 or 3 hours in the morning, 2 and 3 hours in the evening to get back across the border, and they're working for less than minimum wage. It's horrible.
I think one of the definitely kind of losing arguments, in my opinion, for the prosecution is trying to make, and like I know you want to make this the poor victim, but I mean your two supposed victims, there's a lot of evidence that they're not coming over here to live a better life. There's a lot of evidence showing that they're going back and forth. That he has plans
or might be part of the trafficking network.
Yeah, or I mean, maybe not even trafficking, but at least drug trafficking maybe. But it's like, I mean, just trying to be he's just trying to come over here, live a better life. It's like
the American dream.
The American dream. It's like he said he was going to be back across, to coach his son's soccer team, like 2 days later. It's like, I don't think so.
My thing is that there's about a bunch of controversy about east, west, north, south, meters, miles, distance, but these people travel over mountains. They come and go through desert area, so they obviously do know east, west, meters, miles, feet, stuff like that. That's another thing that is like
I definitely know north and south.
Right.
North and south is one of the especially in that location is it's probably pretty easy. The way towards the giant wall is probably south,
and water flows south there. I mean, it's very easy to maintain your direction. Let me give Miss Kevin just a minute to introduce herself.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I was muted. Hi, I called earlier this week when we were talking about my dad and his experiences, but I called specifically to agree with RA.
Yay! We need more people no, just kidding. Go ahead.
But I actually kind of believe, and it might be kind of like tinfoil hat, but I kind of believe that Mr. Kelly is just a victim of wrong place, wrong time, and just so happens to be that the wrong place and the wrong time was at his own house. Because I feel like they have not given enough, and there is no way without a bullet to know for sure that he fired the bullet that killed Gabriel. There's no way to know. And so I kind of feel like if they can't prove that, then you can't rule out just a body dump, a straight up dump. Like he got the shot that Mr. Kelly heard when he said they're shooting. I believe it could have been the shot that killed him. And then because they all came out there and they're all running around and they didn't find anybody. And then later on, he's out there and he's like, hey, dogs found a body. Kind of weird how dogs didn't find a body earlier because dogs are going to find what dogs are going to find. And to me, it was just like, wait a minute, you're just assuming that I don't know. You're just assuming that you missed it when you were there earlier. Like all of you? I don't know. It was weird to me, but that's my opinion. Also, I'm probably one of the only people who found RA through Mrs. RA and then didn't realize that you guys were married until about halfway through Maya.
That's
so the dog
funny.
only found one bullet and not the others?
Right.
That's mind-boggling to me. They were out there with metal detectors searching, and there was 9 shots, 10 total of you.
Just real quick, I need to drop off. I appreciate everybody's input and values. Are you going to have this up again on Monday once they start deliberating?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty quick thing on Monday. I think if they come back after the weekend and still say I'm firmly where I was before, I don't expect another full day of deliberation.
Okay.
If they're not moving, or if the people who are adamantly holding their position, the holdouts are not at least being willing to look at things again, I think this will be a Monday morning verdict.
Yeah.
I'm going to drop off too. Thank you so much for having me on.
Thanks, Selena.
Have a good weekend.
I've got to get ready for my flight. So
all right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I appreciate both of you representing the minority side. Thank you.
Yeah. Go minority. Bye.
Bye.
But would this weekend actually be helpful so they can go and clear their minds and take a breath and regroup and come back and be able to handle this a little bit better.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think
as
so.
far as
Been on a jury before,
I've
but
never been on one.
but I feel like the urge to look stuff up at this stage when I'm going home, I would be losing my mind. I'd be like, well, what about, especially like you start rethinking everything you've heard, like we all are. We're all sitting here like, what about when they said this? And what about when they said that? And everybody's forgetting about this one thing. And then it's like, if I was the juror and it was my decision, like I had to come to a decision, I feel like it would be even harder to not look stuff up, even like just law stuff. Like, what does this mean in the law? And like, what does that mean? I think that would be the hardest thing for me. I could not imagine.
I had a or I have a coworker who had jury duty for a murder that took place in the city that I live in. And I told him that I will not talk to him for anything besides work-related things because I have an issue with that. It's like I want to know. And it's like I don't even want to risk it. Like you do you. I'm only going to talk to you for work stuff if you're here. They only did like half days for it.
I have a question. How many of you guys actually think, and I'm not being negative or derogatory or anything like that, but honestly think that jurors don't look things up in today's society and with cell phones and everything being so there? Like back in the day, it used to be like we only got local information. We didn't get stuff from, you know,
It's easier.
right. So
NJ, I have to say that before I discovered true crime, I think I 100% would have followed every letter of that admonition.
Yeah.
Now that I know where all information is out there, oh my goodness, that would be tempting.
All the stuff that doesn't get brought in, and
I'd have to move into a hotel room with no Wi-Fi, no internet.
Yep. 6 months ago, I got jury duty right after we moved to this town. I was pregnant with him, and I took my 2 girls with me because I didn't have any babysitters, and because we just moved here. And if they hadn't told me, oh, that's okay, ma'am, thank you, you can go home, I would have said, you don't want me on your jury? Because as soon as I moved here, the first thing I did was subscribe to the sheriff's newsletter, follow all the social media pages. I'm like, you guys do not want me on your jury because I read everything about everything.
But it just goes to show in the Brian Koberger case with the recent survey they did, and and the way he explained it was like, you know, asking questions to potential jurors in the Latah County, and he was like, unless you ask direct questions, they're not going to admit to X, Y, and Z. So that's why I asked that question, just out of curiosity.
Well,
I'd have to go deaf rogue in order to survive.
Britt Bottoms, sorry, Britt Bottoms, I muted you again. The channel, your audio's got a hum that's makes it hard to hear anything. I'm going to set you out in the background.
I'm gonna stay on, but I am putting a couple toddlers to bed, but I can hear.
All right, thanks.
I would have to say, as far as like, do people look stuff up? The only real experience I have is relying on the experience of some of the law tubers, and they do a lot of jury interviews afterwards. They want to talk to them or whatever, and at least from their experience, they seem to feel jurors take this stuff seriously. They're most like and people who aren't going to take it seriously, a lot of them get weeded out in voir dire. So
they've had a lot of practice finding good jurors.
Yeah,
I think that's one of the things the lawyers spend a lot of time learning on. Brian, what's up?
I definitely would find it difficult not to do research. I've been called for jury duty twice and was rejected twice because I already knew everything about the cases because I'm watching it before it happens. So I think it's highly unlikely I'd ever be selected for at least a high profile case. But I would do my best not to cheat, but it would be very hard.
Does anyone think that maybe the rules need to be changed, or maybe like having a juror, like, I don't know. Does anybody think that anything should be changed with the process?
Yeah, I think something needs to change. People who are deaf like me never get on a jury because they refuse to pay for an interpreter. So I'm not trying to be negative, Nelly, but they would never choose me because they'd have to hire an interpreter.
Yeah, that's discrimination.
Yeah, well,
Totally
it
agree.
still happens.
Well,
Sorry.
They'd never pick me either because I worked in law enforcement for 15 years. So
That's
But I think they should be
discrimination. That's
sequestered like they
discriminating.
used to be.
What's that?
Wait, say it again, NJ.
I'm sorry. I said I think they should be sequestered like they used to be, like put somewhere where they don't have access to outside information. And I know it's hard to do that, but at the same time, it kind of makes sense with how much technology is out there and how accessible this information is.
I think it's more of an honesty issue.
Yeah, I think
That
you
too.
just you gotta trust people, and because I mean, imagine for this, you're getting ripped out of your life for how long? or let's take the RICO case currently going on in Georgia, Young Thug.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
been months behind.
It's going to go on
months
for a long
behind,
time.
and it's like a 2-year long, like it's like, oh yeah, all juries need to be sequestered. It's like that's your life completely gone. Like you might have some of it as long as you're not sequestered. You might have some of it still there, but
that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm conflicted because it seems like we have so much information out there and it's accessible. Like you may not look for it, but you might get a notification on your phone from a group or something that you're in on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and it might just pop up and you might just open it up and read it. So it's I don't know.
I mean, it's hard, and that's part of the reason why there's
I suppose
alternates.
I'm all for sequestering juries unless I'm on that jury.
They should pay jurors more. They should pay jurors more. That's for sure.
Amen. They should get minimum wage. I think that is the biggest. You want to talk about? Oh, that's a bone. That's a bone with me. These poor people are giving up. I mean, let's see. Let's think. How many? It's been almost 4 weeks or 4 weeks.
Yes.
That's 20 days at least of unemployment. That would be a huge. I couldn't financially survive.
Absolutely not. And but I have noticed some employers like bigger corporations, bigger companies, if you do have juror, they compensate you and pay you. You just have to give them the check from the courts to them, and then they give you your paycheck. So, but irregardless, but not every company does that. Not every company.
I'm self-employed.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I know the company I work for will still pay you, but then again, I'm a salary employee, so I get paid regardless, pretty much. As long as I do that, and if it's gonna be a longer trial, like if it would happen to be these ones, I can always apply for leave. So.
Yeah, but you don't get paid for the leave, and
no, it's paid leave.
Is it okay?
Yeah, we don't do any unpaid leave here, pretty much.
But not every company is like that.
Not every company is like that. I'm just going from my experience.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I think jurors need to get paid whatever their pay rate is. And I mean, we put out so much money for other things, but we necessarily need jurors to sit in these trials. So why not pay them what their hourly rate is? Like if they're there for 8 to 10 hours a day, we should pay them for that time based on what their rate is.
Yeah,
Hang on,
unfortunately,
I'm communicating with Laura right now, who's in the courtroom with the lawyers, and we might have a call tonight. So we're going to see. Keep going.
Well, I'll look out for that. I'm going to head off for the night. Everybody have a good night.
That would be fantastic, Ari.
Thanks. Wonderful to meet you.
Yeah. Have a good one.
So, Ari, if you ever need to talk to anyone about jail stuff, I'm your person. Just let me know.
Interesting you say that. I just did I've started a jail widow YouTube page. I just launched it because I lost my spouse to prison and there was nothing out there for us. There's nothing out there to tell us how to survive, what to do, how to do it, what to expect, what the laws are, should you get on, I mean, all of that. And it's I would love to have you. Let me.
That's an interesting perspective. Yeah, I never even thought about that.
I would love to have you on my page, and I'm going to write your name down. If you come like me, I'll like you too. I am 120. No, I started with 24 subscribers this morning. I'm at 124 now. Thank you again, Recovery Addict.
Hey, when you
That's
reached out to me, I
beautiful.
was really happy to hear what you do and who you do it for and how you try to do it. And plus, you've got a setup like mine. I mean, what's not to like? So it's wonderful.
Not quite. I'm getting there.
Warrior, you said that you worked with in the jails. What did you do?
I started out as a dispatcher, then I was a correctional officer, and then I was a deputy sheriff, and then a sergeant in the jail.
Wow.
You are the jail expert. We have other experts, but they were on the other side of the bars. But it's nice to get both perspectives.
I just want to correct everyone right now. Prison and jail are completely different, and it's just a pet peeve of mine.
Exactly.
Is there a preferred? Is prison easier than jail, or is jail easier than prison?
My understanding is prison is easier because you get into your groove then. County jails, they don't have as much. At least prisons, they have programming and stuff like that. But in county jails, there's really not much.
Well, the conditions are nicer. County jails are just the most disgusting, nasty, underfunded. I mean, I was forced to take a 9-year-old into a prison that was so filthy that I couldn't believe I had to do that. I mean, prisons are a lot cleaner. They're better funded, and yeah, big difference.
It's all profitable, so I think they should all go back to the way they were before it became profitable.
True.
That is true. But I am outside and I am freezing, so I'm going to go. Thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you.
I'll try to get a hold of you, Ada.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to like your page if you have one. Do you have one?
I have a YouTube channel, but I don't really post anything on it.
Well, just tell you guys have a YouTube channel and not posting anything.
I'm going to post a video of Sandhill Crane's mating.
There you go. I mean, who's seen that? Not many people. Most people can't even see a sandhill crane.
Well, I think I showed you, like you see in my backyard. It's a nature conservancy.
Ooh.
So, yeah.
That's cool.
Okay, I just subscribed to you, my dear.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Warrior.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just now got her name.
Hungry.
I just now got the connection.
Who is she?
Warrior B. Yacht.
Oh, I didn't even get it.
I just called her Warrior.
I'm like, I'm yoked.
I just thought, well, we'll just ignore that. It's fine.
Awesome.
In sign language, that means you're on point.
Yes. I'm a little slow, but I'm there now.
It's been a long day.
Oh, man. I think we've got a couple new people to come in as well. I see Steve N. again. There we go. He's going to play the guitar for us. He promised this time.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I can hear it.
Went from a bass to a guitar.
Nice. Like the sunburst as well. Mrs. Kevin is back. We're going to try Britt Bottoms again. Third times.
Hola.
It's good. Britt Bottoms is working right now. Do you want to go first?
Sure.
What are your thoughts?
Sure. I'm kind of in the same boat as you. I don't think the state proved it. I think he might have hit him with a bullet, but again, they didn't. There's too many dots that are too far apart. I think that's kind of where I'm at.
Awesome. And tell me a little bit, where are you at, and a little background on a true crime.
I'm in outside of Dallas, Texas. The first case I remember watching start to finish was Casey Anthony. I have a degree in journalism, so news has always fascinated me. I'm looking at it all the time. Oh, hey, there's this. Getting notifications from Twitter or whatever all the time. I found you during the Maya trial, and so I've been watching ever since. So.
Awesome. Well, welcome.
Hey,
Good to have you here.
Hola.
Do you know where Kerrville is? San Antonio. Go northwest on I-10 like you're going towards El Paso. El Paso,
Yep.
1 hour northwest.
Mhm.
It's where it's in the central. We were the prime spot for the eclipse. Y'all want to talk about something funny real quick? We were the epic center for the eclipse. NASA bought out all the, about 300 room resort.
Oh, I'm
Bought
sure,
it out.
yeah.
NASA was here, and then it was cloudy.
Yeah,
it was cloudy in
Same
New
here.
Jersey too.
That's
It
our
was
tax dollars at
clear.
work, guys.
It was nice and clear here in Ohio. It was beautiful.
How far are you? How far are you from El Paso?
As a bird as a crow flies, as they say, on I-10, I-10 about 6 hours.
Okay, my husband has
San
family in El
Antonio,
Paso.
and El Paso's way in the corner. I'm an hour northwest of San Antonio. It's a little itty bitty, 25,000
I
people.
have a friend in San Antonio, and my husband's family's in El Paso. So
Yeah. Well, glad to see a fellow Texan.
Yeah.
Does
Oh my
anyone
gosh.
think this case is political or not political?
Other than the sheriff?
If it is, we can't talk about it.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I think the
NJ,
sheriff
this is
has.
twice now. We're gonna have to write your name on the board and put like 2 check marks next to
I'm
it.
not sure what your rules are, like politics. Okay, I get the
We
theme.
try to
I
do
get
pickles,
the
not
theme.
politics. But no, it's great. I appreciate you. You got some great insights.
I think the sheriff has his hand in somebody's pocket, but other
Yeah.
than that, no.
We can't talk about that, guys.
I just think the sheriff is sus. The sheriff got up
Yeah,
on the stand and was
100%.
like,
Yeah.
okay.
Sheriff is
I
sus.
went to
That's as far as
extend
we
my
can go on this.
condolences. I went
Well-
to extend my condolences.
Well,
Okay.
like I said earlier, with all the shows and everything, the people in that area call him the celebrity sheriff.
Oh.
And
He
for
is-
those that aren't in the U.S., the sheriff position is an elected position. Now we're
Yeah.
not trying
Yeah.
to get into politics, but it literally means that it's a popularity contest.
Right.
Mhm.
That's what elections are all about. Who's the most popular person, and
Kitty.
sometimes you
And
have educated voters and they actually vote on who has the best ideas, but that's rare. Hey, kitty.
The judge was actually not elected, but appointed for his position too, Judge Fink.
Yes.
Oh, really?
The judges are appointed first, and then they go on retention. So every set number of years, like I don't know,
Every
4
4
6 years, they'll come up and then they appear on the ballot, and it's not under a political party, but they say should this judge be retained? It's like a yes no, and it's basically majority wins. And if most people don't like him, which is rare for a judge to get kicked off, but some judges, especially if they do something really notorious right before their name comes up on the ballot, they find themselves out of the job.
Can I walk off the bench and cut off the defense?
Guys, on that show that we were talking about with Big, I can't remember it, Big Super.
Yeah.
Sheriff said on Big Super, I am up for re-election. Okay, why is he now retired when he was up for re-election and he was going to run again? On the show? He stated, I'm running again. I'm up for re-election in a year or whatever. And
Wow.
he's retired. And also, did you notice how many of the supervisor and bosses were retired?
A lot of them.
It happens a lot though in law enforcement.
I know
feel
it
like
does,
they
but-
And it happens in waves. It happens in
Yeah.
waves. Because
Yeah.
when you have an officer, especially at the top, change, it's a big shift in law enforcement.
Yeah, it
Like
is.
the new guy comes in and he's got new ideas and he wants to bring his team. And instead of
Clean
being
house.
like demoted, it's like, look, when you go, I'll go. And so you get like the top, just like everyone abandons ship, and all the underling rats sort of, they fight and they rise up and somebody takes over. And so oftentimes you'll see people jump to a different department or retire at the same time if they can. But
I just thought it was interesting that he went from I'm running again, I'm on this show, and I'm plugging that, and then all of a sudden, I retired. I just want to know why he changed his mind.
anyway, pickles, not politics. So we'll move on. I think we're gonna try to wrap things up a little bit. Well, let me tell you the latest I got from Laura. She says, actually, it's her daughter says, I'm driving home. I had to get out of there. If you're by chance still on when I get home, I'll let you know. But don't hang around just for me. Just you must be tired. This is her daughter texting. She isn't texting. while driving for those that are concerned. So I do want to hear from Laura. I don't know how long her commute is to get home, so we'll give it just a minute. But
well, one thing I'll have to say is this is the first time I'm meeting all of y'all except for you, Scott. And I just want to say y'all are awesome, and it's a joy to be a part of this community. And as I grow, and I look forward to bringing the deaf community into the law community.
It's awesome. I'm excited.
So, Ada, are you hard of hearing?
I grew up hearing and became deaf because of medications and sickness. I had cancer 3 times in my life, and because of the chemo, I've lost all my hearing. Without the hearing aids and this high-powered adaptive hearing system, I can't hear a thing. I'm going to go, like if I go fireworks, I can't even hear them. I'm reading what you're saying. I have a special program, but that's why sometimes I don't mean to interrupt. It's just the way the words are coming across the screen. But like when Scott goes into the court, if there's any kind of echoing, my captioning is not catching it.
Interesting.
So,
my
yeah,
daughter's deaf, so my husband and I are learning ASL. She has a cochlear implant and a hearing aid. She was born deaf, so we are adopted into the deaf community.
Well, welcome. And I got to say, I'm very proud of you to doing what you think is best for you and not being bullied. And thank you for learning ASL as a parent. I have, as a mom, I have no one in my family except for my daughter. And now my son is trying to learn, and they're both, 19 and 23. But it is very important. So thank you so much for total communication.
I don't understand parents who don't see the benefit of it. I don't, because she doesn't always want to wear her devices, and I would never want to make her wear her devices or make her believe that something is wrong with her, that she needs her devices to fix her. So that's why it's important for us.
As a deaf support specialist, I educate people on a lot of this, and one of the things that's important is that device fails, the battery goes out, or there's whatever.
We lose them. They get stuck on stuff and disappear for weeks at a time.
Stick the cochlear on the fridge at night when you're not charging.
We lost the cochlear for 2 weeks. It was stuck under the reclining mechanism of the couch because she crawled under it, and it got magneted to the underneath of the couch. And I was like, "Where is it? It has to be somewhere in this house."
That's $30,000. Holy crap!
I know. I was like, we're just gonna put $60,000 on my toddler's head and let her run around with it. I think that's a brilliant idea.
This is $18,000 right there.
Right.
My ears in total for everything I do, I have over $70,000 worth of devices for my ears, y'all.
Wow.
That's insane.
Ada, if you want to shoot me a message,
this isn't a lot of money.
Right.
If you want to shoot me a message, I do content about raising a deaf kid as a hearing mom.
Well, and that's interesting. Actually, I don't know how to do that. But if you know how to contact with me, thank you. But if you know how to contact me because I also educate people on how to get free devices and free technology and all that. So I'd love to have you come in. But sorry, all the law people. I'm sorry.
No, I love it.
You're good. You're good.
Ada found us because we had the best sounding audio stream.
This is true. This is very true. I've watched a lot of trials in a lot of places, but RA is the only one I can watch and not have to constantly adjust my sound.
All right, I have a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, NJ.
Sorry. So I've got 2 strikes against me. What?
And you're up to bat. Go ahead.
Right. No. What do you not want to be talked about on your channel? Just so I know in future reference, because I know you're very conservative and you're very leveled out with everything, and you don't go into certain details and certain depths of things. So I just want to know so I don't make the mistake again.
In a nutshell, because the rules changed. Yeah. As a rule, we try to do pickles, not politics. Basically, the idea is there are more things that we have in common than divide us. And so if there's an issue out there that divides us, and whether it's going to be, gun control, abortion, border, you can name them, all the ones that are that are talked on all the news channels constantly. We put those on the back burner and instead try to focus on the topics where we have common interest, even if we disagree. But we just ask that we do it respectfully, no name calling, and so we try to keep the politics out. We say pickles, not politics. Even though some of the cases like this one, it has those undercurrents in it, and it's hard to draw the line sometimes. And I often tread where I should not tread and get in trouble and have to retreat and then tell you guys not to do what I just did. But that's it. No name calling, nice, and really basically we're all friends at the end of the day. We can agree to disagree.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I was just checking because, like I said, you're very neutral, mostly in all aspects of every case I've seen you do. So I just wanted to make sure I don't get another.
And the good
strike.
news for you, NJ, is tomorrow those strikes reset, so you can.
But you might have to own the internet.
You guys want to hear something funny? My daughter's a softball player, and she's a freshman on the varsity team. And on Tuesday, she pitched and got a line strike to the forehead, and like literally dropped to the ground. So like those references, they're like bringing that up. So yeah, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Well,
NJ,
is she gonna be okay?
She had a CAT scan. There was some swelling, and she's got a headache. But other than that, she's been going to school every day. She don't want to stay home. She's more like a social butterfly, so she wants to go to school and be around her friends. So yeah, she's good for the most part. We're on concussion protocol, but yeah.
Wow.
Steve, I cut you off like 3 times. You've tried to talk, and I just stomped on top of you.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
I'm gonna hop off and let you guys enjoy the rest. I want to hear you play, Steve, so I'm gonna leave stream up, but I am gonna go get some dinner.
You're very wise. I'm starving.
Steve says they're artwork, not musical instruments.
Oh.
Content strike. Can't do that.
Are we gonna hear it?
He plays so well that I would get a content strike because it would match
Oh.
copyright material, and it would. Kid you not.
Yes, and we would actually lose our whole income.
Brian,
So
Brian, what's up?
You can play Happy Birthday. That's public domain now.
I'm gonna
But
hop
we already
off.
sang Happy Birthday today, so I guess we don't need to do that again.
And Recovery Addict can sing. And I can sign.
Yeah, we can sign. We will sign from now on. Signed birthday.
It's going to be new and different. Here's what I have going on. In 15 minutes, Rob at Lawn Lumber has
Jeff, you're being optimistic.
well, 15 to 30 minutes. Rob has it's like a birthday stream for his channel, but
15 minutes to an hour.
200,000.
15 minutes to an hour from now.
I've already built a redirect to go over to his channel. If you haven't hung out for one of those, he's amazing. He's a great guy. He helped us out a ton and still does.
I like Rob.
I love Rob.
Guy.
He's one of the good ones. He's obviously.
I have a question before we go.
Yes, Steve.
Do you need Scott to step on you again?
Maybe.
Say that again.
I understand there's a capuchin somewhere.
I have a capuchin monkey.
Do we get to meet this capuchin?
I'm sorry?
Do we get to meet this little capuchin?
Eventually, yes. I when I first started going deaf, there's a group called Helping Monkeys Up North that for paraplegics, they train them. So when if their arm falls off, the capuchin put it back on. The capuchin can bring a bottle of water. The capuchin can do all kinds. It's called Helping Hands. Google it. It's cool. Well, a lady retired.
When the arm falls off, the monkey puts it back.
It falls off the armrest. The arm falls off the armrest. I'm sorry. Let me get the mic. Off the armrest.
Oh, talented monkeys.
If the bottle of water falls, they're trained to pick it up. So I got one because the lady retired from the program and she heard I have rheumatoid arthritis and I was going deaf and she thought the monkeys would be good for sound. So we trained. I got her when she was 10 days old, and she's now 8. And I slept with her, and I still do. And when the alarm goes off, she wakes me up. The fire alarm goes off. Noises around the house. Well, she's great in the home, but you don't take them out in public. So a year ago, Sensei, here's my new baby. She's my ears in public, and she's a fully trained service dog. So at home, I have a service monkey, and she's off duty. And I will bring her, if Recovery Addict and I set it up, I will bring her on a live. She's so cute.
I'm still thinking about these surgeon monkeys and the arms. That is really cool.
Guys, monkeys are so smart, and they have the opposable. I mean, they're fabulous. They make great service in home, but they're not. They're too jittery for outside the house. I know. I'm crazy. Crazy monkey mom.
Wonderful. We're losing people. I think we're going to wrap up because we only have a few minutes.
And have I mentioned I'm starving?
Britt Bottoms, Ada, Jordy, Steve, you're the last survivors, and Mrs. R.A., welcome. Good to have you here. Wish you guys could see
I gotta go
it.
put my kid to bed.
Thank you,
Thank
and I'm
you,
going to go watch y'all's live. I'm going to hop on over there, and y'all have a great night. Thank you.
See you on Rob's stream.
Bye.
We're going to
Bye,
everybody.
We'll see you. Let's see. Nope, we're going to be right here. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There we go. All right. Wow, we made it. That was wild. That was absolutely wild. It worked. You guys, we're gonna wrap things up here because it's the end of the day. It's Friday. The jury said go home. We're gonna come back on Monday and try again. And I guess we live here now. I guess we live here now. Where's my song? There it is. All right. As we wrap up today, thank you, everybody. This is what I call the best place to watch true crime because of you, this community. Thank you for the kind way you handle disagreements, the kind way you raise questions and answer questions and help each other out and make people feel welcome. Thank you very much. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make that day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again. It will be Monday morning. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Monday morning. That's nothing else is going to happen unless, of course, the judge drops a really spicy YouTube video in a 4-box, and we get to hear him reading the count that the jury has currently in their deliberations, and then we just might have to break the rules and go live again this weekend. But either way, we'll be back on Monday. We'll be back shortly, apparently. There we go. I think that's it. You guys be good to each other. I've got some bathroom remodel, which it's like the Young Thug trial. It never ends, right? But hopefully it will. This is the month. It has to end. You guys have a good weekend. Mrs. R.A.?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll give you a hug later. You're one of the ones I love.
Well, I appreciate that. See you guys.
See ya. Have a good one. Bye.